Chapter 585. Klee nodded at this. Okay. Klee will be right there. Yi-Yun looked at Rios. Rios, thank you for your hard work. Rios shook his head, then followed Klee out to look after the children. Rios' strength had risen from a half-step Order Envoy to Order Envoy level. With Rios around, Klee and the others would be safe. There's also Puni, secretly watching them. If Puni can't handle it, no one in the store can. She watched Klee leave, then fell into a dilemma again. Seeing this, Yi-Yun said, Here's a suggestion. If you want a higher limit, you can choose the Xianjin Power System Integration Pack. In the Xianjin world, there's also an organization called Heavenly Court. This organization also exists in many high-level Xianxia, or high-level fantasy worlds. Of course, if you want to upgrade faster in the Star Rail world, you can choose Doluo. Doluo's power system is very simple, making it very easy to integrate into the Star Rail world. Shu heard this and looked at Yi-Yun. What if I want both a higher limit and faster integration? Yi-Yun was stunned. Oh, there's a way. Add money. Shu said calmly. I'm out of money. This is all I have right now. Yi-Yun spread his hands. That's all there is. Either you save up some money later and buy it, or you have to choose one of the two. Shu heard this. Then I come back later. Yi-Yun nodded. Okay, actually, I have another suggestion. You can explore other worlds. I'm connected to many worlds here. You can go and see what type of power system is suitable for the Star Rail world. Upon hearing this, Shu looked toward the portal. Shu lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up. You make a lot of sense. I go take a look. Since he had nothing else to do right now, he might as well go and take a look. Usually, it's very difficult to explore the power systems of other worlds. World lords are extremely wary of each other, each trying to prevent the other from copying their own work. This is a rare opportunity, so why not take it? Shu entered the portal leading to Rimuru's world. Shu chose this portal because Klee and the others had just entered it. Shu passed through the portal and arrived in Rimuru's world. Shu landed, his footsteps shifted, and he vanished instantly. Shu had now reached the hilltop outside Rimuru town. Shu's eyes scanned the town, monsters, and forest below. It's a very primitive world, but the power system here is quite interesting. Star Dragon King? Creator God? I've seen many world masters who descend into the world to manage it and create power systems. There are good and bad, but it's not the optimal solution. Then, Shu wandered through the forest, observing this world. The Star Dragon King, the World Master, had died, and the new World Master, Rimuru, had not yet matured. Thus, Shu had not been expelled from this world by her master. As she walked, she heard an explosion. She followed the sound, her gaze passing through the forest to the beach by a lake. On the beach, the elf girl she had just met and her playmates were cheering and jumping for joy, while all kinds of fish were falling from the sky. Seeing this, Shu instantly arrived at the lake's edge, looking at Kelly and the others not far away. Kelly and the others were creatures from their own world, so why hadn't they been expelled from this one? Generally speaking, people from other worlds who arrived in a new world would be met with hostility from the native creatures. This hostility was instinctive, a fight to the death. But these little girls were not only unharmed by the native creatures, but were also able to fry fish safely. Why was that? Thinking over it, Shu could only blame this phenomenon on Yi-Yun, this very mysterious time traveler. Shu was pondering when she suddenly felt someone approaching. Looking over, Shu saw Kelly looking at her with a smile. Kelly held out her hand. Sister Shu. Why are you here? Kelly's treating you to grilled fish. It's delicious. Hearing this, Shu looked at the grilled fish in Kelly's hands. She had no interest in food, she didn't need to eat on a regular basis. Just as she was about to refuse, her eyes met Klee's. Seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Klee's eyes, Shu couldn't bring herself to refuse. Shu took it, looked at the grilled fish, and, under Klee's expectant gaze, took a bite. Klee asked eagerly, Is it delicious, Sister Shu? Shu nodded. Yes, it's delicious. Klee was delighted to hear Shu say it was delicious. Hee hee. Klee grilled this. Klee loves grilled fish. Sister Shu, come play with Klee. Klee wants to fry some fish with you. Klee took Shu's hand and led them towards the lake. At the lake's edge, Klee picked up a bomb. Sister Shu, Klee will teach you the most powerful bomb-throwing technique Klee invented. Bouncing bombs. Hey, whoosh. Shu took the bouncing bomb and threw it, imitating Klee's example. Then, Shu joined Klee, Bailu, Chi-Chi, and the other children in playing. Meanwhile on the train, Yi had explained Shu's identity to Jizi, Xing, and the others. Walter's eyes widened upon hearing Shu's identity. The imaginary tree? You said she's the imaginary tree? Yi nodded. Yes, to be more precise, she's the imaginary tree's clone. Walter slumped down in his chair, a look of shock written all over his face. I didn't expect it to be him. Xing, seeing Walter's serious expression, realized how impressive she was. Uncle Yang, is this tree very powerful? Walter nodded. Yes, he is very powerful, so powerful that even a star god would be a mere ant in front of him. Yi added. Let me put it this way. Actually, your star rail world, Tibet, Kiana and the others world, and the world where Zhe and Ling are located, these 4 worlds are all worlds that hang on the imaginary tree. The imaginary tree stands above the quantum sea, and each of its leaves is a world. It's just that your worlds are the more powerful among them. Xing touched his chin upon hearing this. Is that so? Then this tree is indeed very powerful. Why did she come to the store? Yi said. She came here on her own initiative. Don't worry, she has no hostility towards us. Now, she and I have a cooperative relationship. GZ looked at Yi with concern. Are you really okay? Yi smiled and nodded. Don't worry, with Pony here, we be fine. Pony will soon reach her level. You don't really think Pony is already fully formed, do you? Chapter 586. Xing was a bit shocked upon hearing this. No way. Big Boss Pony can still grow? Hasn't he already reached his full form? Yi smiled and shook his head. It's still early. Pony's upper limit is extremely high, not comparable to a tree. GZ felt relieved upon hearing this. Everyone on the train had essentially the same impression of Pony, reliable, powerful. That's good. Xing rubbed his chin and suddenly looked at Hu Tao. Hu Tao, what gift do you think I should buy for Big Boss Pony? Hu Tao was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. Gift? Why would you buy a gift for Big Boss Pony? Xing said. You don't understand, don't you? I'm trying to get closer to Boss Bonnie. I saw online that when people get rich, they start optimizing their friend groups and phasing out some of their low-quality friends. I'm afraid Boss Bonnie might become too powerful and eliminate me. So, I'm thinking of giving him a gift to improve our relationship. After all, who doesn't want a big boss backing them up? Right? Hu Tao slapped her head upon hearing this. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of that. I really should have given him a gift. Boss Bonnie often helps us out and saves our lives. I'm thinking, what should I give him? How about a Wang Shengtang Supreme Deluxe set? That seems like an option, right? Luing sweat dripped down her forehead. Forget it. I don't think Bonnie would like it. Hu Tao was puzzled. Why not? How do you know? This thing of mine is pretty good, Cheesy said tactfully. Is it possible that giving this as a gift would make others think it's unlucky? Hu Tao pouted at this. Oh really, take things like life and death lightly. We all die sooner or later, right? Kiana raised her hand. No. Aren't there a lot of items that grant immortality in Yi Yun's shop? As long as I have enough star coins, I can buy them, As soon as Kiana said this, everyone in the singing room turned their eyes to Kiana, their faces filled with disbelief. Ing reached out to touch Kiana's forehead and took her temperature. You don't have a fever? What's going on? That doesn't sound like something stupid Kiana would say. Amber rubbed his chin and nodded. That's right, stupid Kiana wouldn't say that. Kiana was speechless. Hey. I'm the great sage Qitian, holder of the title of Athena Valkyrie. The invincible Kiana, the symbol of wisdom. Why can't I say such things? Yi said at this point. Alright, I'm telling you guys, you're just worrying about nothing and wasting your time. You might as well take your heroic spirits out for a stroll and get back on track. The Holy Grail War starts in 2 days, and you're not preparing properly. Even if you're ready, can't you go fight in the Delta? Do some dungeons? Do you have over 10 million star coins? Have you improved recently? After Yi peppered them with questions, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others stopped chatting and went about their business. Xing asked Altria to go to Pinocchio. Hu Tao, Kiana, and the others followed suit. They planned to go to the Claude Cinema today. In the observation car, Pam's hand inexplicably had a mark. Isn't this the mark from the Holy Grail War? How come this conductor has one too? Pam stared at the new mark, puzzled. At that moment, the mark suddenly glowed, and a summoning circle appeared before Pam. Misha, standing nearby, saw this and immediately moved to Pam's side, protecting her behind him. Conductor, be careful. Pam and Misha looked toward the center of the circle. A figure slowly emerged from it. Misha and Pam exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Lazarina. The heroic spirit summoned by Pam was none other than Lazarina, one of the two unknown guests who had gotten off the train with Mikhail. During the Pinocchio War of Independence, Lazarina, seeking to study the primordial dream, had journeyed alone into its memory realm, never to return. The notes she left behind laid a solid foundation for Pinocchio's subsequent research on mementos. It can be said that without Lazarina, Pinocchio's dreams would not exist, and they would never have become the world-renowned star of the gala. Lazarina was also a little surprised to see Pam and Misha. Train conductor? And you're Mikhail, right? How did you become so? Misha smiled. That's a long story. Pam trotted over to Lazarina. Passenger Lazarina, we finally meet again. Lazarina nodded and looked around. Is this a train? Am I not already dead? Misha heard this. That's a long story. Let's find a place to sit and talk. Pam nodded. Yes. I remember you, Lazarina. Love train pot. I make it for you. Lazarina smiled and nodded. Although she didn't know why she was on the train, it was a good thing, wasn't it? Returning to this once home, the train was the women guests' home. Pam and Misha brought Lazarina to Yiyun's shop. Xing and the others had left, and Yiyun had gone to find Kelly and the others. Walter and Zhongli went to Liyue Harbor to listen to music, while Zhou Ri and Danheng were conducting their own research in the cave. Only Jizi remained on the train. Jizi saw Pam and Misha enter the shop with Lazarina and asked curiously, Conductor? Senior Mikhail, who is this? Pam introduced them. Jizi, let me introduce you. This is the unknown guest who worked at the same time as Mikhail. He was the train surveyor. Lazarina, this is Jizi, the current train's navigator. Jizi was shocked. Lazarina senpai. Lazarina smiled at Jizi. Hello, Jizi. The current navigator, so it's a long time after we got off the train, right? Pam nodded. Yes, you got off the train a long time ago. Please take a seat. You can ask Mikhail for details, he knows. I make you some train stew. With that, Pam strode towards the kitchen. Misha beckoned Lazarina to sit down. Lazarina looked at Misha. So what exactly happened? Misha said slowly. Back then, after you entered the memory realm. Misha spent over half an hour telling Lazarina what had happened since she entered the memory realm. Chapter 587. Himiko was also helping out. The train's think tank contained a wealth of information. Lazarina finally understood, after sorting out the information Misha had given her. So, I'm now in heroic spirit form. Because of Captain Pam, I've been summoned to participate in a tournament called the Holy Grail War? Himiko nodded. That's right. However, Senior, if you don't want to participate, you don't have to. I talked to Hanabi. She makes the decision. Aha listens to her, like her lackey. Lazarina laughed at this. It's joy indeed. Only joy could have such a relationship between a star god and his subordinates. I really want to meet them. Their daily lives must be quite interesting. Himiko smiled. Yes, very interesting. Hanabi and Aha's performances at the Joy Theater are truly filled with joy. Lazarina heard this. Well, I'd like to go see it, Mikhail. Can you get me some tickets? I want to see a play, said Himiko. Don't bother, Mikhail. I just call Hanabi. Lazarina glanced at Himiko. As expected of a navigator, you're more reliable than some little boy who can only repair watches. Misha spread her hands helplessly. Lazarina's eyes rolled as she turned to Himiko. Himiko, let me tell you, Mikhail had a lot of embarrassing moments in the past, like... Lazarina recounted his dark past in front of Misha. Hey, Lazarina, give me some face. Lazarina tossed her head. No, why would I give you any? How many stupid things have you done in the past? You took me and Tiernan on a non-dangerous pioneering journey, but you forced it into something dangerous. Once, we visited a civilization that hadn't even left its home planet. If we kept our identities hidden, we could have easily taken the Star Core seal. But you, on the other hand, insisted on confronting that Archon and revealing your identity. Okay. They captured you as aliens, and are planning to use you for research. If the three of us hadn't had some strength, we probably wouldn't have been able to get back to the train, and would have been stuck lying on the lab bench as guinea pigs. Hearing this, Jizi laughed. She hadn't expected that the always calm and composed Mikhail had such a dark past. Seeing Lazarina reveal her own dark past, Misha thought, whatever, I'd do the same. How dare you criticize me? I don't know who I am. Every time I go on a pioneering expedition, I'm either lost or on my way to getting lost. If Tiernan hadn't been keeping an eye on you, you'd be lost after just a few steps. Himiko looked at Lazarina. She hadn't expected Senior Lazarina to be so directionally challenged. Himiko watched Misha and Lazarina bickering, frantically dishing out each other's dark pasts, and a wave of admiration welled up in her heart. Even though Senior Lazarina had a problem with directions, she resolutely entered that unknown realm of memory, prone to distorted perceptions, in order to study the primordial dream and bring a bright future to Pinocchio. Mikhail, such an unreliable and eccentric man, took on the responsibility and stayed at Pinocchio, helping the people there fight the company and personally building it into the event star it is today. Lazarina tugged at Himiko. Himiko, I'm telling you, stay away from Mikhail from now on. Anyone familiar with him knows he's unreliable. Jeezy agreed with a smile. Soon, Pam came over with a pot of train pot. Come on, move aside. The train pot is ready. Pa! Lazarina saw this, and immediately took the train pot from Pam, and placed it on the table. Lazarina took a deep breath, a look of delight on her face. It tastes just like it did back then. I miss it so much. Pam brought over a few more sets of bowls and chopsticks. Come on, Mikhail, Jeezy, you two should join in on the fun. I cooked a little too much, Pa. Misha and Jeezy nodded, and took their bowls and chopsticks. Then, the four of them sat at the table, chatting and laughing as they ate the train pot. Mostly, Lazarina and Misha recounted funny stories from the past. From time to time, Lazarina would vividly describe her expressions and actions, which really livened up the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, Hanabi and Aha, far away in the sphere of joy, were secretly watching the scene. Hanabi was delighted by the image of the four people chatting and laughing. Amidst all the suffering in the world, even a moment of joy like this can make the world seem beautiful. The mark on Pam's hand, as well as Lazarina's, were both created by Aha. Using the power of the Holy Grail, Lazarina was brought back to the present world. It was noon. Hoshi, Kurumi, and Kiana had returned to the train. They had just gone to see a movie at the Claude Cinema. Afterward they returned. Now, Hoshi, Kurumi, and the others were gathered around Lazarina, listening to her recount her glorious past. In the kitchen, Xiangling, Thor, Ikefai, and the little evil god were cooking. Pam joined in, too. Delighted that the nameless guest had returned to the train, she wanted to cook something delicious for Azarina herself. Pam took her tiptoeing table and frying pancakes next to the iron plate. Xiangling looked over. Pam, what are you making? Pam said. I'm making train pancakes. These are Achivelli's favorites. When he was around, we had them for every meal. He even clamored for a train pancake party. Xiangling heard this. Oh, I see. I try them later. This is something even the star gods love. Pam nodded. Okay, I make some more so everyone can have their fill. Everyone chatted and laughed as Zhongli, Walter, and a few others returned to the train. During lunch and dinner, the train is usually packed with people, all eating on the train. Not long after Yiyun, Shu, and the other children, Kelly, returned to the train. Sewing also joined them, doing the hard labor, helping Kelly and the others carry the fried fish onto the train. Kelly jumped out of the portal. Clang clang. Kelly's back. Shu stood by, carefully supporting Kelly. Be careful, Kelly, don't fall. After spending the whole morning together, Shu had successfully transformed herself into Kelly's mom fan. Kelly nodded obediently. Yeah. I be careful, Sister Shu. Shu nodded and caressed Kelly's little head lovingly. I have some things to do. I come play with you again when I'm done. Kelly nodded and took out a few grilled fish from the box behind sewing. Sister Shu, bring some grilled fish. Work is tiring, and when you're tired, you get hungry, and when you're hungry, you need to eat. Bring some grilled fish. Chapter 588. Shu accepted the grilled fish from Klee, a warm feeling flowing through his heart. Okay, thank you, Klee. Klee waved. You're welcome, hee. Chi-Chi stood beside Shu, reaching out her little hand to tug at the corner of Shu's clothes. Sister Shu, you must come play with Chi-Chi. Shu looked at Chi-Chi, nodded, and pinched her cheek. Then, Shu said goodbye to the group of little ones and left the train. Xing saw this and looked at Klee in disbelief. Frog fun. Klee is going to heaven. Hu Tao nodded in agreement. Yes, Shu seems to like Klee very much. That's good. Klee is completely safe now. No one in the world hanging on the tree of imaginary numbers dares to touch Klee. Lu Ying said. Klee's so cute, everyone likes her, right? Lazarina asked curiously, listening to everyone praising Klee. Looking at your expressions, does this little girl named Klee seem so powerful? Xing looked at Lazarina and thought for a moment. Lazarina didn't know about Klee and Shu. So Xing explained. Look, the reason we're so surprised isn't Klee, but the woman who just said goodbye to Klee. Her name is Shu, and she's the ruler of our world. Not just our world, but other worlds too, like Teyvat, the world of Ing, Amber, and Hutao. And Ling, Jia, and Kiana's worlds, they're all hers. So, Lazarina-senpai, do you understand? Lazarina nodded. Now she understood the reason. I see. I didn't expect the master of our world to be a woman. By the way, who are Ling and Jia you just mentioned? I haven't seen them. Luing asked. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Ling and Jia over here these past 2 days. After dinner, why don't we go over and see them? Amber asked. But didn't Yin ask us to train with the heroic spirits and get back on track? Xing waved his hand. Training is fine. I'm the Galaxy Skyfire, and my Altria is an SSR-level heroic spirit. Altria, do you have the confidence to win the Holy Grail War? Altria said firmly. Of course, Master. Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. That's the kind of aura we need. That's the kind of confidence we need. Xing looked at Luing and the others again. In the Holy Grail War, with our abilities, can't we get a good place? So let's go have fun. Seeing this, Luing and the others gave up on training and getting back on track. Azarina then spoke. Xing, as your senior, I still have something to say. Playing is fun, but work still needs to be done, Ing said. Lazarina, don't worry. We might act crazy all day and look like we're not serious, but when things get tough, we sisters are still very resilient. This Holy Grail War is a game-like tournament organized by Aha and Hanabi, meant for fun. Kiana nodded. That's right. Like last time, we fought the Antimatter Core's Lord of Extinction. Although we didn't defeat the Lord of Extinction, we had the upper hand. Lazarina stopped trying to stop him. Is that so? That's fine. By the way, can I go with you later? I want to see the other world too. Xing nodded. Of course, that's fine. We tried it, and the heroic spirits in this portal can be used. Azarina beamed. That's fine then. By the way, I just had Pam's train pot, so I'm not hungry yet. Xing said. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be able to eat later. Azarina-senpai, remember this. Never question the kitchen team's cooking skills. Lazarina's words instantly piqued her interest in Xiangling and the others' culinary skills. Is it as far-fetched as you say? I want to see how delicious it is. Luing smiled. Don't worry, Azarina, Xiangling and the others' cooking never disappoints. As long as it doesn't involve slimes, of course, Ing continued. Yin also didn't let Xiangling and the others make slimes in the kitchen. Xiangling and the others quickly brought out lunch. Azarina followed Xing, Hutao, and the others to the kitchen to get their food. Azarina had only intended to try a few, but when she stood before the delicious food, she was stunned. The dishes not only looked enticing, but also tasted even more enticing. So fragrant, Azarina felt her stomach and, without hesitation, took a stomach-strengthening pill. Afterwards, Azarina prepared her food and sat down next to Xing to eat. In the afternoon, Xing, Azarina, Kiana, and Altria arrived in the Zero world. Xing pushed open the back door of the video store and walked inside. The once quiet shop was now packed. Ling and Jia were enthusiastically entertaining customers and recommending good videos. Business was so brisk that even Suzuka, Billy, Nikomata, and Ambi were called in to help. Xing, Kiana, and the others appeared, catching Ling's attention. Ling's face lit up when she saw Xing and the others. Hey! Xing! Why are you here? Xing raised her head and greeted Ling. Hey! Ling, we came to see you. Why haven't you guys been hanging out with us these past few days? Ling gestured for Xing to look inside the shop. Well, the video store is back. Thanks to the videos Yin bought, business is booming. I haven't had time to go over. Xing felt a little disappointed. Is that so? I was going to ask you out, but since you're so busy, we won't bother you. Let's go for a walk around the block. Ling heard this. You guys go ahead and have a look. We should be almost done here. If you're still in the neighborhood by then, I come find you. Xing nodded. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. We go for a stroll. With that, Xing and his group walked out of the video store and onto the street outside. As they emerged, Xing spotted Nikomata, who was at the door greeting and ushering customers in. Nikomata stretched. I'm so tired. Meow. I have to ask Ling to treat me to mackerel tonight. Ah. I really want to go to Yun's shop and eat Xiangling's grilled fish. After stretching, Nikomata looked around and saw Xing, Kiana, and the others exiting the store. Nikomata saw this. Xing! Kiana! Xing saw Nikomata. Hey Nikomata, long time no see. Nikomata saw Xing. Xing! Help me! Come help! I need to rest. Nikomata looked at Xing, as if he had seen a savior. Xing chuckled. Nakamata, as an unknown guest, it's impossible for you to work. Just stay at work, hee. Chapter 589. Malia heard this. Just help me. I need a break. Business at the video store has been so good these days. You don't know, every morning I wake up to Ling's rude wake-up call. I start working the moment I open my eyes, and then I fall asleep when I get home. When I wake up, there's another rude wake-up call, and then another day of work. I want to go out and play for a while. Please. Help me. Meow. Luing couldn't stand it anymore. Malia was making her sound so pathetic. Then I help you for a while. You go and rest. Malia heard Lu Ying's willingness to help, and in a flash, he rushed to her, grabbed her hands, and looked at her as if she were an angel. Luing. You're an angel. Meow. Luing felt a little embarrassed by Malia's teasing. It's okay. You go and rest. Malia heard this and happily skipped over to a nearby booth and found an empty seat. She bought a bottle of cola from a nearby vending machine, opened the tap, and gulped it down. Ah. Refreshing. Another one. Seeing this, Xing thought for a moment. Leaving Luing here alone to help wasn't a good idea. As a group of sisters, since we were out having fun, we had to look our best. But we also had to show Azarina around. After some thought, Xing had an idea. She first shared her idea with Hu Tao and the others. Kiana agreed with Xing's idea. Okay. Since we're out having fun, we have to look our best. Let's help too. After we're done, we go play together. Hu Tao didn't object either. I have no objection. With me here, being a salesperson is easy. Amber Ying and the others also had no objections. Seeing this, Xing called out to Nikomata, who was lying on the sofa happily sipping an iced cola. Nikomata! Come here! Nikomata, hearing this, walked over with a can of iced cola, a cheerful look on her face. What's up? Xing pointed at Azarina. Nikomata, please help show Azarina around. I'm planning to stay and help. Azarina is a senior of our Womink, so please help me treat her well. Nikomata gave an okay sign. Okay, leave it to me. I might not be good at other things, but I can definitely handle being a tour guide. I know how to navigate this street with my eyes closed. Nikomata looked at Azarina. Azarina, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Nikamiya Matana, but you can call me Nikamiya, meow. Azarina looked at Nikamiya in wonder. A cat girl. The kind that even meows when she speaks. Hello, Nikamiya. Excuse me for bothering you. Nikomata waved her hand. No problem, you're welcome. Let's go. I take you to the arcade first. It's the most fun place on our street. Nikamiya walked away with Azarina, and Xing and the others rolled up their sleeves and got back to work. Kuruma glanced at the passers-by at the store entrance, took out a speaker, and coughed twice to clear her throat. Humph. Don't miss it if you're passing by. The best video store in the world is right here. Here. You can buy any video you want. The more you rent, the more discounts you get. Come in and shop. As Hu Tao's loudspeaker blared, passers-by cast their gazes. A small number, drawn to Hu Tao's advertisement, headed towards the video store. Amber saw this. Hu Tao, stop advertising. We're already too busy. Hu Tao shook her head. You don't understand. If we just rent out all the tapes quickly, won't we be able to rest soon? That way, Ling can come and play with us, right? It'd be very busy for a while, but it's better to be short-lived than long-lasting. A quick end to this will allow us to play for a while. Amber gave him a thumbs up. You're truly worthy of being Hu Tao. No wonder you made Wang Xingtang's business so successful. Afterwards, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others helped greet the video store's customers. Luo Fu, Danding Division. He arrived with Bai Lu, Kuli, and a group of other children. Today, Danding Division was under martial law again. Everyone except the Cloud Cavalry and trusted Dancher were expelled from the entire Danding Division. In front of the Danding Division's largest furnace, Bai Lu began refining the Qingling pill. The Taishang Lao Jun stood behind him, quietly observing Bai Lu. This time, Bai Lu had taken the initiative to refine the pill. The herbs weren't enough, so Jing Yuan hurried to Yi Yun's shop to buy just enough, barely enough for 1 million doses. Bai Lu wanted the Taishang Lao Jun to help her review her past 2 days' worth of ingredients. These past 2 days, whenever Bai Lu had free time, she would ponder the alchemy techniques the Taishang Lao Jun had taught her, As the Youngkijin placed the herbs in place, Bai Lu's small hands began to pinch together, and flames rose from the bottom of the furnace, heating it. This time, Bai Lu's refining was much easier than the last, and her expression was remarkably calm. She had rehearsed this alchemy technique countless times in her mind. Bai Lu looked incredibly relaxed at this moment. Hua and the other generals, who were watching Bai Lu refining the alchemy via projection, were amazed at the sight. Hua said, "Little Bai Lu looks so relaxed. It's obvious she's mastered this alchemy technique to perfection." Jing Yuan smiled. "That's right. Lady Dragon Girl's talent in alchemy is unparalleled. Even the Supreme Lord Lao Jun praises her for her gift." Xian Quan saw Jing Yuan's proud expression. "Marshal, I request to transfer Lady Dragon Girl to the Fanghu Immortal Boat. Our Fanghu Immortal Boat currently boasts the highest medicinal herb production in the Alliance." Jing Yuan's face darkened upon hearing this. "No! General Xian Quan. You're still here. Luofu doesn't have many talented people to begin with. And you're trying to steal my people? How despicable. General Xian Quan, that's inappropriate. Although our Luofu Immortal Boats, medicinal herb production may not currently match your Fanghu Immortal Boats, we have already reached a partnership with Ms. Ruan Mei, making her our special consultant for Luofu's medicinal herb cultivation. With Ms. Ruan Mei's skills, Luofu's medicinal herb production will undoubtedly increase dramatically in the future. Furthermore, Luofu has a portal to Yiyun's shop, allowing us to purchase medicinal herbs for Lady Dragon Girl at any time. You see, this time, some of the herbs are already missing. I can just go directly to Yiyun's shop to purchase them." Xian Quan snorted and turned away upon hearing this. "Humph. I don't care. As long as Bai Lu doesn't get to Fanghu, I keep applying. Keep applying. Keep applying." Hua couldn't stand it any longer. "General Xian Quan, any such application will be rejected. I'm telling you this." Xian Quan listened. "No! Marshal, please reconsider." Chapter 590. Xian Quan still wanted to struggle a bit. Bai Lu's alchemy skills were truly amazing. It would be a shame not to take her away from his Fanghu Xianzhou. You know, his Fanghu Xianzhou has always been famous for its elixirs within the Xianzhou Alliance. Most of the Alliance's best alchemists are based there. What's more, little Bai Lu is from the Qi Ming clan. He himself is from the Qi Ming clan. Hua saw Xian Quan still trying to argue, and said, "General Xian Quan, I can't possibly agree to this. Bai Lu is the Luofu Qi Ming Dragon Lord. There's no way she go to the Fanghu Xianzhou." Xian Quan heard this. "What's the big deal? Isn't there Dan Heng? I saw in the intelligence that he also possesses some Dragon Lord power. Wouldn't it be better to let him return and become a Dragon Lord?" Jing Yuan shook his head. "Let's not even mention that Dan Heng is now an unknown guest on the train. Dan Heng is a wanted criminal on the Xianzhou. He can't return to the Xianzhou." Xian Quan was puzzled. Wanted criminal? Wouldn't it be enough to just cancel the warrant? Jing Yuan looked at Xian Quan, who still refused to give up on the man, and shook his head. Canceling it is useless. Dan Heng is unwilling to return to the position of Dragon Lord. I tried to inquire about it many times, but Dan Heng has always rejected me without hesitation. He's now focused on developing the country. Hearing this, Xian Quan said nothing more, sulking to himself. The scene. Bai Lu had already begun refining the elixir, and all the medicinal materials had been placed in the cauldron. From time to time, brilliant flashes of fire flashed from the furnace's several smoke outlets, like the surging lava pools of a volcano. The medicinal materials in the furnace were refined and fused by the flames, slowly transforming into round pills. About an hour later, Bai Lu extinguished the flames, and a rich medicinal aroma filled the air. Bai Lu stood up and looked at Taishan Lao Jun, who stood behind him. "Master, are there any flaws in my alchemy this time?" Taishan Lao Jun asked. "There are a few flaws. I added the herbs too early, and the furnace temperature wasn't high enough. Also, you slacked off a bit when fusing the herbs, so the pills have some flaws. However, the medicinal properties of this batch of pills are still acceptable. You made great progress. Keep up the good work." Bai Lu nodded happily at Taishan Lao Jun's praise. "Yes. I try my best. By the way, Master, I have a question for you. I've been researching this 9 transformation rejuvenation pill, and there's something I don't quite understand," Taishan Lao Jun asked. "What is it?" "Tell me about it," Bai Lu said. "According to the alchemy manual, this 9-turn life-restoring pill can heal all physical injuries, as long as the soul remains immortal. There's one ingredient in this herb that I'm puzzled about. Phoenix soil is clearly more effective, so why use 9 nether grass?" Taishan Lao Jun smiled. I didn't expect you to think of this. Very good, very clever. Come, let me explain. This 9 nethergrass. Taishan Laojun began to explain to Bai Lu. Seeing this, Yiyun waved his hand, and a document appeared between Bai Lu and Taishan Laojun. Sit down and talk. Taishan Laojun looked at Yiyun, smiled, and nodded. Then, the old man and the young man sat at the document and chatted about alchemy. New Tevat, New Nada City, in the office of the God of Fire. A boy with a messy hairdo and dark circles under his eyes slumped in his office chair. The boy was none other than Zibarak. He had toiled for days before finally coming up with a plan for Nada's future development. Nada's military strength was indeed developing rapidly. However, when it came to intelligence, Nada was truly a mess. There weren't many bright minds in the entire Nada. Zibarak was apprehensive. With no other options, he took matters into his own hands and drafted a plan for future development. Zibarak's plan called for Nada to become an arms dealer. Nada's artisans were highly skilled in weaponry, and he planned to focus on developing the forging industry. Put simply, he meant to become an arms dealer. In the Star Rail universe, many civilizations, having just entered the interstellar age, made their fortunes by selling arms. Zibarak planned to visit the Black Tower space station to see if he could get Xynanan to come back to Nada when he had time to teach the Nada artisans. He didn't need daily instruction, just guidance when he had time. Secondly, Zibarak planned to gather all the artisans together to discuss and learn from each other, thereby improving their forging skills. Zibarak sorted out the plan and put it away. Then, Zibarak glanced at the mirror beside him, seeing how disheveled he looked. I need to go back and wash up first. Zibarak stood up, opened the office door, and returned to his home. After washing up, Zibarak called Kinich along to go to the Black Tower station. Over an hour later, the two arrived at the Black Tower station and met with Esther to greet them. After all, Esther was the head of the Black Tower station, and neither Zibarak nor Kinich knew her very well. Therefore, it was still necessary to proactively greet them, otherwise it would seem impolite. After greeting them, the two walked toward the department Esther had given them, where Xynanan was located. All the way, Zibarak looked around, curious about everything around him. The Black Tower space station exuded a strong sense of technology, both inside and out. It made Zibarak feel like a farmer entering a village. It wasn't just Zibarak, Kinich felt the same way. Despite Kinich's naturally impassive expression, he was also deeply curious, his eyes darting around. As they walked, they were suddenly stunned. Great! Mavica! You enjoy yourself here. I'm working hard to develop Nada. How ridiculous. In a room not far away, they saw Mavica playing a VR game. From the outside, Mavica's movements looked strange and idiotic. But Mavica herself didn't see it that way. She was currently in the middle of a motorcycle race, zipping through the city. Occasionally, when she encountered an opponent trying to overtake her, Mavica would kick them. Or perhaps, she'd strike them with something. Zibarak walked into the VR game room, seething with resentment. Mavica! Zibarak snatched Mavica's VR goggles off. Mavica was furious. Who's that? Can't you see I'm playing a VR game? Mavica turned around and was about to explode, but when she saw it was Zibarak, she was startled. Without a word, Mavica took off. Zibarak, seeing this, gave chase. Unfortunately, he wasn't familiar with the terrain, and Mavica quickly left him behind. Zibarak, with a grudge, could only go to Xynanan to discuss matters. When he had time, he'd come back to capture Mavica and bring her back to work. Chapter 591. Over half an hour later, Sherbarak found Xynanan. Xynanan had just finished an experiment. She looked at Sherbarak and Kinich. Lord Sherbarak, you came to me to ask me to return to Nada to help, correct? Sherbarak nodded noncommittally. Yes, Nada needs you. Xynanan didn't hesitate. I definitely can't go back. I still have a lot to learn here. I'm sure you understand that the more I learn here, the more helpful it will be for Nada's future development. Sherbarak nodded. Indeed, I didn't intend to call you back from the beginning. But now there's really no other way. 1/3 of Nada's brains are with you. 1/3 is with me, and the other Natans account for 1/3. Xynanan's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. Though Lord Zibarak's words were harsh, they were true. So who are you visiting this time? Zibarak asked. I want to develop the military industry. I gather all the artisans in Nada, and let them learn and discuss with each other. I hope you go back when you're free and give them some guidance. Zibarak heard this. Is that so? That's no problem. I can spare half a day every week. Zibarak nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for the trouble. Zibarak shook his head. It's not a bother. It's what I'm supposed to do. Sibarak asked. By the way, can you contact Mavica? Nada is so short of people right now, and she's still hiding out in this Black Tower space station. I'm going to take her back and make her work. Hearing this, Sanani was at a loss for words. Lord Sherbarak, I have a different opinion on this matter. Sherbarak looked at Sanani in confusion. Oh, a different opinion? Tell me, Sanani said. I think sending Mavica back will only hinder Nada's development. I suspect she frequently harassed those craftsmen, asking them to build her bizarre things. I used to be like that. She asked me to try out any strange ideas she had. One of the reasons I came to the Black Tower station was because I couldn't bear her harassment anymore. Sometimes, I'd be in the middle of research, and she'd appear out of nowhere and interrupt my train of thought. Here on the Black Tower station, she's actually helping Nada's development. From what I understand, she's doing quite well here, making friends with many of the staff. There's no such thing as a freeloader on the Black Tower station. These staff will be valuable connections for Nada in the future. Hearing this, Sherbarak was speechless. Goodness, I hadn't expected Mavica to be this kind of person. Then I better not let her go back. It would be better for her to make more friends here at the Black Tower space station. Okay. Then we won't take him back. We go back first. I still have to gather the craftsmen, and there's a lot of things to deal with later. Shaidanen nodded and said goodbye to Sherbarak and Kinich. After Sherbarak and Kinich left, Shaidanen sighed helplessly and looked back at the laboratory. Come out, Master Sherbarak has left. As Shaidanen finished speaking, Mavica poked her head out of the laboratory. After confirming that Sibarak and Kinich had indeed left, Mavica walked out of the lab with confidence. Who? Thanks, Sanani. Sanani looked at Mavica with a helpless sigh. Did you really just blame everything on Lord Sibarak and Rahway? Mavica nodded. Yes, you know I'm not good at handling that kind of thing. Thank you for speaking up for me just now. This way, I won't have to hide from Lord Sibarak anymore. Sanani said. I'm not speaking up for you, but I truly believe that your return to Nada will seriously affect the craftsman's research. Mavica was displeased. How would I affect them? I'm so smart, I'm sure I always give them good ideas. Sanani chuckled. It's precisely because of your great ideas. Okay, I'm going to continue my experiments. No need to see you off. Zainaning turned and walked into the laboratory, closing the door behind him and refusing to see anyone else. Mavica pursed her lips. How am I influencing others? TSK. I didn't even want to mention it. My opinion is so valuable. Then Mavica ran off to continue playing. Inside Yiyun's shop, Walter was playing Go with Jing Yuan, Zhongli, and the others. Just then, Teresa suddenly ran over. Walter, Walter? Teresa shouted Walter's name as she emerged from the portal. Walter heard this. Teresa? What do you want from me? Teresa saw Walter running towards her. You're from the future. I came to ask you, do you know anything about the World Serpent? Walter's face suddenly darkened upon hearing this. World Serpent. Has Kevin finally surfaced? Teresa, seeing Walter's serious expression, had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen in her own world. Teresa said. Yes, you know? Walter nodded solemnly. Yes, of course I know. During this time, don't let Kiana run around. She must remain on standby at all times. Kevin is not someone you can handle. Only Kiana standing still can fight him. Teresa heard this. So who is this Kevin? Walter looked at Teresa, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Kevin, the former strongest warrior of civilization, the leader of the 13 Fire Chasers. A man who carries the world on his shoulders, a man whose very being is dedicated to saving it. His full name is Kevin Kaslana, Kiana's ancestor. Teresa's pupils trembled upon hearing this. What? He's Kiana's ancestor? And how do you know about the previous civilization? What exactly happened in the previous civilization? Walter, hearing this, recalled the journey known as Chasing Fire. This story begins with an event called Chasing Fire. For the next hour or so, Walter recounted the events of the previous civilization to Teresa. Teresa was shocked. She hadn't expected the previous civilization's struggle against the Honkai to be so brutal. Compared to the previous civilization, the Honkai they were facing now seemed like child's play. Walter said. So, for the next period of time, let Kiana stay in your world to defend it. Only Kiana can stop him. Jing Yuan suddenly spoke. Perhaps there is another way to change the Savior's mindset. After all, victory against the Honkai is now a sure thing. Chapter 592. Zhongli nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to Walter's story, this warrior named Kevin's goal was to save the world. Such a person aligns perfectly with the ideals of you, the New Age Valkyries. Perhaps there really is no need for war. The conflict between the two sides can be resolved peacefully. Hua Yin stroked his mustache and said with a smile, I believe Mr. Kevin, deep down, doesn't want to confront the Honkai with such a forceful approach. His fate is likely closely related to the collapse of the previous civilization. Walter nodded. Well, so, Teresa, our suggestion is to proactively seek out Kevin and have a proper conversation with him. If my memory serves me correctly, Kevin is currently trapped in the quantum ocean by my past self. Originally, it was Bronya who entered the quantum ocean and removed the core of Li Lu, indirectly releasing Kevin. I can help you. I take you to Kevin and, by the way, I can stand by your side. If a military solution is truly necessary, I intervene. Teresa nodded. Well, thank you for your advice. I'm also leaning towards talking to Kevin. With the current collapse of civilization, Kiana's presence poses little threat to us. After saying this, Teresa looked at Walter. Walter, I won't be polite with you. I truly need your help. Walter smiled. Call me anytime. Teresa nodded and returned to the collapsed 3 world. As the current Archbishop of Destiny, she still had much to attend to. Shortly after Teresa left, Yulindel and May arrived at Yi Yun's shop. Teresa had asked them to wait for Kiana, who had gone to the Zero World to play and hadn't returned yet. In the evening, Kiana, Xing, and the others emerged from the portal in a throng. Thanks to Xing and the others' help today, all the tapes at the video store had been rented out. Now, Ling, Nicole, Nikomata, and the others could finally have a good 2 days rest. As soon as Ambi arrived, she ran to the kitchen to chat with Xiangling. Xiangling was delighted to see Ambi. Ambi! I haven't seen you in days. I missed you so much. I make you a burger. Ambi nodded happily. Okay. I missed you too, but Ling and the others needed help at the store, so I haven't been here these past few days. Xiangling heard this. Then I have to make you a big burger to reward you. With that, Xiangling unpacked a griddle and prepared a large burger for Ambi. Ambi looked around and helped out in the kitchen. While her cooking skills weren't great, she could help pick vegetables and pass things around. Billy approached Clara. Hey! Clara! Clara was sitting on the sofa, absorbed in a book. Heard someone call her, Clara looked up. Oh! It's you, Mr. Billy. Last time, you asked Clara to give you a full-body checkup. I haven't seen you in the last few days. Billy shook his hair. It's my fault. The owner needs my help these days, so I haven't been able to come over. Are you free now? Clara nodded. Yes, come on, Clara will give you a checkup. Clara then led Billy towards the lab. Clara was also curious about Billy's anatomy, and would study him later. As Mr. Haida would say, a test subject like this, delivered to your doorstep, must be treated well. As soon as Kiana returned, May and Yulindel approached. Kiana was delighted to see them. May, sister. Kiana skipped and waved. May and Yulindel approached, and May asked with a smile. Did you have fun today, Kiana? Kiana nodded. Yeah, I helped Ling and the other sell things today. May, why are you and your sister here? Aren't you busy? Your aunt is always giving you tasks, Yulindel said. Teresa asked us to come pick you up. We recently discovered an organization called the World Serpent. It's very mysterious and powerful. Teresa asked us to pick you up. Don't run around for the next few days. Stay at headquarters and wait for orders. Kiana heard this. Although she longed to continue traveling with Xing and the others, she remained serious about such a major matter. Okay, I won't be here for a few days. Ing, standing nearby, overheard the 3 of them talking. Can't we just go over to your place and play? If anything really happens, we can help. Xing patted his chest. That's right, can't we just come over and play with you? Kiana heard this. But you're going to participate in the Holy Grail War? At this point, Kurumi said. Holy Grail War? Hanabi just sent a message saying it's been postponed. They said there are still many people who want to draw heroic spirits, but haven't yet lined up a number. Hanabi wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get more star coins, so she postponed the match. The specific time will be announced later. Kiana was delighted. Really? That's great. Ling was also curious. Kiana's world? I haven't been there yet. Kiana heard this. Ling, are you going too? Let me tell you, there are a lot of fun places over there. I take you there tomorrow. Kiana only needed to stay in the Honkai Impact 3 world. She didn't need to stay at headquarters all the time. The group of girls chatted and laughed. It was almost dinner time, and Kiana, Mei, and Yulindel planned to eat at Yiyun's shop before returning. Even then, Zhe arrived and headed straight to the bar to restock. The store's videotapes had been sold out today, and he had to get some more stock. Otherwise, there would be no videotapes to rent tomorrow. Zhe bought 1,000 different videotapes in one go. After purchasing them, he first shipped them to. He returned, placing it there before returning to the train. Zhe looked around and ultimately chose to go talk to Danheng and Sunday. There was no other way. The people in this shop were either girls like Kiana, Xing, and Ling, or adults like Jingyuan and Walter, or children like Kelly. He had no choice but to go to Danheng and Sunday. They looked about the same age, both boys. Danheng and Sunday were discussing the Omphalos recreation. Danheng asked, "How is the Omphalos recreation going?" Sunday said, "The recreation will begin tomorrow, and we might attract harassment from the Destruction faction." Danheng heard this. This matter concerns the birth of the Iron Curtain of the Extinction Army. Harassment from the Destruction is foreseeable. I go with you tomorrow. More people means more support. Chapter 593. Danheng continued. However, we alone aren't enough. Sunday thought for a moment, and nodded slowly. Indeed, we can only hold off 2 great lords of extinction at most. If too many come, we definitely won't be able to stop them. Danheng stared into Sunday's eyes. Are you really planning to use that? Sunday nodded slightly. Yes, if things really come to that, I use the philosopher's fetus I bought from Yiyun. Although it's a weakened version, it's still enough to deal with ordinary order envoys. Danheng thought for a moment. How about we call in a few more people just in case? Our main goal is to rescue March. Sunday agreed. Yes, we have companions trapped inside, so we better be cautious, Danheng asked. Do you have any suggestions? Sunday glanced at the people in the store. Tingxing and the others just said they're going to Kiana World to help out in the next few days. It seems Nine's Dance is in trouble there. Mr. Walter will be there too. Why don't we go to the Black Tower space station? Ms. Black Tower, Ms. Wan Mei, and Mr. Screwgum. If they're willing to help, there shouldn't be any accidents. Danheng said. Those 3 probably won't be available, right? Ms. Black Tower openly stole a portal from Yiyun yesterday, saying she was going to study it. Ms. Wan Mei, she's captured a lot of monsters from Little Spider Rui, and has been conducting experiments lately. I'm not sure about Mr. Screwgum. Sunday smiled. Don't worry, they go. After all, Omphalos is an imperial scepter, and this iron tomb was created to counter intelligence. They can't just ignore it. Danheng thought about it, and it was true. Then let's go after dinner. Sunday nodded slightly. Okay. Over an hour later. In the Black Tower space station. Danheng and Sunday came to visit Black Tower, Wan Mei, and Screwgumu. Coincidentally, the 3 were examining Urashihara Meili in Wan Mei's laboratory. Wan Mei paid the little evil god 500 star coins, allowing her to extract the neon language from him and incorporate it into the synesthesia beacon. At this point, Urashihara Meili was finally able to communicate with Wan Mei and the others. Wan Mei said, Urashihara, turn around so I can check your physical strength. In the examination table, Urashihara Meili cooperated and turned around. Through her conversations with Wan Mei, she understood her feelings about her. Wan Mei wouldn't harm her, she simply needed to cooperate with her experiments. Urashihara Meili was now very cooperative, and she could level up by killing monsters. Furthermore, she only needed to participate in experiments for 3 hours each day. The rest of the time, she was free to move around Wan Mei's laboratory. Wan Mei's laboratory occupied an entire floor of the space station, making it very spacious. Urashihara Meili also met many of Wan Mei's creations here, and sometimes played with them. Seeing Urashihara Meili's cooperation, Wan Mei bought her a video game console, which she would play when she was bored. Soon, Urashihara Meili's physical examination was completed, and she walked out of the examination table. Wan Mei asked, How many levels did you level up today? Urashihara Meili thought for a moment. Level 3. Wan Mei nodded, scribbling in her notebook. Yeah, about the same as before. Each level up doubles your strength. Okay, today's experiment is over. Urashihara Meili happily wagged her tail upon hearing the end of the experiment. Urashihara Meili didn't want to, but whenever this body was happy, its tail would wag uncontrollably. She couldn't control it, it was completely instinctive. Haida smiled at Urashihara Meili's wagging tail and teased. Wow, little dragon, you're so happy to get off work. Your tail swept the floor clean. Urashihara Meili glanced at Haida, then turned away, sulking. Just then, Dan Heng and Zhou Ri walked in. Haida took a look. Hey, aren't these the eldest and youngest members of the train crew? Why are you coming to me instead of going to Omphalos to rescue the second oldest? Dan Heng was a bit confused. Huh? The eldest? To rescue the second oldest? Dan Heng thought for a moment. Of the younger generation in the train crew, he was indeed the first aboard. As for the second oldest, that would be March, the third would be Xing, and the youngest would be Sunday. Sunday smiled. Ms. Black Tower is quite humorous. We're here for this very reason. Tomorrow, we will begin the recreation in Omphalos. We hope the three of you can be there to help us. This recreation concerns the birth of the Iron Tomb of the Lord of Extinction, and the Destruction faction will surely take action. Black Tower heard this. Why don't you just move your choir here? Don't you have a fragment of order? If you can get it out, why would you still be afraid of the Lord of Extinction? You can just counterattack and suppress him. Sunday smiled awkwardly. Ms. Black Tower has a sense of humor. Black Tower chuckled. I think so too. Screwgum said. Tomorrow I bring the Protoss fleet to help. Sunday, hearing this, put a hand on his chest. Thank you for your help, Mr. Screwgum. Black Tower heard this. I go too. I'm clueless about this crappy portal, so I go out and relax. Sunday smiled. Then I tell Ms. Aglaia to find you a guide to take you to some of Omphalos's more famous attractions. Black Tower curled her lips at this. I always felt the train crew was lacking something, and now it seems it's your mouth. No one on this train crew is as articulate as you, and your arrival has perfectly filled that void. Dan Heng, I think Sunday can be your train crew's diplomat. Go back and talk to Jeezy. A drop of sweat broke out on Dan Heng's forehead. Haida chuckled. Dan Heng, you're such a jerk. Okay, we be there tomorrow. Do you have anything else to do? If not, go back. Sunday and Dan Heng said goodbye and left. The next day arrived. In Omphalos, preparations for the recreation were complete. Ruanmei, Screwgumu, and Haida had already arrived to provide security. Ruanmei glanced at Urashihara Meili and several of her creations, who had followed her. Stay nearby and play. Don't stray too far. Urashihara Meili nodded. Okay. The Ruanmei creatures beside them happily agreed. Meow meow meow, okay Ruanmei. Woof woof woof. I won't run around Ruanmei. Ruanmei nodded. Then, Urashihara Meili ran off with several of the Ruanmei creatures, exploring the surrounding area. Chapter 594. Urashihara Meili ran to the grass nearby with a few of Ruanmei's creatures, chasing butterflies. Scene. Sunday found Bai. Are you ready? Bai nodded. Yes, I experienced the same thing many times before, and those memories are deeply etched in my mind. Sunday nodded slightly. That's good. Go inside. Ms. Black Swan, Shilian, and I will help you begin your recreation. Bai nodded and walked into the experimental field. The entire ruins of Xifeng City have now been transformed into a space similar to the Truman Show. This space is filled with memories, and these memories resonated with Bai as he entered. Bai began to recall memories, revisiting past events. Meanwhile, outside the space, Sunday, Black Swan, Shilian, and the other two were working hard to maintain the stability of the space. The Black Tower suddenly looked up at the sky. Those destructive guys are here after all. I thought I could finally take a proper vacation. Above all, flames erupted from the sky. Screwgum observed this, and spoke slowly. The Antimatter Legion and the Protoss fleet have already engaged in a firefight. From the information we detected so far, the Extinction Lords, who have arrived this time, include Star Hal and Fane. And that Mr. Lygus? Strange. Wasn't he in Omphalos? When did he escape? Black Tower said nonchalantly. That's good. This guy has now appeared openly here. We can catch him later. That way, we know who he really is. Ruanmei and Dan Heng, you stay here. I go up with Luosi. Dan Heng nodded and immediately transformed into Dragon Lord form. Inside St. Freya Academy, Kiana, Xing, Hu Tao, and Ying were playing badminton in the academy square. Kiana swung her racket vigorously, sending a smash across the court. Hey, whoosh! The shuttlecock flew incredibly fast. Xing, on the other side, was quick-witted and easily sent it back. In the nearby rest area, Hu Tao, dressed in sportswear, exuded youthful energy. Hu Tao wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a sip from a bottle of red moo. So, are we playing badminton here? Luing asked. Teresa said there's no rush. She needs to make some preparations. Mr. Walter will take us into the Quantum Sea to find the guy named Kevin. Ying heard about the Quantum Sea and suddenly thought of something. Oh, the quantum sea seems very dangerous. Yiyan said it's on the same level as Shu. Is it really safe for us to go in like this? Xing said. Don't panic. Isn't Uncle Yang here? Kevin inside was sealed by Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang must be very familiar with that place. Besides, didn't you hear what Uncle Yang said yesterday? Bronya went in and came out safely. So, there shouldn't be any problems. Ying thought about it and realized that this time, there was someone to lead the way, so there was no need to worry about getting lost. After playing for over an hour, Teresa, Bung San Jizi, and Walter came over. Walter glanced at the people playing. Xing Qiana stopped for a moment. We're getting ready to go. Upon hearing this, Xing put away her racket. Uncle Yang, are we leaving so soon? Qiana also asked Teresa. Aunt, are you ready? Teresa nodded. Well, let's go. Hopefully, this time, we can resolve this peacefully. Her, Hu Tao, and the others put away their rackets and followed Walter and Teresa aboard the Moonlight Throne. Thereafter, Teresa piloted the Moonlight Throne towards Ocean Abyss City. In Ocean Abyss City, there is a passage leading to the Quantum Sea. In the original novel, Bronya entered the Quantum Sea through the passage in Ocean Abyss City, where she met Walter and ultimately obtained the core of the law. Boarding the Moonlight Throne, the group headed for Ocean Abyss City. About an hour later, the Moonlight Throne successfully arrived in Ocean Abyss City. Her standing on the deck, she gazed at the beach and the endless blue sea below. Are we there yet? There's no city here. Weren't we supposed to go to a place called Abyssal City? This doesn't look like it at all. Hu Tao nodded. That's right though. The beach down there is quite nice, the environment is great. Why don't we go down and have some fun first? Bronya said calmly. Abyssal City isn't on the ground, but in the sea. This beach down there is indeed where we're going to land. With that, Bronya turned and walked into the cabin, preparing to land in the landing craft. Hearing this, Xing was immediately intrigued by Abyssal City. Oh hee. A city in the sea? Isn't this similar to the underwater dragon palace in the scaled abyss mirror? Come on, let's go down and take a look. Xing followed Bronya's steps and entered the cabin. A moment later, Xing, Teresa, Qiana, and Walter landed on the beach in a landing craft. Bronya had just emerged when she spotted two familiar figures behind a nearby reef. It's them. The two little girls hiding behind the reef spotted Bronya and recognized her instantly. They happily ran over. Sister Bronya? Bronya nodded. Well, long time no see, Rosalia, Lilia. Rosalia happily spun around Bronya. Long time no see, Sister Bronya? Teresa looked at Bronya. Bronya, do you know them? Bronya nodded and glanced at Rosalia, who stood obediently before her. Well, they were Bronya's friends from the orphanage. They're both younger than Bronya, twins. The older one is Rosaria, the older sister, and Lilia is the younger sister. Teresa looked at Rosaria. Bronya, Rosaria's horns and tail don't look mechanical at all. The texture is unmistakable, they're the limbs of a Honkai beast. What's going on? Bronya shook her head. Bronya doesn't know. When Bronya left the orphanage, they were still normal children. Teresa stared at Rosalia and Lilia for a moment. Rosalia looked at the people around Bronya. Hello everyone. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Rosalia Arlene, the older twin sister, and now a very reliable warrior serving Mother Cocolia. Lilia then introduced herself. Nice to meet you. Please take care. I'm your younger sister, Lilia Arlene. Rosalia is a fool. Any offense is entirely her own fault, and has nothing to do with Lilia. Chapter 595. Teresa looked at the two sisters. Are you the ones Cocolia sent to pick us up? Such young children. Rosalia was instantly displeased when Teresa called her a child. Little girl, who are you calling a child? Lilia, for once, spoke up for Rosalia. If you treat us like children, you suffer. Rosalia put her hands on her hips. That's right, I'm not afraid to scare you to death. We all have a Honkai beast inside us. Teresa frowned at this. Honkai beast? Lilia felt exhausted. Silly Rosalia, you said something you shouldn't have again. Rosalia scratched her head. Well, I was thinking Bronya's sister isn't an outsider, Bronya said. All right, Lilia, Rosalia, take us to see Mother Cocolia first. Rosalia nodded. Okay, I lead the way. Everyone, follow me closely, and don't get left behind. Rosalia turned and led Bronya, Xing, and the others towards Abyssal City. Arriving at Abyssal City, Xing looked around curiously. The scenery of this underwater city is truly stunning. Hu Tao touched a cluster of colorful corals lining the street. This coral is truly beautiful. If the guests saw it, they'd probably love it, right? Hu Tao glanced at Lilia beside her. Lilia, can you sell me this coral? Lilia looked in the direction Hu Tao pointed. If you want it, you can take it. There's plenty of this kind of coral in Abyssal City. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao took out her fire spear, cut off a piece of the colorful coral, and placed it in her space ring. I bring it back to the guest later. These are his favorite things. Teresa looked around. I seen several ruins of ancient civilizations, but I never seen one so well preserved. Walter adjusted his glasses. Because it's buried deep in the ocean, it's safe from human damage. Let's continue on our way. Seeing Hu Tao collect coral, Xing, Kiana, and the others joined in the fun, collecting some and placing it in their storage rings to take back. Ling wasn't as skilled as Xing and the others, so she borrowed the Heavenly Fire Judgment from Xing. The Heavenly Fire Judgment was too heavy for Ling to lift, but that wasn't a problem. Ling placed the Heavenly Fire Judgment horizontally on the ground and used it like a saw to cut through the coral. Ling put the coral into her storage ring and let out a long sigh. Humph. Now we finally have some nice new items for our video store. When we get back, I'm going to get an aquarium to keep this coral in. After finishing the coral, Xing and his group hurriedly caught up with Walter and the others who were walking away. Soon, they came upon Cocolia. Cocolia looked at the group in front of her with a hint of confusion. Einstein said people were coming, but he didn't mention so many people and so many girls. Walter looked at Cocolia. This woman, despite having done many bad things in the past, her original intention was to serve the girls in the orphanage. Cocolia's father had died at the hands of a Honkai beast during the second Honkai eruption. Cocolia had since joined Anti-Entropy and, using its resources, founded the Cocolia Orphanage, taking in children orphaned by the Honkai. However, the children in the orphanage had all been affected to varying degrees by the Honkai. So, to ensure the survival of the orphanage's children, they decided to trade a few for the many. They conducted the X-10 experiment and collaborated with the World Serpent to find a way to adapt the human body to the Honkai energy. And the subject of that experiment was Bronya. What could one say about this woman? Not a good person, but definitely a good mother. Walter decided to have a good chat with her. Her original intention was to save the children. With the technology of the Star Rail world, it would be easy to develop a method to adapt the human body to the Honkai energy. Walter felt he could convince her. Cocolia, long time no see. Cocolia looked at Walter. Walter. It's you? Walter nodded slightly. It's me, or maybe it's not me. I'm not the Walter you know. I'm from the future. Cocolia was stunned. From the future? Walter looked around. Let's talk somewhere else. This is a long story. Xing heard this. Then, Uncle Yang, we go and do some free time. Call us when we're ready to leave. Walter nodded. Go ahead. Then Xing, Hu Tao, and Bronya walked off to play in Abyss City. Walter, Teresa, and Cocolia found a quiet spot to chat. In a garden somewhere in Abyss City. Rosalia spoke happily to Bronya. Sister Bronya, look, we now have a huge underwater garden. Much bigger than the one at the orphanage. However, there are always some Honkai beasts sneaking in and wreaking havoc here. It's so annoying. Bronya heard this. Bronya, come over in a few days to help you set things up. Dr. Einstein recently developed a reconnaissance and strike drone. Bronya, bring a few over and have them protect this beautiful underwater garden. Xing heard this and looked at Kiana. Kiana, haven't you dealt with the Honkai yet? With your strength, you should be able to easily solve it, right? Kiana spread her hands. I'm certainly strong enough, but we can't find the end. Only by defeating their shures of the end can we win, and drive the Honkai out of our world. Xing heard this. Why don't you ask someone with expertise to help you find it? For example, someone from a genius club? Kiana spread her hands. I don't have any control over this. I'm solely responsible for fighting. I go wherever my aunt tells me to go, and I be the first to attack whoever my mother tells me to. Bronya wandered around and found a grave made of piled stones. Who are they? Rosalia's heart sank at the sight of the grave. Everyone from the orphanage. Bronya's words brought to mind a difficult conclusion for her to accept. I was just wondering why you two were the only two children traveling with your mother. Rosalia said sadly. Something happened, and now it's just the two of us. Lilia said. The younger children are all in the orphanage, and Xing Mare is taking care of them. Bronya looked at the graves before her with a lost look. Did anyone leave? Rosalia walked over to a grave with a sad look on her face and squatted down. Isabella, Sister Bronya is here to see you. Chapter 596. Bronya's face was filled with sorrow upon hearing this. Is this Isabella? How could she? Lilia said. Because of the Honkai. Isabella was seriously injured in the battle with the Honkai beasts and couldn't be saved. Lilia lowered her head sadly. Bronya consoled him. It's okay. The Honkai beasts in our world have been mostly cleared out now. Rest well, Isabella. Then, Bronya looked at the other graves again, then left the underwater garden with Rosaria and Lilia. Elsewhere, inside Omphalos, Lygus, protected by Fane and Xingqiu, rushed into the experimental field. Danheng and Wanmei were stopped by Xingqiu. Seeing this, Danheng quickly shouted to Sun Ri in the distance. Sunday! Be careful of Lygus. Sunday, who was in charge of stabilizing the space from a distance, heard this and saw Lygus entering the space. Sunday said to Black Swan beside him. Please hold on by yourself, Ms. Black Swan. I need to go in. Black Swan nodded. Leave it to me. We contact you through the memories if you need any help. The entire space was filled with memories, and Black Swan and Sunday could use them as a medium to pass messages. Then, Sunday entered the space. He had to find Lygus and not let him interfere with the progress of the recreation. In the recreation space. In just over half an hour outside, hundreds of years had passed in the space. Bai had already informed the two of his intention to take them to the present world. Saridra heard this. Go to this world? You mean there's another world outside our world? That world is the real world. Bai nodded. Indeed, we received help from several friends from outer space to initiate this special recreation. What do you two think? Hazian looked at Saridra. Saridra pondered for a moment. As you said, I'd like to see if what you said is true. Bai breathed a sigh of relief when Saridra agreed. He had been afraid Saridra wouldn't agree. Don't worry, I promise everything I say is true. By the way, I have another question for you too. Do you know a woman named March 7? According to Sunday and Black Swan's speculation, March 7's memories are hidden somewhere in a very secret timeline in Omphalos. Bai had never seen March 7, which was why he asked Saridra and Hethian. Saridra shook her head. Never seen her, why? Bai said. This girl is a companion of the aliens. For various reasons, she's trapped in Omphalos, Hethian said. We don't have any memory of her either. Bai heard this. Then you two, come with me and leave. We figure out what to do about March 7th later. Saridra and Hethian nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Lygus stepped out. I'm afraid you three can't leave here. Lygus looked down at the three of them. This was his last chance. If he couldn't create the Iron Tomb this time, there would be nothing left. Therefore, he had to ensure that this weakened version of recreation could proceed. This place, also within Omphalos, was undergoing recreation, and the effect would be the same. Seeing Bai, Saridra, and Hethian about to leave, Lygus quickly stepped forward to stop them. Bai was furious upon seeing Lygus. Lygus! It's you? Lygus looked at Bai. Long time no see, you who betrayed the world, the savior everyone calls you. Bai stared at Lygus, wishing he could strike him down with a single blow. You, the cunning creature, have finally shown yourself. Bai drew his weapon and charged at Lygus. Lygus, with his fingers together, easily grasped the morning invasion in White's hand. Savior, lay down your weapon, stop your futile struggle. No one in Omphalos can stand against me. Seeing this, Saridra and Hethian also wanted to step forward to help. With a subtle thought, Lygus modified the program, trapping the two in place. Saridra and Hethian, seeing this, looked at Lygus angrily. Lygus looked at them, and soothed them. Saridra, hand over the law. I believe you are a wise man. A wise man knows how to assess the situation and not act frivolously. Lygus finished speaking, and just as Lygus was about to retort, a voice rang out. Your Excellency's words are biased. If you can't even resist, you'd be reduced to a caged bird, losing the chance to soar high and live a free life. Saridra looked and saw a boy with chicken wings, radiating light, descending from a height. Bai was delighted to see the newcomer. Mr. Sunday. Sunday looked at Bai and nodded slightly. Sunday gently raised his right hand, and the power restraining Hethian and Saridla instantly vanished. The two successfully escaped Lygus's restraints. Seeing this, Bai retracted the morning invader and returned to stand beside Sunday. Lygus looked at Sunday. Why should the weak resist? Resistance only causes them harm and unnecessary suffering. Sunday smiled faintly. Because, for life, freedom is the most precious thing. Sunday looked at Bai, standing aside. Take these two ladies out first. I will have a proper talk with this gentleman. Bai heard this without hesitation, and hurriedly left with Saridla and Hethian. Lygus, upon seeing this, immediately attacked. Sunday stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lygus as he charged, and smiled faintly. On that first day, a radiant light shone from behind Sunday, and in this light, the embryo of philosophy was reborn. Lygus saw the embryo of philosophy behind Sunday, his face grim. Is this order? Hasn't he already fallen? Sunday didn't answer Lygus's question. On the second day, Sunday's attack came again, and Lygus quickly dodged. Sunday's attacks continued in wave after wave, each strike stronger than the last. Finally, when Sunday recited the fifth day, Lygus was defeated by Sunday, his body pulsing with sparks of lightning. Sunday approached Lygus. You can't just disappear like this. There are still many questions I need to ask you. Sunday waved his hand, imprisoned Lygus, and led him out of this dimension. Sunday led Lygus out of the dimension, where Donheng had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw Lygus, Donheng aimed his Ji-Yun at him. Sunday spoke slowly. Donheng, he will be killed. Chapter 597. Sunday came over with Saridla and Hessen. Black Swan, Shilian, Aglaya, and the others gathered around. Black Swan waved his hand, and the memory space, built specifically for this recreation, began to collapse. The collapse was swift, the memory visibly dissipating. Black Swan looked at Lygus, deeply interested in him, or, more precisely, in his memories. What kind of memories could possess the wisdom to create the Lord of Extinction? Black Swan wanted to rip open Lygus's brain and extract every memory within. This memory must be extremely precious. Shilian looked at Lygus, kneeling on the ground, a tangle of emotions. This man, who once dominated Omphalos and intended to destroy everything in Omphalos, was now a prisoner. What a complex situation. Sunday looked at Bai. Bai, take these two new friends to Yi Yun's shop first, and have them enter the portal and become real beings. Bai nodded and left with Saridla and Hathaway. Aglaya, Tion, Tebeo, Tining, and Saifei, who were once very familiar with Saridla and Hathaway, also followed. Aglaya looked at Saridla and Hathaway. Long time no see. Saridla looked at Aglaya. Aglaya? No, you're not the Aglaya I know. Aglaya smiled. No, it's the same. I'm your friend. Saridla nodded. Well, so, I want to know exactly what happened. Can you tell me? Heatherine, standing nearby, was also curious and cast a puzzled look at Aglaya. Aglaya smiled. Don't worry, let's go to Yi Yun's shop and sit down and chat. Then, a group of people headed towards the portal. Dan Heng, Ruan Mei, Zhou Ri, Wan Di, Xia Dai, and Black Swan headed into space to participate in the battle there. Fane was held back by a large army of purifier mechs from the Protoss forces. These purifiers recklessly attacked Fane, hordes after hordes, with no end in sight. Screwgum didn't feel any pity about this, instead, he was delighted. The data for these purifier mechs was stored on the Spear of Adden servers. Even if they were destroyed, their data would be fully transmitted back to the server. Once the new shells were manufactured, the purifiers carrying the combat experience of their previous lives could be created. It could be said that if you can't ensure the swift annihilation of the Purifier Legion, then what awaits you is an enemy that constantly upgrades and iterates. This being is even more terrifying than the Zerg. Zerg only reproduce, making it extremely difficult for individuals to increase their strength, and they lack intelligence. This group of purifiers is different. It can be said to be an upgraded version of the Zerg. Fane Wind continuously attacked the charging Purifier Legion, each strike slicing down millions of purifier mechs. Alas, even with such ferocious killing, they still couldn't finish them off. Black Tower watched Fane Wind and Star Howl slaughtering the Purifier Legion, and said to Screwgum beside him, "Don't you feel any pity at all?" Screwgum shook his head. "No, this is a rare opportunity to collect data. After this battle, the Purifiers will have a much easier time facing commander-level forces." Haida rolled his eyes at Screwgum. "Aren't you afraid of losing out? These two guys are killing the Purifier Legion too quickly." Screwgum shook his head. "Don't worry, Ms. Haida. Our reinforcements should be arriving soon." Haida pondered for a moment before guessing who Screwgum was referring to. "Did you call Facio?" Screwgum nodded. "Yes, General Facio has always wanted to take down an Extinction Lord. I'm helping her realize her wish." Haida nodded, but said nothing. Screwgum was telling the truth. Facio had indeed always wanted to take down an Extinction Lord. Sometimes, you can't just keep talking about it. Speak of the devil, and he appear. To the east of the battlefield, the Yaoqing immortal ship completed its warp and landed on the battlefield. Inside General Yuqing's residence, Fei Xiu was very satisfied. The products from Yi Yun's shop are truly excellent. A ferry boat this large can warp long distances, and with absolutely no impact. Jiao Qiu smiled faintly. Of course. Anything Yi Yun makes must be top-notch. Once our Yaoqing ferry boat is equipped with the warp device, its maneuverability will be greatly enhanced. The device that allows the entire Yaoqing ferry boat to warp was purchased from Yi Yun's shop. This warp device is extremely advanced, and during warps, those on board experience no adverse reactions. Previously, the most advanced warp technology in the Star Rail universe was train-based warp technology. Even train-based warp technology can have adverse reactions, and some people may experience dizziness during warps. During the jump, you have to find a place to sit, otherwise you might fall. Fei Xiu nodded happily, looking at Huang Quan, who was sipping a cup of Tuanzi milk beside him. Sister, that phone thing is mine, and Xingxia is yours. Huang Quan nodded, put down the Tuanzi milk, and asked a cloud rider to keep an eye on it. Judging from her expression, she was afraid the Tuanzi milk would be stolen when she returned. Fei Xiu smiled. His good sister had been obsessed with Tuanzi milk for a while, going to an Azuma every day to buy it, and she was very close to the nerdy general. Fei Xiu took out his axe. Yaoqing immortal boat. Attack! Great victory! Great victory! Great victory! Fei Xiu gave the order, and the Yaoqing fleet marched out. This time, the antimatter fleets brought by Fengfeng and Xingxiu were small in number. They had not yet recovered from the previous battle. Fei Xiu went straight for Fengfeng, and the two engaged in a close-quarters melee. Neither was willing to retreat. Whoever retreated first was a coward. Fengfeng looked at Fei Xiu with a hint of irritation. What kind of people are these hunting faction members? Is it necessary to hold such grudges? Huh? How many of our destruction faction members have you killed? Still mad? On the other side, Huang Quan also approached Xingxiao, attacking him with his full strength. Huang Quan looked at Xingxiu. Don't resist. Let me chop you down, and you can go back and drink warm dumpling milk. Huang Quan slashed, and Xingxiu dodged, speechless. What the hell? What is dumpling milk? And you can drink it warm? How much do you think of yourself? In ancient times, Guan Yu killed Hua Xiong with warm wine, and now Huang Quan kills Xingxiu with warm dumpling milk. But Xing Xiao isn't Hua Xiong, and his strength is still immense. Huang Quan won't be able to defeat Xing Xiao anytime soon. Screw Gumu, upon seeing Fei Xiao and Huang Quan arrive, ordered the purifiers to retreat, giving them more space to fight. Chapter 598. Fengfeng parried Fei Xiu's axe with one hand, pushing it hard and neutralizing Fei Xiu's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Fengfeng dodged backward, creating some distance between him and Fei Xiu. Sunday arrived on the deck of the Protoss fleet's flagship, the Spear of Aden, escorting Lygus. Fengfeng, upon seeing this, realized that this operation had failed again. Fengfeng was deeply frustrated. Everything had been going well before, but why had it been going so badly since the incident involving Omphalos? No matter what he or his colleagues in Destruction attempted, they would fail. Destruction's reputation in the universe had plummeted to rock bottom. Now, whenever anyone in the universe discussed the Destruction faction, they would bring up the recent news of Destruction being bullied from all sides. Fei Xiu, carrying his axe on one shoulder, taunted Fengfeng from a distance. That's it? Don't be a wimp, keep going. Fengfeng ignored Fei Xiu, his weapon slashing across the starry sky, creating a portal. Fengfeng leaped back, slipping through the portal and leaving the battlefield. In the distance, Xingxiu was in a far worse situation than Fengfeng, her body bearing several scars from Huang Quan's blade. Seeing Fengfeng flee, Xingxiu immediately fled, fearing she would perish if she stayed any longer. As for the rest of the Antimatter Legion's fleet and soldiers, they were ruthlessly abandoned, surrounded and annihilated by Yaoqing and the Protoss fleets, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, within Omphalos, Puni descended above the negative Titan. Puni gazed at Oma below, his body aglow with light. Under the radiance of Puni's holy light, an entity known as the Iron Tomb was obliterated from Omphalos. After wiping out the Iron Tomb, Puni quietly left Omphalos. His arrival was silent, and his departure was likewise. Omphalos is the place he, Puni, protects. In the Seer universe, many powerful elves share the same purpose, protecting peace. The SPK planet guardians of each planet, as well as the Elven Kings, have all experienced protection in their lives. The view returns to the collapsed 3 world. In Haiyuan City, Walter and his companion's conversation with Cocolia has concluded. The outcome was favorable. Cocolia offered a condition. As long as the children in the orphanage could be cured and their safety ensured, she would be willing to work for Destiny. Anti-Entropy has now been disbanded, and Einstein and others have joined Destiny. Destiny is now under the control of Teresa, and she holds real power. And there are also the powerful Valkyries of Kiana, Yulindel, and Cecilia. Why not join? Combining resources and resisting the Honkai with all our might. That's what Einstein, Teresa, and the others want to do, Walter said, looking at Cocolia. Don't worry, the children in the orphanage will be well taken care of. Teresa added beside him. Let's put them in St. Freya's Academy. Cecilia and Kiana will stay there. The children's safety will be assured. We quickly address the children's Honkai-induced symptoms. I go to Yi Yun's shop later to see if I can find any products to combat the Honkai-induced damage. Walter nodded and glanced at the sky. It's getting late today. Let's head to the Quantum Sea tomorrow. After saying that, Walter took out a portal and placed it on the ground. Xing, who had just returned from a crazy trip, took a look. Oh, it's you again. Uncle Yang, carrying a portal with you. Walter looked at Xing, speechless. Xing, I think you should clean yourself up before going back. I'm afraid Pam will kick you out if you go back like this. Xing took out her phone and looked at it. The reflection on her phone showed her head covered with several dozen dark green kelp, a small shrimp hanging from the back of her collar, and her clothes dripping wet. Xing scratched his head and asked wisely. I just went for a swim in the ocean. What's wrong, Uncle Yang? I feel pretty good about my appearance. A drop of sweat broke out on Walter's forehead. Well, you can go back and try. Xing walked directly to the portal, turned the doorknob, and stepped inside. 10 seconds later, Xing screamed and flew out of the portal, sliding face first for several meters. Then, Pam emerged from the portal, a broom in hand, furious. Clean yourself up and come back, Pam. With that, Pam slammed the door shut. Walter wasn't surprised by this. As expected, Xing climbed to his feet. Cocolia glanced at Xing. She was glad her orphanage didn't have such a rambunctious child, otherwise she'd probably lose her temper every day. Cocolia called over one of her subordinates and asked her to take Xing to wash up. Then, Cocolia looked at the portal. So, this is space warping technology? I don't think the scene behind the door, just now, is what Hyuan City should look like, Walter said. That's another world over there. Let's go! Xiongling and the others should have dinner ready by now. With that, Walter led Cocolia into the portal. Teresa and Einstein followed. On the train, inside Yi Yun's shop, Kelly, Bailu, Chi-Chi, and a group of little ones were chasing and playing in the shop, each holding a cotton powder toy gun. Bailu? Don't run. I'm not listening. Chi-Chi chant a mantra. If I don't run, am I going to get beaten? Mantra? What is a mantra? Chi-Chi doesn't know. Chi-Chi, in overalls, was stunned by the mantra and stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Kana took the opportunity to attack. Bye. Chi-Chi saw she had been shot. Ah. Oops, Chi-Chi's been shot. After saying that, Chi-Chi slowly squatted down and lay on the ground. Ah. Chi-Chi's injured. Someone, help me. Walter happened to pass by Chi-Chi, smiled, and scooped her up, setting her on her feet. Chi-Chi saved. Go play again, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi nodded, a faint smile on her face, and picked up her cotton powder gun to seek revenge on Kana. Kana, stop. Don't move. Walter smiled at the lively little creatures and stood up. He spotted Sunday and Donhung. Walter approached them. Sunday, Donhung, how's the situation over there? Sunday smiled when he saw Walter. Mr. Walter, the Omphalos incident is resolved, and Ligas has been apprehended. Then Feng and Xingxiao, who came to deliver the remains of the Iron Tomb of the Great Lord of Extinction today, were also repelled by General Facio and General Huang Quan. Huang Quan is currently an honorary general of the Immortal Boat, so there's no problem addressing him. Walter felt relieved upon hearing this. In that case, we just need to wait for Ms. Black Tower, Ms. Ruan Mei, and Mr. Screwgumu to remove Ligushi's permissions, and the Omphalos incident will come to an end. Chapter 599. Walter asked. By the way, where's Ligus? Where did you put him? Donhing said. Ms. Black Tower took her away, saying she wanted to investigate Ligus thoroughly. He's very likely connected to the intellectual. Walter nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Teresa took Cocolia to a booth and sat down with her, answering her questions. Bronya was touring the train with her two sisters. Bronya brought Rosaria and Lilia to the cave. Rosaria stared up at the towering tree, her head tilted backwards, and she nearly fell. Bronya helped her up, saving her from the fall. Rosaria exclaimed, "Wow! What a huge tall tree!" Lilia pointed at the treehouse. Does anyone live in this tree? Sister Bronya. Bronya nodded. Yes, it's Xing and the others. Xing had invited Bronya to live there, but she had to work at Sky Destiny and didn't move in. Rosalia sighed upon hearing this. If it were me, I would definitely agree. A tree house. As she spoke, Rosalia's eyes sparkled, filled with longing for the tree house. Bronya saw this. Rosalia, do you want to live in it? Bronya can help you ask Xing if there's any room available. Rosalia was delighted. Really? Lilia then poured cold water on Rosalia. Rosalia, we have to go with Mother Cocolia. You can't live in it. Rosaria immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. No. I want to move in. Lilia shook her head. No. The two sisters started arguing, and Bronya couldn't stop them. On the train, Xing, Kurumi, and the others washed up, changed, and returned to the train. Xing plopped down on the sofa. Black Swan, who was standing nearby, smiled at her. Xing, where did you go today? Xing heard this. Black Swan, it's you. I went to help Kiana today. What about you? How's your abortion plan going? Black Swan was confused. Abortion plan? Not only Black Swan, but also Himiko, Kafka, Kurumi, and Hataru were confused. Xing explained. That's right, it's an abortion plan. Just tell me if Black Swan led us to Omphalos. Didn't you? We destroyed the Iron Tomb before it was even born. Was it stillborn? Isn't that an abortion? Oh. That's right. And there's Pinocchio. You're also involved in Philosophy's fetal abortion operation, and you're the main force. Xing's words brought everyone to their senses. Hu Tao held her head in her hands, staring at Black Swan in shock. Fuck. Abortion Master. Black Swan frowned. I don't really want that title. Ing scooted closer to Black Swan. Abortion Master, Omphalos's Iron Tomb has been aborted. Where should we go next? Black Swan glanced speechlessly at Ing, who had come to tease him. We go wherever you say. When you lost your last resort, drag the other person down with you. If you have to suffer, you suffer together. Ing pursed her lips. Boring, boring. Jeezy and Kafka exchanged glances, and simultaneously burst out laughing. Black Swan's murderous glare immediately shot her way. Jeezy waved her hand away. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you just now. I just, remembered something funny, right, Kafka? Kafka nodded. Yes, we're all professionally trained. We don't usually laugh unless we can't help it. Kafka had barely finished her words when she met Jeezy's eyes again. Experiments have proven that when trying to suppress laughter, you should never look someone in the eye. If you do, you inevitably burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Black Swan stood up and walked off to the side, brooding. What kind of person is this? How could he be a master of abortion? Yeah. At best, a master of initiating a fight. At that moment, Rosalia, Lilia, and Bronya ran out of the cave. Rosalia found Cocolia. Mom, Cocolia. Can Rosalia live in the treehouse? Cocolia stroked Rosalia's hair. What's wrong, Rosalia? Where is the treehouse? Bronya told Cocolia what had happened. Cocolia looked at Rosalia. Rosalia, you're already a big girl. Your younger siblings in the orphanage still need you to take care of them. Mom promises, we build a treehouse in our new home and let you live there, okay? Rosalia nodded in agreement. Okay. Cocolia stroked Rosalia's hair with relief. Then it settled. Not long after, the little evil god emerged from the kitchen carrying a gong and banged it a few times with a mallet. Oi! Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Everyone. Xing jumped up from the sofa upon hearing the start of dinner. Eat, eat. In the Black Tower space station. Black Tower, Screw Gum, Ruan Mei, and Lai Gushir were in the same room. Black Tower, Screw Gum, and Ruan Mei had already discovered Lai Gushir's true identity. Black Tower had a playful smile on his face. Should I call you Lai Gushir or Xander? Railgum snorted. Whatever you want. Black Tower shook his head. TSK, you gone too far, haven't you? Lai Gushir didn't answer, but his silence spoke volumes. Screwgum said. The creator of the star god of wisdom wants to destroy it. This should be considered a failed experiment, right? Black Tower nodded. Indeed, the experimental subject escaped control. Isn't this a failed experiment? Ruan Mei said. His philosophy is sound, though. The existence of the Master of Wisdom does lock down some aspects of the future. However, I don't quite agree with your methods. As a scholar, the thing you fear most is technological blockade. Scholars are those who constantly question the world and explore the unknown. The Master of Wisdom should indeed be destroyed, but not in your way, but through the transcendence of knowledge. Black Tower nodded. Indeed, you only want to destroy it. Why don't you consider correcting it? Isn't that more meaningful to research? Destroying something is easier than correcting it. Screwgum said. So you failed. Lygus smiled. Haha, you don't understand what it's like to reach the pinnacle of research and then not even make an inch of progress. That feeling can drive you crazy. The future of the world and the boundaries of knowledge shouldn't be locked in place. Chapter 600. Haida chuckled upon hearing this, and with one hand, he grabbed Urashihara Meili, who was playing with her tail at Wanmei's feet, by the scruff of the neck and lifted her up. Of course we don't understand. We never understand in this lifetime, because we have unfettered access to knowledge from other worlds. Hey, look at this little creature, a creature from another world. Urashihara Meili struggled, her small hands tugging at Haida to let her down. Haida placed Urashihara Meili on the ground, and upon landing, she immediately hid behind Wanmei's feet, staring at Haida warily. Legoshi frowned upon hearing this. A creature from another world? Haida nodded. That's right. That's why we're not afraid of so-called technological or scientific blockades. We have access to things from other worlds at any time. You know the fleet under Luasher's command? That purifier core that savaged the antimatter core and charged into Fane. Yes, that's also a product of another world. And the train crew, you should be familiar with that Xing, right? A large portion of her power is from another world. Let's talk about those you're more familiar with. Aglaia, Tion, Flawless Butterfly, and Wan Di. Do you sense something's wrong with their strength? Yes, they all possess powers from another world. Furthermore, through a mysterious force, they transform from virtual memories into real, living beings. Tion's body contains the essence of the ancient tree of life, which continuously provides her with vitality. Aglaia, Flawless Butterfly, and Wan Di burn within their chests the power of godhood. Surprised? Unexpected? Hee. Black Tower's words surprised Lygus. He had indeed sensed something was amiss with Aglaia and the others. Their powers were very unfamiliar. At first, Lygus had thought it was some other force in the universe taking action. But as he investigated further, he discovered that the power Aglaia and the others had gained was extremely special, a power he had never encountered before. Now, after hearing Black Tower's explanation, he finally understood the truth. So that's it. Powers from beyond this world. Why didn't that woman attack you while you were researching these otherworldly things? Black Tower heard this. You mean Bo? Urkakama? She won't do anything because I got someone protecting me. After saying this, Haida proudly placed his hands on his hips and hummed twice. Haida, Wanmei, and Luasigumu had already fought against Polkakamu before. That time, it was Puni who settled the matter. Polkakamu, like Finfeng and Xingxiu, had all been marked by Puni and were under his constant surveillance. When the situation became desperate, Puni would step in to protect them. Haida continued. I'd love for her to come after me. Anyway, I have the big boss protecting me, and I can even practice with her and improve my knowledge. Lygus heard this. With that woman's strength, who can protect you unless a star god takes action? Haida chuckled. That's quite a coincidence. Although my big boss isn't a star god, he's stronger than even the better star gods. Upon hearing this, Legoshi guessed who the mastermind Black Tower was referring to was. Is it him? The being who frequently battles the star god of destruction, Nanook? Haida was shocked. Oh, you actually knew that? But come to think of it, you hang out with that group of destruction people every day, so it's not surprising you know that. Yes, it's him. His name is Puni, and he's not a creature from our world, but from another. Even Legoshi was a little shocked at this moment. An alien visitor would be fine, but this visitor was so powerful. This creature called Puni could actually pin Nanook down and beat him. Yes, really pin him down. He witnessed that scene yesterday with his own eyes. Puni pinned Nanook down on the surface of a star and slapped him repeatedly in the face. As he did so, he insulted Nanook, calling him incompetent, a weakling who lost his strength after just a short fight. At this moment, at Wanmei's feet, Chiyu and Meili yawned loudly. She was sleepy. She was still a young dragon and needed a lot of sleep. Wanmei saw this. Are you tired? Let's go back and rest. Then, Wanmei led Urashihara Meili out of the cell. Haida and Screwgumu stopped chatting with Legus and went back to rest. Then the train returned. Teresa took Cocolia to the bar and sat down. They had just had dinner at Yi Yun's restaurant. Teresa took out a tablet and handed it to Cocolia. Look, don't you want to build a tree house for Rosalia? You help her choose one, and I pay. Cocolia heard this. How can you be so rude? I haven't even officially joined Sky's Destiny yet, and you're willing to spend money on me? I heard from Walter that these star coins are very rare. Teresa said. I can easily afford a tree house. Take a look. Consider it your welcome gift for joining Sky's Destiny. Cocolia didn't hesitate to take the tablet and began browsing. The screen displayed a wide variety of tree houses, with prices ranging from over 100 purple star coins to just a few thousand. Finally, Cocolia chose a tree house worth 60,000 star coins. The interior of this tree house had been hollowed out to create rooms, with 5 bedrooms and a living room. The tree stood over 9 meters tall. Teresa looked at the price. Only 60,000 star coins? She paid without hesitation. Thanks to her experience in the Delta dungeon, Teresa still had around 1,000,000 star coins. After Teresa paid, a bubble-wrapped tree house appeared in her hand. Here, take it. Go back to St. Freya's Academy and choose a good spot for it. Just drop it on the ground. Cocolia nodded. Cocolia looked at Rosalia, who was lying on the sofa digesting her food. Rosalia, come here. Rosalia struggled to get up from the sofa with immense difficulty. She had eaten a bit too much, and her belly was bloated. Rosalia struggled to hold her stomach and walked over to Cocolia. Cocolia, Mom, you called me? Cocolia looked at Rosalia, looking bloated and uncomfortable, and shook her head helplessly with a sigh. Why are you so bloated? Don't force yourself. Rosalia smiled foolishly. Hee, it's delicious. I never eaten anything this delicious. Cocolia gently tapped Rosalia's forehead. Don't do that again. I'm telling you, your tree house has already been bought for you. We set it up when we get to St. Freya's College. Chapter 601. Rosalia jumped for joy upon hearing this, then collapsed with a slight stomachache from feeling so full. Ouch. My stomach really can't handle any strenuous activity. Cocolia, Mom, is that true? Cocolia nodded lovingly. Of course it's true. From now on, Rosalia can live in the tree house. And it has 5 rooms. Rosalia was even happier when she heard there were 5 rooms. Wow! 5 rooms? That's fantastic. I have one, Lilia will stay for a bit, Bronya will have one, and Mom will have one, and we leave the other for Seal. Cocolia's expression froze when she heard the name Seal. Seal? Rosalia nodded. Yes, Uncle Walter over there said there's a way to rescue Seal. Cocolia's excitement was palpable. Really? Rosalia, tell Mom, did Walter really say that? Rosalia nodded. Yes, Uncle Walter did. Hearing this, Cocolia abruptly stood up and walked toward Walter. Approaching Walter, Cocolia anxiously asked, Walter, can you save Sierra? Walter saw Cocolia's frantic expression. Yes, she's in the Quantum Sea, relying on her diary to maintain her existence. And, according to the timeline I know, Kevin should be trying to persuade her to take the liqueur and break the seal. When we do, we can rescue her while we're at it. However, she has another personality within her. We need to condense that personality before we can bring Seal out. Cocolia was thrilled upon hearing this. Seal was a very obedient child. Back then, to protect Bronya, she volunteered to participate in the X-10 experiment. Her body collapsed and disappeared, and her soul entered the quantum ocean. She felt so sorry for her, and now that there was hope of saving her, Cocolia would not let this opportunity slip away. Great. I find a way to convince Seal's other personality, Walter said. Bring Bronya along when the time comes. Seal and Bronya have a good relationship. Cocolia nodded. Yes, I will. Thank you for your help tomorrow. Walter nodded. That's fine. The Seal I remember was also a very good girl, very well behaved and sensible. Xing poked her head out. Seal? Cute? Sensible? How is this different from the Seal I know? Is my memory distorted? Hu Tao handed over an after-dinner popsicle. Xing took it, tore open the wrapper, and stuffed it into her mouth. Hu Tao said, You're probably remembering correctly. The Seal I knew was the big boss of the lower district. Cute? Sensible? That's totally not her. Ing sipped the popsicle. That's right, our Seal grew up on the streets, and her main character was. Walter smiled. The Seal I'm talking about is the Seal from Kiana, and the other's world. Xing heard this. Is she an isomorph? Walter nodded. Yes, but the personality difference is quite significant. You see, when the time comes, you can take her out to play more often, so she can be more outgoing. Xing heard this. Oh, it's a little girl. Don't worry, leave her to us, Uncle Yang. We definitely give you a cheerful girl like me. When Walter heard Xing say he wanted to raise Sheer like her, he immediately regretted it. Raise her like you? Forget it. Forget it. I'd let Clara take care of her. They have similar personalities, and they used to have similar personalities. Sheer and Clara's personalities would probably get along well, because Clara used to have Sheer's personality. Fragile and weak, the kind that would blush at the mere mention of a word. Xing saw Walter change his mind. Uncle Yang. You don't believe me, Zhongli said from the side. Is it possible that I changed my mind because I trusted you too much? I believed you would turn Sheer into a psychopath, so I changed my mind. Xing's mouth curled up when he heard this. What are you talking about? How could I be a madwoman? I'm the Galaxy Skyfire. The Light Spirit King. The Trashcan King. Leave her to me. I definitely bring you a talent. Hu Tao, don't you agree? Hu Tao, as Xing's good friend, stood up for Xing. That's right. Leave her to us, and we definitely teach her well. Look at Huahua, our outstanding graduate from the Rebirth Hall. After graduation, she joined the 10 Kings Division and became a judge. Isn't that amazing? Ying said. That's right, we still have money. We have a few star coins, and we can fully arm her and instantly increase her combat power. Bronya heard this. Thank you all for your kindness. Let Seal stay with Bronya. Bronya will take good care of Seal. Xing heard this. Bronya, I think we should take care of her. We have to prove ourselves. Ying agreed. That's right. We definitely take good care of her. We have to show some people that we're not just crazy all day long. Ying glared at Walter. Walter smiled helplessly. These guys. Over half an hour later, Cocolia and Teresa arrived at St. Freya's Academy through the portal to Kiana's room. Kiana yawned. Auntie, I'm going to bed now. Call me if you need anything. Teresa nodded. Okay, good night, Kiana. Kiana yawned and turned to go to her room to sleep. Teresa led Cocolia to an open space behind St. Freya's Academy. I plan to use this land as a place to house the children from the orphanage. Tomorrow, I have Bronya borrow equipment from the Black Tower space station. In less than a day, we'd be able to build houses for thousands of children. They all be small, single-family houses like Kiana's. However, we certainly won't have one person per house like Kiana's. 8 people per house, 2 people per room. How's that? Cocolia was very satisfied. Yes, thank you, Teresa. Teresa waved her hand. You're welcome. Just work more overtime. Tianming is really busy right now. Cocolia smiled. Don't worry, I will. By the way, you're the Archbishop now. What did you do with Otto? Teresa heard this. Grandpa was taken away by Hanabi. He's now a prisoner and a comedian. If you want to see Grandpa's performance, you can talk to Xing and the others. They can help you contact Hanabi for tickets. Cocolia was a little confused. A comedian? What do you mean? From what I know about him, he wouldn't be into that kind of profession, would he? Chapter 602. Teresa smiled. Whether he likes it or not, he doesn't have the power to decide, not even the right to choose. He has to do whatever Fireworks tells him to do. In the Joyful Theater, also known as Joyful Prison, Fireworks can manipulate the prisoner's words and actions at will. Even if the prisoners escape, she still has a star god there, the Joyful Star God, acting as screenwriter. With a flick of this star god's finger, our planet will be reduced to ash. Hearing this, Cocolia understood the reason. So that's how it is. No wonder, that place is even more terrifying than any other prison. The prisoners in there not only endure physical torture, but also mental suffering. Teresa nodded. That's right. Anyway, when Grandpa first went in, Fireworks arranged a few performances for him that he was deeply resistant to. Now, Grandpa has become much more obedient. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let me show you the design. We finalize it tonight, and start work tomorrow morning. The next day came. Early in the morning, Walter, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others arrived through the portal at Haiyuan City. Cocolia also arrived, while Rosalia and Lilia were watching over St. Freya Academy. Shortly after dawn, Teresa ran to the Black Tower space station to borrow infrastructure equipment from Esther. Construction on the living quarters for the orphanage children had already begun, and was expected to be completed around 3 o'clock or 4 p.m. The group headed towards the entrance to the Quantum Sea. As they drew closer, more and more Honkai beasts emerged to attack them. Xing led the way, wielding the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire, clearing the way. Heavenly Fire! Unsheath! Xing slashed with his sword, incinerating the horde of Honkai beasts charging towards him. Cocolia watched the powerful Xing display, unable to believe it was the same brat from yesterday. And then, there was Kiana, the most powerful Valkyrie of Destiny. The combat power she displayed was simply beyond her ability to withstand. An Emperor-level Hokai beast was directly killed by the aftermath of her attack, completely shattering Kokolia's understanding of Emperor-level Hokai beasts. That was an Emperor-level Hokai beast, directly killed by the aftermath of the attack. If you said the attack landed on an Emperor-level Hokai beast, Kokolia would have accepted it. This Emperor-level Hokai beast's death was like cannon fodder. Kokolia was grateful for this moment. Against such a formidable opponent, there was really no chance of winning. She was clever and had many strategies, but strategies were useless in the face of absolute power. Construction has begun on the children's new home, and they will attend St. Freya Academy, the finest academy in the world. From now on, their lives will improve, and they can now fight the Honkai with confidence. Kokolia glanced at Teresa, who stood beside her. Her hands were empty, and she wore no Valkyrie armor. She seemed to be strolling around casually. Kokolia then retracted her weapon. There was no need for it, absolutely no need. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance to the Quantum Sea. Walter turned to look at the others. Follow me, or you get lost. Xing, Hutao, and the others nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Yang. Walter nodded, then led the way into the Quantum Sea. As the group entered the Quantum Sea, they encountered Walter from this world. After a brief exchange between the two Walters, this world's Walter understood the purpose of their visit. This world's Walter glanced at the group. Are you sure you can subdue that one? Xing patted his chest. Of course. I'm here, so no surprises. If he doesn't cooperate, I don't mind letting him have a taste of my mighty sword. This world looked at Xing, and noticed the Skyfire Judgment in her hand. How did you get that weapon? Xing heard. That's a long story. I tell you when I have time. Where's Kevin? The sooner we take care of him, the sooner I can go back to play. This world's Walter heard. I know. You? Follow me. Then, this world's Walter led Xing, Walter, and the others to a dimension. There, they found Kevin, the leader of the 13 heroes of the Fire Chaser, the strongest warrior of the previous civilization, who was sealed there. Kevin saw a group of people approaching him, his eyes locked on Walter, the leader. Have you finally figured it out? Are you willing to let me go? Walter shook his head. I'm letting you go, but you need to change your perspective first. Kevin said seriously. My method is correct. Only in this way can we defeat the end and resist the collapse. Walter sighed. I'm not the Walter you know. I'm from the future. Your method won't work. Kevin listened. From the future? If you're going to make up a lie, at least make it a little more plausible. Seeing he couldn't convince Kevin, Walter sighed and said to Xing, who was standing behind him, watching the fun with gusto. Xing, you should do it. I can't convince him. Here, Xing drew the Skyfire Judgment from his back. I just told you. It's most effective if I beat him up. You just didn't believe me, Uncle Yang. Walter didn't argue. You do have a point this time. I leave it to you. Xing gave an okay sign, and lifted the Skyfire Judgment with one hand. Sure. Xing looked at Kevin in the distance, stretched out his hand, and curled his forefingers slightly. Oi! You white-haired guy over there, come and hit me. Kevin frowned at this, a hint of anger rising in his heart. He charged at Xing. Xing parried Kevin's attack with his backhand. Wow, that's some good strength. Go to hell. Xing pushed Kevin away with a forceful push. The battle between the two quickly intensified, with frantic collisions erupting, the aftermath of the battle sweeping across. A flash of light flashed from Walter's Star of Eden, dispersing the ensuing ripples. Kokolia was shocked to see the two men clashing frantically in the distance. Isn't the strength of these two guys simply too abnormal, on the battlefield? Kevin felt more and more uneasy as he fought. There was something wrong with this woman. The power she possessed was incredibly unfamiliar. And why did she possess the Skyfire Judgment? It shouldn't be. Most importantly, he and Xing hadn't seen Xing use her full strength in this entire battle. In the previous few exchanges, he had already used 70% of his strength, yet she still looked so relaxed. Kevin gritted his teeth and unleashed his full force. Seeing this, Xing also became serious. Wow, you're finally serious. Second Star Core. Activate. Xing, clutching the Skyfire Judgment, charged towards Kevin. The two men exchanged blows, and a powerful energy wave submerged their figures. Chapter 603. When the energy wave dissipated, Xing and Kevin appeared before everyone. Kokolia was extremely nervous. She strained to see where the two men were, but some of the lingering energy wave obscured her view. When she finally saw clearly, She breathed a sigh of relief. Kevin was lying on the ground, powerless. Xing, however, stood unharmed, waving and greeting Walter and the others. Uncle Yang. It's done. What's this guy saying? Spare him or kill him. Walter heard this. Xing, come back. Spare him? I talk to him later. Xing glanced at Kevin, lying powerless on the ground, then sheathed the Skyfire Judge and ran towards Kiana and the others. Walter approached Kevin. Well, now you can still insist on your opinion? Kevin glanced at Walter without answering. Walter continued. The facts prove that you are no match for Xing, and neither are you for Kiana, who is of similar strength. Kiana is the strongest Valkyrie in the current civilization. She has a greater chance of defeating the Honkai than you do. Kevin heard this. The Honkai, the more advanced the civilization, the stronger it becomes. Since that Kiana is so powerful, the Honkai they will face will also be even more powerful. They are naturally no match for the Honkai, Walter said. No, Kiana's power is not related to the current level of development of civilization. They obtain the power to defeat the Honkai from outside the world. Kiana's power cannot cause the Honkai to grow stronger. This has been proven. In the current civilization, the Honkai has been basically expelled from the planet. Whenever a sign of Honkai appeared, the surveillance cameras Teresa and the others had asked her to build would sound the alarm. Teresa and the others would immediately dispatch personnel to suppress it. They now possessed numerous means to combat Honkai. Honkai no longer posed a threat to them. Even if they couldn't resist it, they could simply follow the example of the neighboring world, Teyvat, and relocate its entire population to another world. This would eliminate the danger from the root. Kevin's expression froze upon hearing this, and he sat up. What? A power from outside this world? Walter nodded. If you want to know the details, you must promise me one thing. Otherwise, it's best for you to stay in this dimension and not interfere with existing civilization. Kevin stared at Walter, their eyes locked. After a moment, Kevin spoke. I promise you, I won't take action after leaving this dimension. However, if I discover the truth isn't what you claim, I will still choose my own path. Walter nodded. Of course. Come with us then. Remember what you said? If I can lock you up once, I can lock you up a second time. After saying this, a hint of Walter's power inadvertently emanated. Just this hint made Kevin realize that the Walter before him was even more powerful than the one he had imagined. Don't worry, I'm not someone who goes back on his word. Then Walter led Kevin back to the crowd. Teresa asked. Walter, what do you say now? Walter said. I already talked to him. Take him out. Kiana, don't run around for the next few days. Be on standby at all times. Teresa nodded. Yes, I understand, Walter said. Teresa, you take Kevin out first. Cocolia, Bronya, you stay here for a moment and come with me to find Seal. Cocolia nodded and stayed with Bronya. Xing, Teresa, and the others escorted Kevin out of the Quantum Sea. Yes, escort. Xing, worried about Kevin, held the Skyfire Tribunal around Kevin's neck, like a prisoner. Kevin didn't care. They were just enemies, so their vigilance was understandable. Over half an hour later, Xing, Teresa, and the others escorted Kevin back to the Moonlight Throne. Xing poked Kevin with the Skyfire Tribunal. Go away. Get in the cage. You're the loser. Get in. Teresa saw this. Xing, that's fine. Walter should have already spoken with him. Let him be alone. Xing put away the Skyfire judgment. Okay. Teresa, since you already spoken, I won't bet on him. By the way, when will Uncle Yang be back? Let's wait for him, and go back together. Hu Tao nodded. Okay, let's wait for Mr. Walter. Now what do you say? Do you want to play flying chess? Ing pulled out a flying chess rug and spread it on the floor. Play. Why not? This time, it's Amber's turn to play Kiana. Amber lost interest instantly. Why? Why is that? Is it my turn now? Can I not play? Eula grabbed Amber. No. You must play. Xing put away the Skyfire judgment and sat on the floor. I'm here. Come on, let's get ready. Ing, did you bring any ice cola? Ing pulled a box of ice cola from her storage ring. Of course, you have to carry this stuff with you. It's our happy drink. Ing distributed a bottle to everyone present, even Kevin. Kevin took it and drank without pretense. Then Kevin went to the Moonlight Throne's deck to enjoy the scenery. After Xing, Hu Tao, and the others played a few rounds, Walter, Cocolia, and Bronya returned to the Moonlight Throne with Seal. Seal timidly hid behind Bronya. Bronya patted Seal's head. It's okay, Seal. These people are Bronya's good friends. They're very nice. The noise of the group returning caught the attention of Xing and the others. Xing looked over. Oh! That's Seal, right? Seal looked at Xing and shyly hid behind Bronya. Xing saw this. Uncle Yang, it's just as you said. Seal and Clara have very similar personalities. Clara was like this when she first started driving the train. Bronya comforted Seal. Seal, don't be afraid. This is Xing, Bronya's good friend. Seal, summoning her courage, waved to Xing. Xing smiled and took a bottle of iced cola from Ying's side. Here, Seal, this is for you. This is happy water. It make you feel good. Seal took it. Thank you. Xing shook her head. You're welcome. What's there to be polite about? Come on, call Sister Xing and let me hear it. Sierra blushed upon hearing this. This Sister Xing. Sierra whispered Sister Xing. Xing was overjoyed upon hearing this. Hey! Sierra, my dear sister. Next time someone bullies you, tell me and I beat them up for you. Chapter 604. Kiana was momentarily confused upon hearing this. Didn't Xing say she's not even a year old yet? Why should Seal call her sister? Hu Tao explained. Kiana, people need to learn to adapt. They need to be in specific situations, do specific things, and give themselves specific identities. Ing nodded. That's right. Like when I visit Teyvat, I sometimes use my Teyvat inspectorate. That way, I can enjoy privileges in Teyvat. Look at me going to an Azuma before. If it weren't for my inspectorate, I'd probably be thrown in jail for doing business with the rebels. Kiana understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Seal. Call me Sister Kiana. Kiana joined in the coaxing, and Hu Tao, Lu Ying, and the others all urged Seal to call them sister. Walter frowned, tapping the Star of Eden in his hand. You guys are going to go crazy. Can't you see that Seal is embarrassed? Walter chased Xing, Hu Tao, and the others away, and Seal breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Saved. Then, the group began their return journey. The portal they had placed in Abyssal City remained intact. It was there so Rosalia and the others could always come back and play in the underwater garden. There, their sisters were still sleeping. Soon, the Moonlight Throne landed at St. Freya Academy. Cocolia, Teresa, and the others disembarked. Teresa called out to Kiana. Kiana, don't leave our world for the next 2 days. Do you understand? Kiana nodded. Don't worry, Kiana, know the severity of this matter. Teacher Walter has already told me. Don't worry, I definitely keep a close eye on someone. Teresa was a bit embarrassed. Kevin was standing right next to her. Kiana, please be mindful of your words. Kevin didn't seem to mind, which was understandable. Kevin looked around. I'm going for a stroll. Kiana immediately rebuked Kevin. Ambush? No. You have to stay in my sight. I'm going to play in the sea with Xing and the others soon, and you have to come. Teresa saw this. It's okay, Kiana. Let him go. You don't have to keep an eye on him. I'll let you know if anything happens. Kiana glared at Kevin, as if to say, behave yourself. If you don't, you be in trouble. Kevin ignored Kiana and turned to walk towards the nearby teaching building. After Kevin left, Kiana, Xing, and the others also went to play in Haiyuan City. The sea was quite fun. Wearing the water-repellent beads bought from Yi, he allowed them to breathe freely underwater. Teresa took Cocolia and Rosalia to the orphanage resettlement area. Arriving at the construction site, with the advanced equipment from the Black Tower space station, the project was essentially complete. Now, only a few minor details needed work. Things like lawns, flower beds, recreational areas, and plazas remained. It was estimated that it would take no more than an hour to complete. Cocolia was delighted to see the brand new town before her. She could imagine how happy the orphanage children would be when they moved into these houses. Teresa pulled out a notebook. Cocolia, you submitted a list of 800 orphans, and I built 100 houses for you. If there aren't enough, you have to build the rest yourself. Cocolia nodded. Well, that's more than enough. Headquarters has given us a lot of support. Teresa nodded in satisfaction when she heard Cocolia mention the word headquarters, a sign that Cocolia already considered herself part of Destiny. Just get to your post quickly. The detectors have detected a small accumulation of Honkai energy. A Honkai beast is expected to spawn in 3 days. Will you lead the team to test the waters? Cocolia nodded. Okay, leave it to me. I keep the Honkai out of this world. Teresa nodded. Well, I have something else to do. If you need anything, please contact me on my phone. See you later. Afterward, Cocolia bid Teresa farewell. Rosalia, seeing that Cocolia and Teresa had finished their business conversation, came running over. Cocolia, Mom. My tree house? My tree house? Cocolia smiled at her words, and ruffled Rosalia's hair lovingly. It's at Mom's place. Let's go find a good spot to put it. Then, after we settle the kids, we go shopping for some furniture and supplies. Rosalia jumped up and down happily. Okay. Hurry up, Mommy Cocolia. I want to see my tree house, hee hee. Cocolia took Rosalia to choose a spot to plant the tree house. The bubble encasing the tree house fell to the ground and shattered, and a tree house quickly rose up before the three of them. Rosalia screamed in amazement the entire time. Wow! Amazing! It's growing so fast! Cocolia ruffled Rosalia's hair. Let's go inside and take a look. Afterward, the mother and daughters entered the treehouse to explore. After their visit, the living quarters at the orphanage were completed. After arranging for the children to move in, Cocolia took Rosalia and Lilia out to buy some daily necessities and furniture. Just then, a spaceship landed at the orphanage. No, it was now called Warm Street. The spaceship landed in the Warm Street square, and the children gathered around curiously. The hatch opened, and Cocolia spotted Bronya. Bronya and Seal disembarked, and Bronya waved toward the ship. Here, start unloading. Bronya gave a command, and a group of workers began operating machines to move the supplies. Cocolia walked over to Bronya. Bronya, what are these? Bronya asked. These are the furniture and daily necessities Bronya ordered yesterday. Since the younger siblings are moving here, they definitely need new items, so Bronya bought them in advance. Cocolia was pleased to see Bronya. Bronya was the most sensible of the children in the orphanage. Unfortunately, the relationship between mother and daughter had become strained due to some previous incidents, and they would have to wait and see how things would be mended. Mom Cocolia, please distribute these supplies. Cocolia nodded, took the list of goods Bronya handed her, and began to distribute them. Cocolia called Rosaria and Lilia over. Rosaria, Lilia, arrange for the younger siblings to line up for their toiletries. Then we move on to the furniture and other items. Rosaria and Lilia raised their hands. Okay. The orphanage had officially taken root at St. Freya's Academy, and the children would soon attend St. Freya's. Chapter 605. Kevin sighed. While strolling, he ran into Cecilia. Cecilia looked at Kevin and felt strangely familiar. Reflecting for a moment, she remembered the photo Kiana had sent her last night. That was the man in the photo. Kiana had said he was a bad guy and told her to be careful of him. If she saw him, she should tell Kiana immediately and have her beat him up. Kevin looked at Cecilia. From your look, do you seem to recognize me? Cecilia nodded. Yes, my daughter sent me a photo of you and said you were a dangerous person. Hearing this, Kevin looked at Cecilia carefully. Cecilia's appearance quickly overlapped with a figure in his memory. Oh, so you're Kiana's mother. Cecilia nodded. Yes, why are you here? Logically, dangerous individuals should be held at Destiny headquarters. Cecilia secretly clenched her fists, ready to fight. She certainly believed her daughter, so she suspected this guy had escaped from the prison at Destiny headquarters. Kevin glanced at Cecilia's right hand. Don't worry. That little girl named Teresa gave me permission to go around. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Cecilia sent Teresa a message and soon received a reply. After confirming Teresa's permission, Cecilia relaxed her guard slightly. Teresa briefly explained Kevin's message. I'm sorry, for the safety of the children at the academy, I have to be cautious. Kevin nodded. I understand, Cecilia asked. Are you from the previous civilization? Kevin didn't deny it. Yes, we just came all the way here on that spaceship. It seems your civilization is about to succeed in its fight against the Honkai. Kevin had been observing this world from the deck, but he hadn't seen any sign of the Honkai. Cecilia nodded. Yes, thanks to Kiana. My dear daughter is amazing, of course. There are also assistants from other friends. Teresa told me that Xing, Jizi, and the others came to help before. It's truly rare that these friends are willing to cross over to help. Kevin, hearing the news from the other world again, couldn't help but ask. You know about it too? Cecilia nodded. Yes, I was also able to be resurrected because of the power of the other world. When Kevin heard Cecilia say the word resurrection, his pupils trembled, and his aura surged uncontrollably. Resurrection. You just said resurrection, didn't you? Cecilia warned, looking at the floorboards Kevin had crushed. Constrain your energy, or you won't be able to learn anything about resurrection from me. Kevin realized he was being strange. Sorry, I got carried away. Are you the one who was resurrected? Cecilia nodded. Yes, I was able to be resurrected thanks to the power of another world. I won't tell you anything else. If Teresa finds you trustworthy, she'll tell you. Well, I have to go see the children from the orphanage, so I won't talk to you anymore. You can go anywhere in the academy except for the dormitories. Just don't disturb the children. Understand? Kevin nodded. Yes. Then Cecilia headed toward Warm Street, intending to visit the newly arrived children at the orphanage. By the way, she also discussed the children's meal arrangements with Cocolia. She had already arranged with the cafeteria all the orphanage children would eat there, sharing the same meals with the Valkyries of St. Freya Academy. After Cecilia left, Kevin stood there, his heart agitated. Resurrection. Could such a power truly exist in this world? Then Alicia, Chianjias Subresh? Kevin looked up at the sky, a resolve forming within him. Now that the collapse of civilization was no longer a problem, all he wanted was to see his comrades and friends again. Kevin flew quickly toward the Destiny headquarters. He wanted to talk to Teresa. Destiny headquarters. Yulon Del intervened, stopping Kevin as he tried to force his way into Destiny headquarters. Visitor ahead, please state your name and purpose. Kevin looked at Yulon Del ahead and detected a familiar aura about her. Kevin, requesting to see Teresa. Yulon Del heard this. You're looking for Teresa? She's busy, so go back. Kevin felt like barging in, but his mind told him that if he did, he'd completely lose his chance to see his old friend again. Kevin said, Tell Teresa she come see me. Yulon Del stared at Kevin, pondering for a moment before reporting to Teresa. This guy wasn't a simple character. Yulon Del reported the situation to Teresa and quickly received a reply from Teresa, agreeing to let Kevin in and take him to her office. Yulon Del looked at Kevin. Follow me. Kevin then followed Yulon Del down to Teresa's office. A dozen minutes later, the two arrived at Teresa's office. Yulon Del hadn't left, she wanted to stay to protect Teresa. Teresa saw Kevin and immediately guessed why he come to see her. You're here to ask about the other world, right? Kevin nodded. Well, I just met a girl at that academy. She said she was resurrected through the power of another world. Teresa's mind flashed to Cecilia. You mean Cecilia? Yulon Del and Kiana's mother? Kevin nodded. Yes. Tell me how to resurrect the dead. In exchange, I do something for you. Teresa heard. Help us. Sorry, we're not short on manpower right now. We already driven Honkai out of this world. Kevin heard. So what do you want? Teresa heard. I want you to join Destiny. Not as a collaborator. Kevin agreed immediately. Yes, I join Destiny if you tell me how to resurrect. And, I swear on the honor of a warrior that I will never betray you. Of course, if it involves my friends, that's a different matter. Teresa heard. Yes, Cecilia was resurrected using an item called a resurrection card. We bought that resurrection card at a great price from a friend in another world. Kevin asked. Then, can you get another card like that? I want 9. Teresa heard. 9 resurrection cards? That's 9 million star coins. We can't afford that much. We bought them from a friend in another world. She didn't need them, so we bought them cheap. Come with me to Yi Yun's shop tomorrow. You could earn money to buy them yourself. Chapter 606. Kevin heard this. Earn your own money and buy it? Teresa nodded. Yes, earn your own money and buy it. We provide you with some support. Tomorrow, I have Kiana take you there and give you a set of dungeon equipment. Go and rest first. Tomorrow, just go find Kiana at St. Freya's Academy. Kevin heard this and left the Sky Destiny headquarters without delay, heading towards St. Freya's Academy. A few hours later, Kevin landed in the St. Freya's Academy square. As soon as he landed, he saw Kiana, Xing, and the others transporting seafood. Today, Kiana and Xing had gone to the sea and caught a lot of seafood, planning to bring it back for Xiangling and the others to prepare. Kiana, carrying a large box of orchid crabs, saw Kevin and called him over. Hey! Who's that over there? Kyle? My period told me to come see me tomorrow morning. Wait at my door, don't knock. I open the door and take you over when I wake up naturally. Got it? Kevin was annoyed by Kiana's yelling at him. However, circumstances forced him to rely on this little girl to take him to the other world to work and earn money to buy the resurrection card. Be patient. Be patient and everything will be fine for now. Kevin nodded, then found a secluded place to sleep. As a warrior, he had no particular requirements for where he slept. Sleeping outdoors was commonplace for him. The next day arrived. Kevin arrived at Kiana's door early in the morning, waiting. Every few seconds, Kevin checked the time on his watch, his face filled with impatience. How could this little junior of his be so sleepy? It was already 5:30, and she still hadn't gotten up. Kevin squatted on the ground for 3 hours. It was around 8:30, almost 9 o'clock, when Kiana finally got up and opened the door, sleepily. Kiana looked over and saw Kevin squatting there like a man waiting for his wife. His face was worn and full of the marks of time. Kiana was startled. Oh my God! A ghost! Kiana strategically retreated and hid back inside. Kevin stood up, his face filled with resentment. Do you sleep this late every day? As a warrior. How can you sleep? Morning is the best time to train. Kiana, seeing that it was Kevin, put one hand on her waist and pointed with her small finger. If you're willing to wait, wait. If you're not, walk away. If your period hadn't told me to take you to the Delta to earn money, I wouldn't have taken you. I have to give you 4 sets, totaling hundreds of thousands of star coins. You think I want to? Wait. I haven't even brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Kiana slammed the door shut, shutting Kevin out. Half an hour later, Kiana finally opened the door and glanced at Kevin reluctantly. Come in. Kevin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to lecture his junior. Kevin composed himself and walked into Kiana's room. Kiana pointed at the portal. Come with me. Kevin followed Kiana into the portal. The scene before his eyes went dark, and when his vision returned, he was inside Yi Yun's shop. Kevin looked around. Before Kevin could even take in his surroundings, Kiana kicked him in the shin. What are you looking at? Come in with me. Hearing this, Kevin followed Kiana into the Delta dungeon portal. Arriving at the special service, Kiana picked through her warehouse, selecting a nearly worn-out set of 4 armor and 4 heads and tossing it over to Kevin. She also tossed in a handful of warriors and a 20-slot backpack. Kiana looked and thought, no, that's not right. Warriors are worth over 50,000 star coins. No, that's too expensive. Kiana took the warriors back, gave them to Uzi, and then tossed him 25 rounds of level 1 ammunition. Here are the equipment the support gave you. Put them on and click go. To enter the dungeon. Go inside and collect supplies. The glowing items are supplies you can search or take out. Just like in a game, search, attack, and retreat, understand? Kevin nodded. He was familiar with this kind of game. Yes, thank you. Kiana nodded. Alright. You go ahead and fight. I'm going to grab some breakfast. I'm starving. Kiana exited the Delta dungeon and went to Yi Yun's shop for breakfast. After Kiana left, Kevin donned his 4-piece suit, grabbed his Uzi, and started the game. A flash of white light passed, and Kevin entered the ordinary Dam Zero. He landed at the visitor center, looked around, and saw an Ashera soldier. Kevin unceremoniously fired a shot, a precise headshot. However, it was a level 1 round, and the range was a bit far, so the Ashera soldier wasn't killed. Kevin saw this, and fired another shot, sending the Ashera soldier away. The soldier was killed, leaving a box behind. Kevin walked over, squatted, and opened it. Huh? Duct tape? It's worth over 800 star coins. Take it, paintbrush. It's worth 1,200. 90 or so would be enough for a resurrection card. There's even a gun. A shotgun worth over 7,000. Take it, and 20 rounds of ammunition. After collecting his supplies, Kevin was overjoyed. Now, he was one step closer to buying a resurrection card. Kevin looked around, his eyes fixed on an Ashera soldier wandering around the visitor center. Kevin's eyes lit up, as if he had spotted a treasure. Stop! Give me your life. Kevin rushed forward, Uzi in hand, and took out the Ashera soldier with 2 shots. Then Kevin happily crouched down to loot, finding 2 more white items and a gun. Kevin put the gun into his backpack. It was incredibly valuable. Over the next few minutes, Kevin cleared out every Ashera soldier in the visitor center. His backpack was overflowing. He checked the value of his finds. 132,458. Not bad, over 130,000. Kevin opened the map and looked at the extraction point. Just as he was about to leave the visitor center, he suddenly saw a suitcase glowing white. A glowing white suitcase. This must be the item Kiana mentioned for collection, right? Kevin walked over and opened the high-end suitcase. A few seconds later, Kevin pulled out a bottle of lemon tea. Kevin stared at the lemon tea, his eyes filled with shock. Amazing. This thing is worth 20,000. Put it away. It's worth more than a gun. Kevin quickly tossed the protein powder he had just treasured out of his backpack and put the lemon tea in it. Kevin didn't dare to waste a moment and hurried towards the extraction point. He was afraid more soldiers would arrive soon. If he were killed, he wouldn't be able to get all his supplies out. Kevin ran furiously, but his in-game physical strength was only slightly stronger than that of an average person. It took him over half an hour to reach the extraction point and complete his evacuation. Chapter 607. Back at the Special Affairs office, Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. It was a safe journey. Kevin opened his backpack, stripped out all the supplies he had on him, and sold them to the Special Affairs office. This netted him over 70,000 star coins. Kevin looked at the extra star coins in his hand. 70,000 now. Another 930,000 would buy him a resurrection card. Kevin rested for a moment, and just as he was about to re-enter the game, a thought suddenly occurred to him. His level 4 helmet and armor seemed quite valuable. Kevin took a look and saw they could fetch a combined total of 100,000. Kevin sold the level 4 helmet and armor to the Special Affairs office without hesitation. Wouldn't the helmet and armor from Ashara's minions be enough? Kevin kept the backpack and chest mount. They would allow him to carry more supplies. Then Kevin restarted the game. Inside Yun's shop, Kiana went to the kitchen to get a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee, then came to the dining room and plopped down next to Xing. Xing had dark circles under his eyes. Kiana looked at him. Xing, did you stay up late again last night? Xing nodded. Yeah. Infernape and the others were so excited last night, they insisted on playing with me. Especially Flash Wolf, he insisted on going for a walk full of energy. Jeezy, standing nearby, heard this. You have to walk a dog. If you don't walk it, you might as well not have one. How can someone else's Flash Wolf be happy if you keep it locked up in the house all the time? Besides, if you don't walk it, it destroys the house. Pam has to help you guys clean up the house every day. Xing sighed. Ah. I should have known I wouldn't have brought it back. By the way, Kiana, why did you bring that guy here? Kiana explained. My aunt asked me to bring him here, and also got him a set of equipment. He seems to be in great need of star coins. Xing heard. Does he really need star coins? Then going to the Delta dungeon is indeed the fastest way to earn them. Is he looking to buy anything? Kiana spread her hands. No, I didn't come, and I didn't ask. Walter, standing nearby, thought for a moment and said, I think I might know what he wants to buy. Kiana heard. What? Walter said. Resurrection cards. Revenge cards. Revenge cards. The Honkai Impact 365 is no longer a problem in your area. Even though Kevin's ideologies differ from yours, his original intention is to fight Honkai Impact 365. So, the only thing he wants to buy so badly would be resurrection cards. After all, too many people have died on the Fire Chaser journey. Xing heard. You mean, he wants to revive those Fire Chaser heroes? Walter nodded. Yes, that's probably what he thought. Kiana heard this. Is that so? Then he's not bad after all. Xing heard this. You always thought he was a bad guy. Kiana nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? My period told me to keep an eye on him, so he must be a bad guy. Xing held her forehead in silence. Haven't you heard the stories about the pre-civilization? Kevin was a good guy. Kiana, reminded by Xing, finally remembered. Oh, that's right. Should we go help him? Xing, come help me. I don't think I can do it alone. Xing nodded. Okay, tell my master M14 if you have anything to say. Xing continued. Didn't Delta recently release a Bakshi map? There's a top-secret mode there, and the GDI bots there all wear 6-piece suits. They're all using level 5 ammunition. Kiana nodded. Yeah, only if we wear 6-piece suits can we have a high probability of evacuation. What's the problem? Xing said. Let's take him in for a few games. That give him a good chunk of his equipment in no time. Kiana thought it was feasible. Sure, let's go find him then. Amber nudged Hutao with her arm. Hutao, I heard there's a special red item in Bakshi, like a miniature coffin, very finely crafted. Aren't you interested? Hutao swallowed. Really? Amber pointed at Yiyun, who was watching Jing Yuan and Walter play chess not far away. Hey, I heard it from Yiyun. Amber had indeed heard it from Yiyun, but Yiyun had mentioned Bakshi's special red item, not the red item from the coffin model. Hutao was surprised. Onslaught. Delta Dungeon, inside the Special Service Department. Kiana and Xing waited for a long time before Kevin arrived. Kevin had just finished a game, and this time, he entered the administrative building and found a full 300,000 star coins. Selling these supplies would net him another 200,000 star coins. Adding the last round's gains, he have around 500,000. That's half a resurrection card, right? So happy. Just as Kevin finished selling the supplies, Xing and Kiana approached, smiling. Xing raised her head. Hey friend, you're playing Delta too. How are your gains? Kevin glanced at Xing. Not bad, you made 500,000. Xing patted Kevin on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. 500,000, not bad, not bad. Keep going, young man. I'm rooting for you. Work hard, get familiar with the maps, and strive to reach my level soon. Kevin responded coldly. Oh! Then Kevin prepared to start the next round. Xing, seeing this, quickly stopped him. Don't worry, friend. We heard the story of your 13 heroes of the Fire Chaser. We admire your heroes too. You came here to earn money to buy items to revive those heroes, right? We help you out and take you to another map. The rewards there are much higher than at Dam Zero. Kevin shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Xing pouted. These days, offering to help someone is so unpopular. It's truly bizarre. Seeing this, Xing and Kiana had no choice but to duo queue into Top Secret Bakshi. Just as they pressed the ready button, Kevin's voice rang out. Where is that place you're talking about? Xing heard. Top Secret Bakshi. If you can get in and out, you can easily make millions of star coins per trip. However, there's a lot of fraud. Most of what we brought out was equipment, and 6 sets of equipment can't be sold. But it doesn't matter. The drop rate is much higher there, and with luck, you can even get a few reds. Reds start at 200,000 star coins, and you get one every month. Kevin was momentarily hesitant after hearing this. Going to Top Secret Bakshi would definitely yield more than Dam Zero. However, if they couldn't evacuate, hundreds of thousands of star coins would be lost. After some thought, Kevin decided to continue his attack in Dam Zero and revive May first. May should know what to do. After thanking him, Kevin turned around, found a place to sit down, and waited for the game to start. Chapter 608. Kevin spent a full day in the Delta dungeon, but he was still 30,000 star coins short of buying a resurrection card. The main problem was that he hadn't exited many rounds, and was wiped out by the super robot. While Kevin didn't buy armor or a helmet, he still had to buy a maglock and a backpack, which added to his expenses. All in all, Kevin only managed to get 970,000 star coins for the entire day. Kevin wanted to continue playing, but he felt an inexplicable urge to get tired. Kevin had to log out to recover. Kevin returned to the train and, upon exiting, saw Kiana playing a game with a controller. Kiana noticed Kevin's movements and looked over. You're finally out? Wait here for a moment. I take you home. Your aunt asked me to look after you. After I finish my meal, I take you home. You can join me for a bite. Xiangling and the others made delicious food. Kevin didn't reply to Kiana, but turned and walked towards Walter in the distance. Xiangling, who was playing chess with Walter, saw Kevin approaching and said to Walter, who was pondering his next move. Walter, someone's looking for you. Walter looked up and saw Kevin approaching. You looking for me? Kevin nodded. Yes, I have some questions for you. Walter said to Zhongli. Wait a moment. I need to take care of something. Zhongli nodded slightly, took a sip from the teacup beside him. Walter led Kevin to a booth by the window and sat down. Walter asked, What's your question? Kevin lowered his head, pondering for a moment before asking, Why do I feel so sleepy and tired after being in that dungeon for so long? Walter said. This Heyan said that the Delta dungeon is different from other dungeons. It's a real world, and he's trying to seize control of that world. Every match you participate in involves your soul traveling to that world, so it's natural for you to feel this fatigue after playing for so long. It's nothing serious. You can take a break or a nap, and it will resolve. Kevin nodded and continued. Where can I buy a resurrection card? And who is the Heyan you're talking about? Walter pointed to the nearby Qing bar. You really want to buy a resurrection card? I have the staff take you there later. As for Yi Yun, he's the owner of this small shop, a merchant who invites people from other worlds to shop. In his shop, you can buy anything you want. Kevin nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. Walter called Noelle over and asked her to take Kevin shopping. Noelle bowed slightly. Sir, please come this way. Kevin held out his hand. I be shopping tomorrow. I don't have enough star coins. Teresa told me it takes 1 million star coins to buy a resurrection card. Walter heard this. How much do you need? I can lend it to you. You can pay me back tomorrow. Kevin heard this. 30,000. Walter took out 30,000 star coins and handed them to Kevin. Seeing this, Kevin accepted it without refusing. Thank you. Tomorrow, I return the 30,000 star coins to you. Walter nodded. Well, go ahead. Buy a resurrection card and revive the person you wish to resurrect. Kevin nodded and followed Noel to the Qing bar. As the 1 million star coins vanished and transformed into a resurrection card in Kevin's hand, scenes from the past flashed through his mind. You haven't fulfilled what you promised me yet. May. Kevin, following Noel's instructions, tore up the resurrection card, closed his eyes, and recalled May's memories. To avoid any accidents, Kevin kept his eyes closed as he recalled May's memories. Noel said that the more specific the recollection, the greater the chance of success, and the less likely it would be a mistake. They had first met at Qianyu Academy, and he had fallen in love with her the first day he transferred there. He then pursued her, and as their feelings grew, Chongqing City experienced its third collapse. I protected May and escaped from Chongqing City, then followed her into the fire moths. Then, I participated in May's experiment to inject the Honkai Beast gene into humans, successfully becoming the first fusion warrior. However, due to the Honkai Beast gene, my body became cold, and the two of us could no longer be close. In the end, we had promised each other that we would live happily together upon my return from the moon. But when I returned, all I found was a suicide note, your body, and a baby named Adam. Kaslana. Kevin, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Kevin's eyes snapped open, gazing at the person he had longed for. A smile flickered across Kevin's icy face. Long time no see, May? At this moment, a burst of cheering erupted from the side. Kiss! 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 Kevin turned to see Xing, Kurumi, Kiana, and the others booing. Walter then approached. Excuse me, I told them your story a while ago, not just yours, but others as well. Kevin ignored the remark. No problem. Walter looked at Xing and the others. Alright, you guys go wherever you want and don't bother anyone else. Understand? Xing gave an okay sign. I see, Uncle Yang. What's that saying? Oh, right, a little absence is better than a new marriage, especially since they've been apart for so many years. Sisters, come on, let's go somewhere else and watch secretly. Xing, Kiana, and Hudao all ran away in a hurry, hiding in the sofa tea area in the distance, peeking in at the fun. Walter smiled. I won't bother you anymore. Xiangling said dinner will be ready in half an hour. Let's try it together later. Xiangling's cooking is top-notch. Kevin nodded. Yeah. Walter then went back to playing chess, while Kevin sat down with May, and they began to chat. Kevin recounted to May everything that had happened in the years since May's absence, from the past to the present. When May heard that Kiana was her descendant, she glanced at her curiously. She was a very lovely girl, and like her grandfather, she had become a formidable warrior. Kevin said that this girl named Kiana wasn't even his match. May was delighted. The people of the post-era had successfully resisted the invasion of the Hokai. Now, all they had to do was wait for the Shurs to arrive and defeat him. Chapter 609. Afterwards, Kevin and May chatted for a long time. Even when dinner was served, they were still chatting. Little Evil God's gong was almost broken, but neither of them noticed. Little Evil God saw this. Damn it! Isn't this dereliction of duty? You know, it's always me who announces dinner. If I didn't notify anyone, wouldn't I be derelict in my duty? Little Evil God angrily ran over to the two of them, gong in hand. He glanced at Kevin and May, then placed the gong next to Kevin's ear and banged it. Hey. Enough of your romanticizing. Dinner served. Didn't you hear me banging so loudly? Kevin heard this. Really? I really didn't hear it just now. Little Evil God was speechless. As expected, when people fall in love, their brains short-circuit. As long as they are with their loved ones, they automatically ignore everything around them. Their minds focus solely on them. Alright, let's go eat. This is the train rule. If you're staying for dinner, you must get your food right away. You can't go hungry. Do you understand? Kevin nodded and chuckled. Although, over the years, he had toned down his emotions, his mind focused solely on fighting the Honkai Impact. But after witnessing the present era's successful fight against the Honkai Impact and May's resurrection, those faded emotions surged back. Okay, let's go. The Little Evil God rolled his eyes at Kevin and returned to the kitchen. Afterward, Kevin and May ran to get their food, found a seat, and sat down to eat. May spotted Kiana and invited her over. Kiana, right? Let's eat together. Kiana heard this, and pulled Xing to sit at the table with Kevin and May. Mei looked at Kiana intently. Kiana, seeing this, asked, Sister, what are you staring at me for? But why do you look so much like Mei? Xing said from the side. Is there even a question? They're allies. Shen Ying, Wan Quan, and this one make four. I finally figured out Mei has a common face, hee hee. Mei heard this. I think you're pretty, sister, but don't you know how I relate to you? Kiana took a bite of beef. Ah? Did we know each other before? Or are you a relative? I never met you. Mei looked at Kevin, who said, I only arrived in the present age yesterday. This girl is so wary of me like a thief, I haven't had a chance to tell her. Kiana heard this. Maya told me to watch you, and I obeyed her. I must be on guard against you. Mei looked at Kiana upon hearing this. To be precise, Kevin is your ancestor, the source of your bloodline. And I am also your ancestor. Kiana's heart was shocked, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had erupted. She jumped out of her chair. Huh? Kiana exclaimed, and everyone around her turned their gazes. Mei nodded. Everything I said is true. The source of the Kaslana bloodline is Kevin and me. Kevin's full name is Kevin, Kaslana. Kiana pointed at Kevin in disbelief. This man is my ancestor? Then he must have lived for many, many years. Kevin nodded. Yes, many, many years. Kiana's brain froze. This man was actually her ancestor. Xing also caught a glimpse of something up close. Wow, interesting. There's actually such a big news to be had. Quick, quick, reveal some more inside information. Let me see if there's anything else interesting. Chi-Chi, passing by on her way to get food, heard this and looked up at Xing, her eyes fixed. Something interesting? What kind of something? Jeezy quickly carried Chi-Chi away. Chi-Chi, be good. We don't listen to gossip. We can't pry into other people's privacy. Chi-Chi nodded obediently, picked up her spoon, and began to eat. Mei looked at Xing and shook her head. No more. Xing felt a wave of disappointment at this. Then the three of them continued to eat, while Kiana remained in a state of mental instability. After a while, Xing took the initiative, took her tray, and moved to another table, sitting next to Hu Tao and Firefly. At first, it was a three-person chat, but as time went on, it became a two-person chat. That's right. Xing got a whole lot of dog food from a close-up, no blind angle. After dinner, Kevin, Kiana, and Mei returned to St. Freya's Academy. As soon as the three of them returned, they saw Fu Hua walking towards the portal in Kiana's room. Mei was also surprised to see Fu Hua. Hua! Fu Hua looked at Mei, surprised. Mei? Fu Hua looked at Kevin. Sure enough, Mei was the first person you resurrected. I just got back from a mission, and Teresa told me you returned from the Quantum Sea. Weapon wanted to buy a resurrection card, so I was just about to come find you. I have over 2 million star coins here. You can use them to buy a resurrection card. I don't remember some things, and I'm afraid of accidents, so I haven't bought one yet. Fu Hua pressed over 2 million star coins into Kevin's hand. Kevin was about to refuse, but Fu Hua said, What? You're the only one who can afford to buy resurrection cards to revive everyone? I can't. Kevin shook his head. No. Kevin couldn't find the words to refute Fu Hua. Mei, seeing this, asked Kevin to accept the star coins Fu Hua handed him. Take it, Kevin. Hua has the same reasons to revive everyone as you do. It's just that there's something wrong with her memory. Kevin accepted the star coins. Kiana listened to the three people's conversation and looked at Fu Hua. Captain, do you know them? Fu Hua nodded. Yes, I was from the same era as them, but I survived to this day because I fused the genes of the Hanhai beast. Kiana heard this. Ah? Captain, you're still an old freak. Fu Hua was immediately displeased when Kiana called her an old freak. But she had no rebuttal. At her age, she certainly deserves the title. Fu Hua looked at Kevin. Who do you plan to resurrect next? Kevin thought for a moment. Sue and Ellie. Fu Hua heard this. Sue? He was in charge of the Hengsha project back then. After all these years, his life should have come to an end long ago. Mei nodded. Yes, every use of the 1,000 Worlds one vehicle consumes the user's vitality. As for Ellie, would resurrecting her cause changes in the Honkai? Ellie was the first Ushers of our era. Fu Hua heard this. No problem. Even if the Honkai becomes several times stronger, we can defeat it. However, we need reinforcements. Kiana heard this. Yes, don't worry. Honkai is a piece of cake. I'm the owner of the Athena Valkyrie armor. With me around, Honkai can't do anything bad. Fu Hua nodded beside her. Indeed, Kiana's Athena Valkyrie armor is a special attack against the Honkai. With her current strength, The Honkai is no match for her. When she fights wearing the Athena Valkyrie armor, she will absolutely suppress the Honkai. Hearing this, Mei looked at Kiana curiously. Oh! The Athena Valkyrie armor? People in the post-era have actually created such a powerful weapon. Chapter 610. Fu Hua shook her head upon hearing this. No, with our skills, we can't create such powerful armor. Kiana wiped her nose. Hee, this Valkyrie armor comes with my title. After saying this, Kiana displayed the title above her head, Athena Valkyrie. Mei was slightly surprised by the new title above Kiana's head. This thing looks familiar, Fu Hua said. It's one of those titles from games, online games. Mei remembered after Fu Hua's reminder. Oh, yes, this armor comes with this title? Kiana nodded. Yes, I'm telling you, my title is incredibly powerful. Fu Hua, standing by, quickly explained. Kiana's Athena Valkyrie title is the nemesis of Honkai. It deals an additional 1,500% damage to Honkai and reduces damage dealt to her by 70%. So, as long as you have the Honkai factor in your system, it's virtually impossible to defeat Kiana. Furthermore, this Athena Valkyrie armor has 3 skills. Skill 1, Guardian, creates a 500-meter diameter protective field, reducing allies' incoming damage by 10%. Skill 2, Judgment, summon a giant lightsaber to strike the enemy, dealing 200% attack damage, with an additional 2,800% damage against Honkai. Skill 3, Purification, purifies Honkai. After hearing this, Mei, despite her typically calm demeanor, was a bit shocked. No wonder your generation finds it so easy to resolve Honkai. It's just as you said, Hua. As long as Kiana's here, Honkai won't be a problem. Fu Hua nodded, then looked at Kiana. Kiana, put away the title. Kiana nodded and put it away. Kiana extended her right hand again, showing Mei and Kevin the Rainbow Stone wristband. Look, there's this! Rainbow Stone, this is the most powerful. Mei and Kevin looked at Fu Hua, who explained again. The Rainbow Stone can grant power to the user based on their will. Kevin, if you really fight Kiana, you're definitely no match. Kiana responded with a few punches. Roar, roar, roar. Fu Hua patted Kiana's shoulder, then said to Mei and Kevin. Let's go buy revive cards and revive Alicia and Sue. Mei and Kevin nodded, and then the 4 of them once again entered the portal and arrived at Yi Yun's shop. By then, everyone else had finished their meals and gone home or out to play. Inside the shop, only Noel, who was cleaning, and a few members of the kitchen team were left. The little evil god was washing dishes in the sink, humming a little tune as he did so. Hum, hey Kiana-chan, why are you here again? Xing-chan, Luing-chan, and the others have all gone back to rest. Kiana said. I came here with these 2 old men to buy resurrection cards. The squad leader gave them over 2 million star coins. Oh! By the way, Sandwich-chan, I have a little secret to tell you. Kiana ran over to the little evil god and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, the little evil god looked at Fu Hua in disbelief. Fu Hua-chan. You're actually an old demon, ha ha ha. Fu Hua glared at the little evil god with annoyance. You're no better, you devil. The little evil god wasn't offended by Fu Hua calling herself an old demon. It was common knowledge that she was a demon. Compliments were insults, insults were compliments. The little evil god confidently placed his hands on his hips. Yes. I'm the invincible and irritable little demon. I'm immortal. Ha ha ha. I'm an old demon. Fu Hua said, unwilling to speak. Mei was quite curious about the little evil god. To be precise, most researchers were intrigued by her the moment they saw her. Snake woman. This is something very valuable for research. The little evil god then looked at Mei and Kevin. Why are you 2 here too? We've finally been reunited, so why don't you find a corner to cuddle? Kevin said expressionlessly. I'm here to resurrect people. The little evil god immediately put on a face of amusement upon hearing this. Oh. Which girlfriend are you resurrecting this time? Go. The ex and current are fighting each other. It's bound to be a spectacle. Hee, Mei said. Kevin's only girlfriend is me. Don't let your imagination run wild. The little evil god instantly piqued his interest upon hearing Mei's words and scooted closer. How do you know? You're not him. How do you know what he's thinking? What if he has a lover outside? Don't you think? As soon as the little evil god finished speaking, GZ's knife-like hand descended on her head. Sandwich, stop imagining and slandering others all the time. Jeezy had just gone to the Rose Castle where the little ones lived to check on them, to see if any of them had been playing around and not slept. As soon as she emerged from the cave, she saw the little evil god trying to sow discord between May and Kevin. A large bump suddenly appeared on the little evil god's head. Ah! It hurts. Jeezy, are you trying to kill me? Jeezy clapped her hands. Don't worry, you're immortal. You can't die. The little evil god was speechless. I can't stand that. It hurts. Jeezy tapped the little evil god's head. That's your fault, isn't it? Lily Ling told me that if you make a mistake here, I let you have a good lesson. The little evil god rubbed the bump on his head, a look of resentment on his face. Really? Lily Ling actually sent someone to watch over me. How abominable. Jeezy ignored the little evil god and looked at Kevin and May. Excuse me, both of you. Sandwich sauce may be a bit frivolous, but she was just joking. Please forgive me. May shook her head. It's okay, Fu Hua said at this moment. Let's go, May, Kevin, let's go buy resurrection cards. Then, the three of them went to the bar, where Kevin spent 2 million star coins on 2 resurrection cards. May looked at the resurrection cards in Kevin's hand, then examined them from left to right, unable to decipher the secrets. Fu Hua, standing by, said, There's no way to understand these resurrection cards. Yi Yun said it's a kind of rule-based power, completely unrelated to science. May felt a little disappointed upon hearing this. Then, Kevin took the 2 resurrection cards and, just as he had just done when resurrecting May, closed his eyes, and recalled his memories of Sue and Alicia. Not long after, a pink figure appeared before the three of them. Clang clang. Alicia is back. Oh, isn't that May and Kevin? As expected, when it comes to resurrection, Kevin always thinks of May first. Wow. I'm so pitiful. I wasn't the first one to be resurrected. Hey, why are you all so sad? Are you unhappy to see me back to life? Alicia put her hands on her hips, and looked angrily at Kevin, Fu Hua, and May. Chapter 611. Fu Hua shook her head. No, Alicia, we're definitely happy you resurrected us. But we clearly resurrected 2 people, so why only you? Where's Sue? Alicia put her index finger to her lips. You also resurrected Sue? Kevin nodded. Yes, I just used 2 resurrection cards. Fu Hua, standing by, heard this. What's going on? I go ask Yi Yun. With that, Fu Hua ran towards Yi Yun's room. Reaching the door, she knocked on it. A moment later, Yi Yun emerged. Fu Hua. It's so rare to see you. Fu Hua was at a loss for words. Let's not talk about that for now. We just used 2 resurrection cards, so why only resurrected 1 person? Yi Yun immediately asked the system in his mind. System, is there something wrong with this resurrection card? Information. The resurrection card is fine. It can't be resurrected unless the person you're trying to resurrect is dead. Yi Yun, upon hearing this, understood. Most likely, Kevin and the others were trying to resurrect either Sue or Grace. Neither of them was dead. One had ascended, and the other was still drifting. Yi Yun looked at Fu Hua and replied, Is it possible that the person you're trying to resurrect isn't dead, and therefore the resurrection card isn't working? Fu Hua's pupils widened at this. Is that so? That makes sense. Thank you for your explanation. I go tell everyone the news. After saying this, Fu Hua hurried back to Alicia, Kevin, and May. Alicia looked at Fu Hua. Hua, how's the situation? Fu Hua said. I found out. Sue might not be dead. May wasn't surprised. That's the only conclusion. I just had this suspicion, and now it's confirmed. But this is good news. Sue isn't dead. Kevin nodded. Alicia then said, So, is anyone willing to tell me what happened in the time since my passing? Kevin looked around. The shop was dimly lit. Xiangling, Little Evil God, and the others were cleaning up the kitchen. Kiana was also in the kitchen, whispering something to Little Evil God. But judging by their expressions, it wasn't a good thing. Their smiles were a bit sinister. Kevin said, Let's go back and talk. Yi Yun looked like he needed a break. Let's not disturb others. Fu Hua called into the kitchen. Kiana, we should go back. Kiana ran over. As she left, Little Evil God waved and called out. Hey! Kiana, don't forget what I just told you. Kiana gave the Little Evil God a thumbs up. Don't worry. It's fine. Then, Kiana and the others walked into the portal. Inside Kiana's dormitory, Kiana stopped several people who were about to leave her room. Hey. Don't rush to leave. If you want to chat, come chat here. I have snacks and drinks. Don't leave. I get them for you. Kiana led the others to the sofa and sat down. She pulled out a large pile of snacks and drinks from her storage ring and placed them on the table. Then, Kiana sat down to the side, secretly turned on the recording on her phone, and set it aside. She tore open a bag of sunflower seeds, took out a handful, and joined the spectators. Mei, Fu Hua, and Kevin stared at Kiana. Kiana noticed this. Don't worry about me, just chat about yourselves. Fu Hua was speechless. I didn't think it was anything special at first, so I just listened. But now that you said it, it feels strange. Alicia, on the other hand, found Kiana quite amusing. Your name is Kiana, right? Kiana threw the melon seed shells into the trash can and nodded. Yes, I'm Kiana. What about you? What's your name? Alicia smiled. My name is Alicia. Is your white hair natural? Kiana nodded. Yes, everyone in my family has white hair. My full name is Kiana Kaslana. Alicia was a little surprised. Kaslana? You and Kevin? Kiana glanced at Kevin. Although she didn't want to admit it, this guy was indeed her ancestor. Yes, he's my ancestor. Alicia's interest piqued. Really? You're Kevin's descendant? Kiana nodded, watching as Alicia suddenly felt like teasing her. Alisa, you're good friends with him. Does that mean I have to call you great-great-great-grandma? Back home, we call my dad's friend's mother grandma, but with a surname. I don't know how you call her that way. Alicia raised a finger and shook it. No, just call me Alicia. I always be 18. Humph. Kiana heard this. No, I'm a person who knows etiquette. We can't mess up the generations, he. Fu Hua observed this. Okay, Kiana, stop messing around. If you want to hear it, just listen here. Alisa, didn't you just want to hear what happened recently? Alisa pursed her lips at that. Hua, you're so strict. Kiana, let's continue our conversation later. Kiana nodded. Okay. Then, Kevin recounted everything that had happened since she left. After listening, Alicia looked at Kiana. After all, it had returned to her, and the Hershers who fought for humanity had been born. Alicia could sense that Kiana was the Hershers. Although, the power that belonged to the Hershers was being suppressed. Not long after they finished their conversation, Kiana suddenly received a call from Teresa. Kiana, hurry to Chongqing City. The fifth Hershers has appeared. Kiana was eating sunflower seeds, her phone on the table, on speakerphone. Naturally, Fu Hua, Alicia, and the others also heard Teresa's words. Kiana stood up immediately. Okay. Auntie! I'd be right there. Fu Hua also stood up and followed. Kiana, I go with you. My warship is parked outside. Kiana immediately summoned the Athena Valkyrie armor. Captain, your warship is flying too slowly. I go first. With that, Kiana opened the window and soared into the sky. Alicia patted Fu Hua's shoulder. Hua, let's go together. Fu Hua nodded. Okay. Chongqing City. Yulan Del and the Undying Blade team have already blockaded the Coral Island United Autonomous Region. Rita stood before Yulan Del. Lord Yulan Del, the Archbishop has sent word that your sister Kiana is on her way. Yulan Del nodded. Well, Rita, you lead the men to blockade the Coral Island and prevent the spread of the Honkai. I go in and find the Valkyrie team that's lost contact. Chapter 612. Rita was concerned about Orlandel going in alone. Lord Orlandel, let me go with you. One more person means more security. Orlandel shook his head. No need. You stay here and lead everyone to hold the line. Remember, we must not let the fifth Hershers escape. Rita remained where she was, watching Orlandel enter the Coral Island. Inside Coral Island, the entire city had transformed into a snowy land due to the arrival of the fifth Hershers. Heavy snowflakes drifted from the sky, and the ground was covered with thick snow and solid ice. According to intelligence, Orlandel made her way to the location where the Valkyrie squad stationed on Coral Island had lost contact. Here, a giant block of ice hovered in midair. As Orlandel approached the block, a small, disc-shaped device on her collar suddenly lit up. Hershers vibration detected. Hershers vibration detected. Orlandel immediately took out the MOU on white flower, wary of the ice block before her. The instrument on Yulan Del's chest, a product from the Black Tower space station, sounds an alarm when approaching a Hershers. Its maximum range is 10 kilometers. When within that range, the instrument begins to vibrate rhythmically. The frequency of the vibrations increases with increasing distance. When the target is within 10 meters, an alarm sounds. In addition to detecting the Hershers' vibrations, It can also scan the Hershers and retrieve information from their human state. Soon, the information of the fifth Hershers was retrieved. The Hersher's original human identity, captain of the destined Valkyries, Anna Shaniat. Yolande frowned upon hearing this. She was originally a Valkyrie? Honkai really knows how to choose. Yolande took a step forward, clutching the MOU on white flower, and rushed towards the ice Hershers. With a single strike, she shattered the ice encasing the fifth Hershers. The fifth Hersher's true form was revealed to Yolande. Yolande checked the time and muttered softly. About 10 more minutes, plenty. Then Yolande suddenly charged at the ice Hershers. The ice Hershers still retained her human consciousness. She had just killed her teammate. At this moment, she was struggling against the will of Honkai. Thus, she did not fight back. Just as Yolanda's attack was about to strike the ice Hershers, a bullet struck. Yolande was forced to abandon her attack on the ice Hershers and turned to block the incoming bullet. Yolande landed, a sharp claw striking. Yolande used the MOU on by Hua in her hand to block the attack with one hand. Then, Yolande immediately distanced herself, escaping danger. Yolande steadied herself and saw a man and a woman appear beside the ice Hershers. Snake people? The world snakes have been very active recently, and Skyward has intercepted a lot of intelligence about them. As a high-ranking member of Skyward, Yolande had naturally seen this intelligence. These two people were world snake officials, Raven and Chintianwu. Raven looked at Yolande. Yolande, the former strongest Valkyrie of Skyward, nice to meet you. Yolande looked at the two. You two attacked me during my battle with the Hershers. Does that mean I assume that you, the world snakes, have reached an understanding with Honkai? Raven shook his head. No, no, no. Our world serpent's philosophy is to eliminate Honkai at all costs. Yolande was puzzled. Then why are you trying to stop me? Chintianwu said. Because, compared to destroying this Hershers, we have a better way. We can capture it. Yolande heard. And then? Take it back for research? My suggestion is no. Because we, Destiny, possess the means to transform Hershers back into humans. Isn't that right, Kiana? Yolande finished speaking, and Kiana, clad in Valkyrie armor, descended from the sky, stirring up a storm of snow. That's right, sister. Kiana teleported, bypassing Raven and Chintianwu and arriving before the Hershers of Ice. Kiana rubbed her chin, gazing at the Hershers of Ice with wide eyes. Let me check your identity first. With that, Kiana activated the instrument to retrieve the Ice Hershers' identity. Seeing this, Chintianwu and Raven, assuming Kiana was about to take action against the Ice Hershers, quickly took action. Raven's mission was to capture the Ice Hershers using the yellow spring staff. Kiana glanced at the two and casually delivered 2 Chinese meat bun fists, sending them flying. Raven landed and was captured by Orandale. Kiana's instrument quickly retrieved the Ice Hershers' identity. Oh, Valkyrie, Anna. Anna, don't worry, I free you right away. Chintianwu's anxiety grew upon hearing Kiana's words. Free? No. Anna! She can't die here. He must get her out. Chintianwu activated the yellow spring staff and locked onto Kiana. Then, Chintianwu threw several smoke bombs and stun grenades, blurring Kiana and Orlandale's vision. Then, Chintianwu rushed to the Hershers of Ice, grabbed her, and fled with her. Kiana saw this. Sure enough, there are no good people among the world serpents. They're actually helping the Honkai. I was just about to help Anna purify the Honkai. Orlandale lifted Raven up. It's okay, sister. We can just catch up. Kiana nodded and ran in the direction Chintianwu and Anna had fled. Raven looked at Orlandale. If you could capture the Hershers alive, why did you insist on killing her? Orlandale heard. We're capturing the Hershers alive, aren't we? Raven heard. Are you kidding? What did your sister just say? Free the Hershers of Ice. Besides killing her, is there any other way to free her? Yolande, believe me, our world snake truly has the technology to capture the Hershers. Yolande heard this. So that's how it is. You misunderstood. Kiana possesses the power to purify the Honkai. Her liberation means helping Anna escape the corruption of the Honkai, not ending Anna's life. Raven's composure instantly lost its composure. Are you kidding? Can the corruption of the Honkai be cleansed by someone? How is that even possible? Yolande said. Whether you believe it or not, the result is the same. Kiana possesses the power to purify the Honkai. You can go and see. Once you're there, and see for yourself, you understand. With that, Yolande followed with Raven, Chintianwu and Anna. The two fled a distance. Chintianwu looked at Anna. Don't worry, Anna. I get you out. Anna was speechless now. She shook her head in pain. She didn't want Chen Tianwu to do this. It would harm him. Chapter 6:13. Chen Tianwu forced a smile across his pale face. It's okay, Anna. Anna shook her head painfully, pushed Chen Tianwu away, and gestured for him to leave. Chen Tianwu shook his head. Anna, you saved me back then. Without you, I would have been a corpse long ago. I must help you escape. Chen Tianwu approached Anna again, intending to help her continue her escape out of the city. Just then, Chen Tianwu suddenly felt a powerful blow to his body, and a flood of memories flooded through his mind that didn't belong to him. In this memory, there was Anna, his sister, and himself. Is this the time Anna saved him? The scene showed that Anna could have saved her sister, but she chose not to, instead saving herself. Chen Tianwu saw this truth and couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. Why? Why didn't Anna save her sister? Seeing Chen Tianwu's expression, Anna understood exactly what had happened to him. How could Chen Tianwu? Like herself, Chen Tianwu was chosen by the Honkai and became Ushers. The surrounding Honkai energy quickly converged on Chen Tianwu, and Chen Tianwu's eyes glowed red as he screamed. Why? Anna, why didn't you save her then? Ugh! Chen Tianwu was corrupted by the Honkai and became the sixth Ushers, the Ushers of Rock, possessing the power to control gravity. Kiana, Orendale, and Raven arrived at the scene. Kiana looked down at Chen Tianwu's transformation into the sixth Ushers. Why is there another Ushers? Trouble. Sister, please keep an eye on the area so no one else suddenly jumps out to disturb me. Yolandel nodded. Well, don't worry, sister. Kiana leaped from the building's roof, summoned her ramen golden cudgel, and struck the Ushers of Stone. The Ushers of Stone quickly dodged, altering its own gravity to launch itself into the air. At the same time, the Ushers of Stone pulled a meteorite down from the sky, sending it carelessly hurtling towards Kiana. Kiana watched and casually swung her cudgel, shattering it. Behave yourself, you little one. I heal you all soon. Kiana's words vanished instantly. The Ushers of Stone scrambled to find Kiana. Suddenly, he was struck hard on the head, plummeting uncontrollably towards the ground. Just as the Ushers of Stone was about to stand, Kiana dropped from above and stomped on his back, pushing him back. Don't move. Then, Kiana quickly activated the Athena Valkyrie armor's ability, Purification. A holy white light descended from the sky onto Chen Tianwu. The Honkai energy within Chen Tianwu dissipated at a visible speed. He seemed in agony, struggling and twisting his body. Anna, standing nearby, attempted to rescue Chen Tianwu, but Orchidale appeared beside her. Anna, don't go. Kiana is purifying Chen Tianwu of the Honkai energy. Once it's purged, he'll be human again. Your turn will be yours soon. Can you hold out? If not, I use force to suppress you. Anna paused, nodded to Orchidale, and then focused on resisting the Honkai energy. Soon, the Honkai energy within Chen Tianwu was purged, and he fainted. Kiana sighed deeply, then looked at Anna. Okay, your turn. Anna nodded, not resisting. Her cleansing was finally complete. Anna, likewise, fainted during the cleansing process. Kevin, Mei, Alicia, and Fu Hua had already arrived when Kiana cleansed Anna. After arriving at Coral Island, the four of them helped the Undying Blade Valkyrie clear the city of Hokai beasts. Thankfully, Fu Hua, having witnessed Kiana cleansing Hokai beasts before, wasn't shocked. The other three, Kevin, Mei, and Alicia, were shocked. Yes, very shocked. Because this was something they had never imagined before, forcibly purifying Hokai beasts from a human body, allowing Ushers to regain human form. Kiana clapped her hands, pulled a bottle of ice cola from her storage ring, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Ah, it's finally over. Purifying the Ushers must be a bit exhausting. Yolandel came over, and wiped the sweat from Kiana's forehead. Thank you for your hard work, Kiana. Kiana smiled. Hee, not hard at all. We took out 2 Ushers in one go. Not far away, the lesbian leader, Alicia, watched the 2 sisters' tender affection, her eyes sparkling. Wow! What a pair of close sisters. So cute. Mei walked over to Anna's side. Anna was very weak, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Mei examined Anna's body, and suddenly frowned. Is her Ushers core still there? Alicia glanced over at the words. However, their consciousness has been disconnected from the Honkai. In other words, they are immune to the control of the Honkai. A Ushers with self-awareness, a Ushers fighting for humanity. Kiana spread her hands upon hearing this. I don't know. Anyway, the Honkai has been purified from them now. Mei heard this. Let's go back and study it. Then, a group of people took Chen Tianwu and Anna to the Mandate headquarters. Raven, taken as a prisoner, was also taken back. A number of Valkyrie troops remained on Coral Island, responsible for post-war affairs. Over an hour later, inside the Mandate headquarters, Tesla, Einstein, and Mei held a consultation, diligently studying the Herrscher's cores within Anna and Chen Tianwu. This situation was unprecedented to them. The Herrscher's cores were still present, but Chen Tianwu and Anna were not controlled by the will of the Honkai. The two had recovered considerably by now, and after taking some nutritional supplements, they were able to stand and walk. Einstein looked at the two people's test reports and suggested, "My suggestion is to observe first." Mei nodded. "Yes, that's the only way. This situation hasn't happened in our time. Let Kevin stay here. If the two Herrschers go berserk again, he can subdue them." Einstein and Tesla agreed to this plan. Then Einstein entered the observation cabin. Einstein looked at Chen Tianwu and Anna. "You two, you are safe for now. After testing, your connection with the Honkai has been severed. However, for safety reasons, you must remain here. You can only leave after we confirm that there will be no further problems. I hope you understand." As a Valkyrie, Anna naturally understood the pros and cons. "Yes, I will fully cooperate." Chapter 6:14. Chen Tianwu didn't answer, his mind preoccupied with his sister. Einstein glanced at Chen Tianwu, then at Kevin, who was sitting beside him. He had already notified everyone, so he left. Kevin leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. About an hour later, Mei brought a blanket and draped it over Kevin. The noise Mei made startled Kevin, who rubbed his brow. "Mei, aren't you going to bed yet?" Mei smiled. "I get you a blanket. I'll be there soon. Einstein, Tesla, and I just finished discussing something." Kevin nodded. "I have to stay here for the time being. It probably take a while for the others to recover," Mei said. "There's no rush. We finally established such a promising future, and we can't let it be ruined because of our personal affairs. I believe this is something no one wants to see. I guess they'd rather not be resurrected than see Honkai become even more powerful." Kevin nodded. "Well, I'm just telling you something." Mei looked at Anna and Chen Tianwu, who were in an awkward mood, and whispered to Kevin, "Did you know that boy inside is your follower?" Kevin nodded. "Yes, I do. He's a member of the World Serpent." Mei continued, "Do you want to go in and counsel them? I saw in the Destiny database that they had a good relationship before, almost like a romantic relationship. But looking at their current state, something seems amiss. During this period, try to keep their emotions positive and optimistic. This will help fight the will of Honkai. That boy is your follower. Do you want to go in and try to persuade him?" Kevin heard this. "Pray? I try." Mei nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Kevin walked into the observation room. The moment Kevin entered, he caught the attention of Anna and Chen Tianwu. Kevin glanced at them and spoke directly. "I heard you were a couple. How did your relationship become like this after you became Herrschers? Back on Coral Island, I saw you two were obsessed with each other." Kevin was very direct, breaking the awkward atmosphere between them. He was straightforward, painful but effective. Anna bit her lip and said, "This is all my own fault. Back then, I had only joined the Valkyrie Corps not long ago and was inexperienced. I could have saved Chen Tianwu's sister. But I hesitated and didn't do it. So." Chen Tianwu didn't respond. Kevin, seeing this, picked up a can and threw it at him. "So what are you so upset about? Someone saved you, and you're still upset. They're your saviors, they saved your life." Chen Tianwu, rebuked by Kevin, had a way out. He had already figured it out, but just didn't know how to reconcile with Anna. "Yes, I was wrong." Kevin nodded with satisfaction. "Rest well, stay positive. Your sister has a chance to be resurrected." With that, Kevin walked out of the observation room. When Chen Tianwu and Anna heard that Chen Tianwu's sister could be resurrected, a glint of hope flashed in their eyes. Kevin said this deliberately, so he could give them a glimmer of hope and keep them optimistic. The next day arrived. Two new guests arrived on the train. Aglaia brought Haizian and Saradila to Yi Yun's shop. Saradila looked around. "Is this the outer world?" In the kitchen, Xiangling, Little Evil God, and the others were cooking. Donheng and Zhou Ri sat by the window, chatting. Jeezy and Kafka were getting dressed and putting on makeup. They were going to Pinocchio shopping soon. Kafka had seen a coat online that the online store had a physical store in Pinocchio. So, she wanted to check it out. Xing, Hutao, and the others gathered together, discussing where to go. Saradila looked at Aglaia. "Aglaia, Didn't you say you'd take us to the sea? Why are we here? Aglaia asked. This is Yun's shop. He also has portals to other worlds or planets. Saradila heard this. I see. I see. Saridra had come to fulfill her promise. She promised Hezen she'd take her to see the real sea. Caesar of Omphalos might be cruel and violent, but he was never hypocritical. Noel saw Aglaia and approached. Good morning, Ms. Aglaia. Aglaia smiled and nodded. Noel, good morning. Where's Yun? I didn't see him in the store. Noel replied. He's at Rose Castle. Klee, Chi-Chi, and the others just woke up, and I'm helping them wash up. Are you looking for him? Aglaia nodded. Yes, I want to buy something. Noel heard. You have to wait a moment. I don't think it'd be that quick. Aglaia heard this. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I want to take Saridra and Heathian to see the sea. Noel heard this. The sea? I recommend Mondstadt. There's the sea and the beach to the east of Mondstadt. Or Liyue Harbor, a city built on the seashore with many merchant ships coming and going. And Fontaine, with its archipelago, the cross-sea bridge, and the waterway. You could all go and experience it. Aglaia nodded. Thank you for the suggestion, Noel. Noel shook his head. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Aglaia smiled. See you later then? I take them to Mondstadt first. Aglaia said goodbye to Noel, and took Saridra and Heathian through the portal to New Mondstadt. New Mondstadt, inside the library of the Knight's headquarters. Lisa was sipping her morning tea when a nearby portal flickered, and Aglaia emerged from it with Saridra and Heathian. Good morning, Aglaia. Aglaia nodded slightly. Good morning, Lisa. I'm taking Saridra and Heathian to the beach in Mondstadt. By the way, I forgot to introduce you two. You two are also demigods of Omphalos. Lisa heard this. Oh! Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa. Saridra looked at Lisa. Hello, I'm sorry. I didn't know I meet so many new people before I went out this time, so I didn't bring any gifts. I make up for that when we get back. Lisa smiled. No need. Meeting someone in this vast sea of people is already the greatest gift. It just so happens that I like to go to the beach too. I lead the way. Caesar nodded. Yes, lead the way. Chapter 6:15. Over an hour later. Lisa, Aglaia, Caesar, and Heisen arrived at a hillside east of Starfall Lake. The four chatted throughout the journey. Through their conversation, Lisa learned some of Caesar and Heisen's past experiences, and also understood why Caesar's personality was so cold. For a demigod, who controlled the law and the former leader of Omphalos, a certain coldness was perfectly natural. Caesar glanced ahead. Lisa, how long will it take us? Lisa smiled. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Just down ahead, we reached the beach. With that, Lisa headed down the slope ahead. Caesar, Heisen, and Aglaia followed. After a few steps, the three of them saw a glimpse of blue. The downhill path led to a chasm between two mountains, and at the end lay the sea. Seeing this, the three of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. Finally, a few minutes later, the four of them reached the beach. What they saw was a vast expanse of shimmering, pure blue sea. Above, unknown seabirds soared. From time to time, winged fish leaped from the surface. On the beach, numerous crabs roamed about. Hazian had finally achieved her wish, and seen the real ocean. Hazian walked toward the shore. As she reached the shore, waves swept in, soaking her feet and bringing a slight chill. Hazian leaned down, scooped up a handful of seawater, and quietly watched it drain through her fingers back into the sea. Hazian leaped into the sea. In the ocean, she witnessed a scene brimming with life. Small fish of all colors swam back and forth among the coral formations, seemingly chasing and playing. Heisen also spotted a fish that, like a farmer, picked up sea urchins and tossed them out of the coral island. Heisen watched curiously as the fish tossed the urchins out of the coral formations one by one, finding it quite amusing. At this moment, Lisa, who had followed with the water-repellent beads, explained. These fish are called damselfish, and they feed on seaweed. They carefully nurture the seaweed, allowing it to grow. Those black, spine-covered ones are called sea urchins. These sea urchins nibble on the seaweed, and therefore, are carried off by the damselfish. Heisen heard this. So that's how it is. It seems the sea urchin is a thief. Lisa nodded. That's certainly true. There are many fascinating creatures in the sea. Look over there, those sea otters. They sleep hand in hand, huddled together on the surface. They also have a unique, inherited skill. They use their hands to crack shells against hard rocks. They also love humans, and enjoy being close to them. Speaking of sea otters, Lisa couldn't help but make a joke. If you go to Fontaine, there's another large sea otter there. You can ask someone named Funina. She knows. Hassan nodded thoughtfully. Lisa then continued to explain some interesting things about the sea. Many of the fish and marine animals here were new to Hassan, and they were incredibly fascinating. On the shore, Saradila gazed at the azure sea and suddenly spoke to Aglaia beside her. Aglaia, I think we could conquer a planet with an ocean like this. What do you think? The ocean in Omphalos is fake. Aglaia heard this. Forget about conquering. The universe isn't about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social relationships. We could buy one. I talked to Topa later. She's an executive at the Interstellar Peace Company. She sold this planet. Caesar lost interest after hearing this. Forget about the money. I rather conquer it. Conquer it? How wonderful. After we conquer it, the planet will belong to us. Aglaia said nothing after hearing this. She planned to talk to Topa later. She knew Caesar's character very well. He longed for conquest. Conquest should definitely be avoided unless there's a legitimate reason. An unjust war would negatively impact Omphalos' image. On the train, everyone was having breakfast. Kelly, have some porridge, don't choke. Okay. Brother Yiyun. Jeezy, let's stop by that shop we visited last time. If they're willing to lower the price on that outfit we liked last time, we buy it. Sunday, I think we need to reinforce the ranch fence. Neighboress has ruined our botanical garden. There's not a single healthy plant left. Okay, let's put a combination lock on it. Everyone chatted while eating breakfast. Just then, the portal to Spider-Girl's world flickered, and Spider-Girl jumped out. I'm finally back. Wow, ha ha ha. Spider-Girl was so excited. She had been leveling up and evolving through her repeated journeys through the angry frontier. After evolving into Death's Side, she finally returned to the upper levels of the El Great Labyrinth and found the portal. To her chagrin, humans had actually sent a group to surround the portal and attempt to seize it. Spider-Girl, enraged, slaughtered them all. Spider-Girl stood there, excited, delivering a stand-up comedy routine in front of everyone, something she previously only dared to do when alone. Kiana looked over. Oh my goodness! Where did this giant spider come from? Klee raised her hand. Kiana, sister, this is little Spider Rui. Kiana heard this. Klee, how did you know? Klee said with a grin. Because they're the same color. Kiana was speechless for a moment. You make a lot of sense. Spider-Girl then realized there were still many people around, and she felt so embarrassed she wanted to hide in a crack in the ground. At that moment, Xiangling addressed Spider-Girl. Are you Rui? Spider-Girl nodded. Xiangling noticed this. It's only been a few days, and you changed so much. Have you had breakfast yet? Let's eat together. When Spider heard about breakfast, she rushed to the kitchen to get some. Of all things, food is the most important thing, and Spider's food is his life. Spider looked at today's dishes. Soup dumplings. Red bean paste buns. Milky steamed buns. Kimchi. Vegetable and lean meat porridge. Wow, wow, wow. They all looked delicious. Xiangling knew Spider's appetite, and immediately filled a large plate for her. Spider looked at Xiangling. Angel. Xiangling smiled. Don't praise me like that. Go eat. Spider nodded, carrying her plate, and ran off to eat. Sitting at her seat, Spider ate with relish, a red bean paste bun in her left hand, and a soup dumpling in her right. This is what human food is. Chapter 616. Spider-Girl sat at the dining table, gulping down her food. After finishing one plate, she ran off to get another. Xiangling saw Spider-Girl eating, and couldn't help but be curious. Rui, do you have such a good appetite today? Spider-Girl sighed. Xiangling-chan, you don't know what a hard life I've been through these past few days. I fell to the bottom of the El Great Labyrinth, where there's nothing to eat. The only food is monsters. Those monsters are ugly, unpalatable, and most importantly, very powerful. Xiangling heard this. There's more in the pot. If you want some later, go get some. We're going out to find ingredients. Spider-Girl nodded. Go ahead. You worked hard, Xiangling-chan. After Xiangling left, Xing, who was sitting at the next table, turned around and said, Rui, Ruanmei will look for you again in the next couple of days. Let us see you and tell you. Spider-Girl was stunned. Eh? Okay. I be there after I finish my meal. Then, Spider-Girl continued eating, devouring the food on the table like a whirlwind. After finishing her meal, Spider-Girl laid down for a while to digest it, then ran off to find Ruanmei. Black Tower Space Station. Spider-Girl walked out of the portal and into the Black Tower laboratory. Spider-Girl looked left and right, and saw Black Tower, who was contemplating, screwdriver in hand. Black Tower was looking at the portal he had taken from Yi Yun for research, something he hadn't been able to figure out. Spider-Girl whispered. Masha Moshi. Black Tower-chan, have you seen Wanmei-chan? Black Tower heard the voice and looked over. Are you little Spider Rui? Spider-Girl nodded. Yes, yes. Do you know where Wanmei-chan is? She seems to be looking for me. Haida heard this. She's in the lab on the bottom floor. You can find her there. By the way, you changed quite a bit. You were so small before. Spider-Girl replied. I evolved a few times. I'm going to look for Wanmei-chan first. Gonna. Spider-Girl raised her leg to slip away, but Haida stopped her. Wait a minute, I go with you. By the way, now that you've grown so big, can I ride on you? I never ridden a spider before. Spider-Girl shuddered at this. I think I can. Try it. Haida heard this, and sat down on Spider-Girl. Haida touched Spider-Girl's body. It was hairless, soft, and very bouncy. This wasn't a spider at all, it looked like a doll. Black Tower settled down, patted Spider-Girl's butt, and pointed his magic wand toward the door. Let's go! Spider-Girl let out an "oh" and sprinted towards the lowest level of the Black Tower space station. Along the way, many staff members witnessed the scene. Oh my god! Where did such a giant spider come from? I'm scared to death. Look, isn't that Lord Black Tower sitting on that spider's back? Indeed. This must be Lord Black Tower's mount, right? As expected of Lord Black Tower, even his mount is so unique. He must be a genius. Hey buddy, this has nothing to do with genius, does it? How can it have nothing to do with it? Just ask if his thinking is unusual or not. It is quite unusual. Who in their right mind would choose a spider as a mount? That's right, isn't it? So you're just an ordinary person, and that other person, Ms. Haida, is a genius. Case closed. Spider-Girl carried Haida all the way to the lowest level of the space station. The elevator door opened, and Spider-Girl glanced around, locking onto Wanmei's position. She accelerated and rushed over, then braked like an 8-legged slammer, stopping right in front of her. Haida hopped off Spider-Girl with satisfaction. Not bad, it wasn't a bumpy ride at all. Spider-Girl hummed. Of course. As the saying goes, the more wheels, the more stable the chassis. With my 8 legs, I'm sure it'd be perfectly stable. Haida smiled. Not only have you grown bigger, but you become more talkative too. Spider-Girl scratched her head. We weren't familiar before, but now we're friends, so things are naturally different. At that moment, Wanmei's figure appeared behind Spider-Girl. Little Spider Rui? Spider-Girl looked at Wanmei and nodded. Yeah, it's me. Speaking of which, why does everyone ask me the same question when they see me? Wanmei heard this. Maybe it's because you changed so much. Spider-Man heard this. Is that so? Of course I am. Oh right, Wanmei-chan, were you looking for me? Wanmei nodded. Yes, I want you to get a test done. Do you remember that egg you gave me? Spider-Man pondered for a long time, but couldn't recall. Egg? What egg? Did I ever give it to you? Wanmei reminded him. You wanted to eat that before. You should have sneaked over to Xiangling and asked her if she could make it for you. Who knew that the two of you would spend ages trying to get it open? Spider-Girl suddenly remembered when she heard this. Oh! Yes. That's what happened. What's the matter? Wanmei pointed to the observation room below. Hey, that little creature in there hatched from that egg. It's from the Earth Dragon clan, and its name is Urashihara Meili. Spider-Girl seemed fine at first, but when she heard Urashihara Meili's name, she was suddenly startled. Hey! Urashihara Meili. That sounds like the name of my classmate. Wanmei heard this. Classmate? You mean from the world before you became this spider? Spider-Girl nodded. Yeah. There's something I didn't tell you. I was over there the other day, and ran into someone named Evil God D. She said that my classmates and I had all traveled through time, and this Urashihara Meili must be my classmate. But why was she born an Earth Dragon? A dragon. And I'm a little spider. You? That's not fair. Haida smiled. Maybe it's because she's European and you're not? Spider-Girl rolled on the ground. I won't listen. Why? What? No. Fair. Haida continued to pummel Spider-Girl. Face the reality, Rui little Spider-Girl. You're the unlucky one. Look at others like Urashihara Meili Long. Spider-Girl burst into tears. What? Half an hour later. Spider-Girl returned to normal, having come to terms with reality. Just then, Urashihara Meili finished her experiment for the day. Leaving the observation room, Urashihara Meili ran to Wanmei's feet. Wanmei smiled and nodded at Urashihara Meili. Today's experiment went smoothly. By the way, let me introduce you to someone. No, Spider. This is your classmate, Rui. You should remember her, right? Urashihara Meili looked in the direction of Wanmei's finger, and saw a spider, about half a man's height, staring back at her. But the spider was adorable, not scary at all. Chapter 617. Wakaba called Urashihara Miri over, and waved her front paw. Urashihara Miri, long time no see. Urashihara Miri stared at Spider-Co in surprise. You're Wakaba? You've been reincarnated too? Spider-Co nodded. Yes, Urashihara-san, as far as I know, everyone in our class seems to have traveled through time. However, I don't know the whereabouts of the others. Urashihara Miri heard this. Is that so? How did you know? Spider-Co spread her hands. It was someone named Evil God D. She asked me if I'd been to another world, but I didn't tell her. Later, she offered this information to me in exchange for my confession. In the original novel, Evil God D didn't tell Spider-Co that her classmates had traveled through time during their first conversation. Spider-Co knew this because Evil God D sensed the aura of another world in her, namely the Star Rail world. Evil God D asked Spider-Girl, but Spider-Girl definitely wouldn't tell her. Later, Evil God D made a deal with Spider-Girl. Urashihara Meili nodded. Is that so? At this moment, Wanmei said from the side. You two can go back and look for them. Maybe you can find your classmate. After all, your senior sister is very small. The result of my equipment detection is just a small planet. Spider-Girl nodded. It's okay, it's okay. Urashihara Meili also nodded. Wanmei said to Spider-Girl. Rui, come in for a moment. I give you a physical examination. Spider-Girl ran into the observation room and waited for the physical examination. Soon, Spider-Co's test results came back. Spider-Co ran to Wanmei's side. Wanmei, I'm taking Urashihara Meili out to play on the train. Wanmei nodded. Okay, go ahead. Do me a favor for lunch later. Xiangling baked some flour cakes today. Can you bring me some? Spider-Co nodded and went off to play with Urashihara Meili. Two classmates meeting in a different world must have a lot to talk about. Urashihara Meili followed Spider-Co to the train. The two chatted non-stop the entire way. Thanks to her morning tour of the station with Black Tower, Spider-Co was now known to everyone in the station. Thus, she and Urashihara Meili had no problem traveling without any hindrance. Wow, you didn't realize it then. That human picked up your egg, no, wrapped it around your egg, and was about to run away. But he got caught in my web, and I saved you. I'm telling you, if I hadn't saved you, you'd be in a terrible situation. Think about it, in that world, there must be things like contracts. Forcing you to sign a contract while you were still young and become someone else's pet, how awful would that be? Urashihara Meili nodded. Yes, it's certainly possible. But what I'm more curious about is, Wakaba-san, you've been talking a lot more. Spider-Girl scratched her head. Really? I'm just like that. Normally, I'm not used to socializing. Later, it was only after hanging out with Wanmei-chan and everyone on the train that I finally relaxed. Urashihara Meili heard this. Is that so? I was thinking. Spider-Girl smiled. Hey, come on, let's go get some food and drinks. After saying that, Spider-Girl led Urashihara Meili through the portal and onto the train. Meanwhile on the train, Aglaya, Saridla, and Heather returned. Yiyun was now inside the store. The four of them sat in the bar chatting. Saridla stared at Yiyun. I heard you can buy anything I want here? Yiyun smiled and nodded. Yes, what do you want to buy, Miss Saridla? Saridla said. Do you have weapons of mass destruction? I want to conquer a planet. Yiyun heard. Yes, and there are many. Take a look and see which one you like to buy. After that, Yiyun took out his tablet, pulled up dozens of product listings, and handed them to Saridla. Saridla looked through them. What are these star coins? Aglaya explained. This is the currency in Yiyun's shop. We only accept star coins for our merchandise. Star coins are extremely valuable, and we don't have many in Omphalos. After saying this, Aglaya looked at Yiyun and gave him a wink. Yiyun nodded slightly. Aglaya had previously informed him, asking him to show Saradila some expensive weapons they couldn't afford. To show Saradila that they couldn't afford them, and to dissuade her from the idea of conquering other civilizations. Saradila looked at Aglaya. How many star coins do we have in Omphalos right now? I think this 50 million star coin behemoth battleship is quite good. The main gun barrel is as big as a star. Aglaia said. Not that many. We only have about 8 million right now. Sarydra heard this. Huh? So little? Yiyun said. It's quite a bit. Star coins? They're not easy to come by. Sarydra was envious of this massive battleship. The main gun muzzles were as large as the newer ones. It would definitely be powerful. Unfortunately, she couldn't afford it. Yiyun saw this. Go back and save some money. I keep this massive battleship for you. Sarydra heard this. It's a deal. You must keep it for me. Yiyun nodded. Afterwards, Sarydra returned to Omphalos with Aglaia and Hethian. Omphalos was still ruled by Aglaia. Sarydra was now the high judge, responsible for upholding and enforcing Omphalos's laws. As for Hethian, she continued to serve as Sarydra's bodyguard. The relationship between these two is somewhat similar to that between Croland and Fernina, guardian and monarch. The three returned to the Bath of Heroes. Aglaia suggested again. I suggest we buy a planet directly. It only costs a few credits to buy a planet from Topple. Compared to simply buying weapons and showing off, buying a planet directly is more cost-effective. Sarydra heard this. She didn't directly refute Aglaia's point as she had before. I think about it. With that, Sarydra left the Bath of Heroes with Heather. Aglaia smiled at this. She wasn't in a rush. Changing someone's beliefs is a very difficult task. At least the first step had been taken, allowing Sarydra to choose a gentler means of conquest. Aglaia truly didn't want Omphalos to become a pariah in the universe, a target for all to see. Look at the Antimatter Legion, they're a prime example. They're guarded wherever they go. While the other Antimatter armies had the support of the Star God of Destruction, Omphalos could only rely on himself. Puni couldn't possibly help Omphalos without distinguishing good from bad. Chapter 618. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had already passed. On the Pleasure Sphere, countless participants in the Holy Grail War gathered. Xing, Kurumi, Kiana, and the others also boarded the Pleasure Sphere. After entering the Pleasure Sphere, Xing felt a change in his body. Huh? Why do I feel strange? Altria frowned at this. Are you feeling unwell, Master? Xing shook her head. No, I just feel strange. As Xing finished speaking, a fireworks doll descended from the sky. Ha ha ha. Welcome to the happy little ball to participate in the annual Holy Grail War. I'm Hannah. Hui. Are you feeling a little off about your bodies? That's right. Because your current bodies are fake. A special thank you to Miss Mockingbird for your support. Happy Little Ball is currently in a place similar to Pinocchio's dream. So fight to your heart's content. Smash your brains out. Don't worry, your real bodies have been arranged. When you're defeated, your consciousness will automatically return to yours. Ghana. After introducing herself, the Hanami doll vanished in a puff of smoke. Xing then understood. I see. No wonder it felt strange. It's a consciousness. What do you say now, sisters? Ing adjusted her sunglasses. What do you say? Let's find someone to fight separately first. We can't just start a civil war right away, can we? Hu Tao nodded. This Hall Master thinks the same thing. Let's go, find someone to fight. See you in the finals. Hu Tao took a long walk and headed off. Seeing this, Xing called Artoria and headed off in a random direction. Not long after stepping outside, they saw many contestants engaged in a fierce battle. Xing drew out his Skyfire judgment and addressed Artoria beside him. Artoria, destroy them. Since this was a dream, there was nothing to worry about. Just fire with all your might. Skyfire unsheathed. Destruction. Excalibur. The two simultaneously unleashed their ultimates, indiscriminately attacking the contestants and their heroic spirits ahead. Seeing this, the contestants caught in the attack immediately chose to deal with Xing and Artoria first. Everyone, attack. Let's take down this tough one first. Okay. Knights. Follow me. Charge. Everyone, attack. Use your ultimates. Everyone, use your ultimates. Otherwise, it's all over. Sadly, in the face of absolute strength, numbers are just a series of casualties. Xing and Artoria's attacks descended, instantly reducing the area within a 10-kilometer radius to rubble and scorched earth. The contestants and their heroic spirits within this radius were naturally eliminated. Xing nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, the battle should be over today. Come on, Artoria, let's go to the next location. Artoria nodded earnestly. Yes, Master. With Xing and the others joining the battlefield, the number of eliminated contestants began to surge. Only a small number of contestants, who had drawn high-quality heroic spirits, remained on the battlefield. Among them, several had drawn SSR-level heroic spirits. Xing and Artoria encountered one of these opponents, and the opponent was an old acquaintance. Xing looked at Scott in front of him and sneered. "Scott? I didn't expect you to be participating in this competition. Speaking of which, it seems like you're always there at every competition I attend. Do you really just enjoy joining in the fun?" Scott snorted coldly at this. I'm here for revenge. I lost so many matches to you guys. I take back what I lost. This time you're doomed. My heroic spirit is an SSR rank heroic spirit, the Vampire Ancestor. Die. As Scott finished his words, the Vampire Ancestor transformed into a swarm of bats and swept towards Xing. Delicious food. Seeing this, Artoria slashed with her sword. The Vampire Ancestor, sensing danger from Artoria's strike, immediately retreated. Artoria brought down her sword, then struck the Vampire Ancestor again. The two chased each other, slowly drifting off into the distance. Xing, carrying the Skyfire Judge, looked at Scott. "Alright, they're both fighting, let's start too." Scott was incredulous. How could this be? My heroic spirit is SSR rank. Why is the fight so intense? Xing scratched his ear. Is it possible that I'm also SSR rank? Didn't you see my heroic spirit title just now? Scott was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been so caught up in mocking Xing that he had forgotten to check Altria's level. Xing walked over to Scott. "Are you withdrawing from the competition, or should I give you a ride?" Scott's heart clashed upon hearing this. He didn't want to give up, but he was powerless and no match for Xing. "I won't give up," Scott roared, charging at Xing. Xing admired Scott's spirit and mercilessly dispatched him with a single strike. Admiration aside, elimination still had to happen. After defeating Scott, Xing glanced at Artoria in the distance. The battle between Artoria and the Vampire Ancestor was drawing to a close. Artoria brought down a curry stick, and the Vampire Ancestor dissipated into particles of light. Even though they were both SSRs, there were still differences between them. Artoria and the Vampire Ancestor were of the same level, but the Ancestor was no match for Artoria. Meanwhile, on the train, a notification suddenly rang in Yun's mind. Notice: authority over the Delta Plane has been revoked. The host now possesses all authority over the Delta Plane. The next target world is a high-level fantasy world. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yun instantly felt the changes in himself. His physical and spiritual strength were rapidly improving. Furthermore, Yun felt his own authority. With a thought, a miniature version of the Delta world appeared in his mind. Now, he was the god of the Delta world. In this world, he could do whatever he wanted. This feeling was truly wonderful. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yun. "Congratulations, you have also become the Lord of the world." Yun turned his head and saw Tree. "It's you, thank you." Tree nodded slightly. "Now you are a true living being. Only by becoming the Lord of the world can you have a place in the universe." Yun smiled. "Thank you for sending so many people to help me seize the authority of the Delta world." Chapter 619. Shu shook his head. "You're welcome. In a sense, we're allies." Yun heard this. "Oh, why do you say that?" Shu said. "Because of your arrival, the creatures in several of my worlds have been able to transfer their powers to other worlds. They have become stronger because of your arrival, and as a result, these worlds have become stronger. Also, because of your arrival, many tragedies that were supposed to have occurred have been prevented." Yun heard this and didn't deny it. It was indeed true. The items in his shop had changed the fate of many people. Tyvat, for example. According to the original timeline, they were still worried about the Abyss. And Bellowberg. Their development was also accelerated by some of the items in his shop, and they are now considered a very wealthy planet. Omphalos was also blessed by the Puni in his shop. Moreover, the portal in his shop transformed Aglaya, Bai, and others from data bodies into real life. Yun smiled. "So now that you put it that way, we are indeed allies." Shu nodded slightly and looked around. "Where are Klee Bailu and the others?" Yun asked. "They went to Liyue Harbor to fry fish." Shu nodded and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Yun knew without a doubt that Shu had gone to find Klee and the others. Shu truly loved Klee, Bailu, and the others. After Shu left, Yun arrived at the dungeon portal. He walked in and saw that there was indeed an additional dungeon. The name of this dungeon was called the Higher Fantasy Plane, but Yun couldn't tell which world it was in. Afterward, Yun reviewed the dungeon description. The method for obtaining star coins in this dungeon is similar to that in Delta, collecting natural treasures. However, unlike Delta, this dungeon focuses more on character development. Upon death, all your possessions are reset to 0. All weapons, equipment, and money you possess disappear. While the difficulty is higher, the rewards are also greater. Any item with special powers brought out from the dungeon can be exchanged for at least hundreds of thousands of star coins. After reading this, Yian exited the dungeon portal. He planned to talk to Xing and the others after the Holy Grail War and let them into play. The Holy Grail War should be over soon. The venue is so small, yet there are so many heroic spirits. What's more, Aha and Huahua had even made some magical changes, creating a ton of heroic spirits. Even Li Shimin and Taishan Laojun appeared. Isn't that outrageous? It turns out that Taishan Laojun only has memories, not power. Otherwise, this Holy Grail War wouldn't even be necessary. A powerhouse of Taishan Laojun's caliber could easily clear the field with a flick of a finger. On the happy little ball. As high-level players entered the arena one after another, the battle intensified. The heroic spirits still surviving and fighting were at least S-rank. Those below this level would be annihilated by the aftermath of the attack upon entering the arena. Jing Yuan and Li Shimin were battling a single player. The opposing heroic spirit was of the same rank as Li Shimin. Li Shimin gazed at the enemy charging ahead and drew his long sword. Where are the black armor cavalry? The next second, thousands of heavily armored cavalrymen, clad in white light, appeared behind Li Shimin. Li Shimin swung his sword. Kill! Thousands of black armored cavalrymen, receiving the command, simultaneously moved, charging head-on towards the enemy charging from afar. Even though the enemy's heroic spirits were powerful, they were still defeated by the black armored cavalry's lances. Jing Yuan wasn't surprised by this. Li Shimin had told him that this unit was his palace guards, his most elite troops. After he became a heroic spirit, these cavalrymen continued to follow him, becoming a skill in his arsenal. Hu Tao. She and her heroic spirit, Neza, were battling a giant golden dragon. This golden dragon was the enemy's heroic spirit. Its skin was tough and strong, and after a long battle, the dragon had only sustained minor injuries that would heal quickly. Neza, seeing this, looked at Hu Tao. Taozi stepped back first to avoid accidental injury. Hu Tao retreated upon hearing this. Neza, looking at the golden dragon in the sky, spat. What a filthy thing! I'm going to fight you! Neza roared, his entire form transforming from infant to adult. Neza soared into the sky, wielding his flaming spear and lunging at the golden dragon. The dragon, upon seeing this, released a breath of dragon's breath towards Neza. Neza nimbly spun midair to avoid the blow, then suddenly accelerated towards the dragon. In the blink of an eye, Neza was beneath the dragon, thrusting his heavy flaming spear into its flesh. The contestant on the dragon scoffed. That's all the damage? My baby will recover quickly. Neza sneered. Oh! Really? The next moment, Neza's fire spear suddenly unleashed a surging, raging flame. The flames transformed into a fire lotus that quickly closed, enveloping the golden dragon in its center. The golden dragon roared in pain as the flames burned its body. Even its resilience couldn't withstand the constant onslaught of such flames. Half an hour later, the fire lotus burned out, and the golden dragon, slain, withdrew from the competition. Hu Tao flew over on a windfire wheel. Neza, how do you use that move? Can you teach me? Neza heard. You want to learn? Hu Tao nodded. Of course. Our weapons are the same, so I should be able to learn it, right? Neza heard. Not necessarily. It depends on your comprehension. Hu Tao heard. Teach me first. If you don't know how, I tell you later. Neza, hearing this, transformed back into a child, his hands in his pockets. Okay, come with me. Bronya and Jean were here. Jean waved her battle flag, summoning a field to protect Bronya. Bronya, with her rifle, continuously fired at the surrounding contestants and heroic spirits. However, the bullets weren't very effective, as the heroic spirits present were all S-rank or above. Seal from BB Village passed by and chose to help. Bronya, I help you. Hella! Let's go! After fending off the invasion of the antimatter army, Seal went to the pleasure sphere to summon her heroic spirit. With one strike, she drew the goddess of death, Hela. Hela's weapon, like Seal's, was a scythe. Hela wielded her giant scythe and swung it rapidly, sending waves of black energy radiating outward. Any contestant or heroic spirit caught in the scythe would be instantly taken away, forced out of the competition. Seeing this, Bronya immediately addressed Jean. Jean! Let's go pick up Seal and Hella. Chapter 620. Hearing this, Jean wielded her battle flag and moved towards Seal and Hella. Following her was the domain she had unleashed. Within it, no harm could come as long as it remained unbroken. Seal and Hella also advanced rapidly, slaying any who stood in their way. Any contestant or heroic spirit along the way proved a match for them. Soon, the four of them joined forces and frantically eliminated the surrounding contestants. In the dream world of the happy little ball, the battle raged fiercely, the planet's surface reduced to scorched earth, leaving no trace of the metropolis that once resembled Pinocchio's golden age. In reality, Aha and Hanabi were in the office. Aha sat on the sofa with a bag of potato chips, watching the battlefield projected on the screen. Alright. That's right. A righteous gang fight, ouch. You can't even win a gang fight, what a loser. Isn't this the chief of Bebe Village? It looks like she can't hold out for much longer. She can only passively take the beating, and her attacks aren't very effective against others. Wow. As expected of a best friend. You came to the rescue without a word, as expected of yours. Sierra, your enemies in this match. Aha ate potato chips while enjoying the Holy Grail War. Hanabi was counting the star coins she earned. 5 million, 5 million, 1 million, 5 million, 2 million, 8 million, exactly. With so many star coins, I need to go to Yiyun's shop and see if there's anything I can do to upgrade my Joy Theater. Hanabi glanced at Aha. Aha, keep an eye on the Holy Grail War. I'm going to go to Yiyun's place. You hear me? Aha nodded. Okay. Leave it to Aha. Hanabi nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the portal. Inside Yiyun's shop. Moments after Shu left, Hanabi arrived at Yiyun's shop. Hanabi skipped out of the portal. Hee. Hanabi. Hee. The invincible Hanabi. Hanabi is going shopping. It was afternoon, and the little evil god was lying on the sofa in the dining room, bored, watching TV, flipping channels with the remote. Seeing Hanabi jumping so happily, the little evil god poked his head out from the sofa. Hey, isn't that Hanabi? Long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Hanabi turned around and looked. Sandwich, it's been a while. The invincible Hanabi-sama is now the captain of the Happy Ball, and the director of the Happy Grand Theater. I'm incredibly busy every day. Not only do I have to arrange performances and review scripts, but I also have to manage the Holy Grail War. You have no idea, I've been so exhausted lately. The little evil god nodded. Yeah, that's true. I heard from Xing and the others that the Holy Grail War is packed with people. You're definitely quite busy. As the little evil god finished speaking, Hanabi suddenly let out a wicked laugh. It's definitely exhausting. My hands are cramping from counting money. I made 8 million star coins this time. Oh, so exhausted. The little evil god's fist stiffened, a hash mark forming on his forehead. Damn it! You tricked me. You launched a surprise attack. You caught me off guard. Hanabi put her hands on her hips. Woohoo! Of course, I'm a master of Versailles literature. After all, Versailles is a very important part of fun. Alright, I'm not going to chat with you anymore, I'm going shopping. With that, Huahua skipped towards Yiyun like a victorious general. Huahua came up behind Yiyun and hugged him by the neck. Long time no see, Yiyun. Have you missed me after all this time? Yiyun pulled Huahua's arm away. Not really. Why are you in my shop when you're not staying in your little ball of joy? Aren't you keeping an eye on the Holy Grail War? Isn't that the fun incubator you and Aha meticulously planned? Huahua's mouth pursed at that, and she wiped the tears from her eyes with a feigned look of disappointment. Woo, damn Yiyun, you didn't even miss me. I'm so heartbroken. Yiyun rolled his eyes at Huahua. Clean, just let it out. You won't find any fun here. Hearing this, Huahua clapped his hands, his pitiful expression gone. Okay. I'm here to shop. Yiyun, do you have any props that can upgrade the Joyful Theater? Yiyun rubbed his chin with his right hand. I really need to look for this. After saying this, Yiyun walked over to the bar and pulled out a tablet. After fiddling around on it, he quickly found something that could upgrade the Joyful Theater. Technically, it wasn't an upgrade, but more of a plug-in. Yiyun handed the tablet to Huahua. Here, take a look. These should be what you're looking for. Huahua took the tablet and read it expectantly. Item. Prisoner receiver description. A small item that a certain boss casually made when bored. It automatically refreshes with a new batch of prisoners every day from dozens of worlds. Price. 660,000 star coins item, joyful stage. Description: a magical artifact from a fantasy world that absorbs joy and happiness to unlock a realm called Happy Moments. In this realm, all negative emotions disappear, and joy is infused. Price: 6.66 million star coins item, joyful magic wand. Description: contains joyful magic. Anyone struck by this magic will burst into laughter until they faint. Price: 500,000 star coins. Hanabi's eyes lit up after reading the information about the three items. Wow! The prisoner receiver and the joyful stage are indeed perfect for the joyful theater. The prisoner receiver can bring me a steady stream of employees. The joyful stage can be turned into a grand event for those seeking happiness. But forget about the joyful magic wand. It's not joyful at all. Happiness is when you're happy, I'm happy, and everyone is happy. This kind of entertainment, which involves torturing others, is too lowbrow. I don't approve of it. Hanabi took out 7.32 million star coins and handed them to Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, here, buy the prisoner receiver and the joyful stage for me. Yi-Yun accepted the star coins and helped Huahua buy the prisoner receiver and the joyful stage. Afterwards, Huahua left Yi-Yun's shop with the two bubbles and returned to the joyful ball. In the collapsed three worlds, inside the Destiny headquarters, Wanmei arrived with Spider-Co and Urashihara Meili. Spider-Co looked up at the Destiny headquarters building and exclaimed, "Wow! This building has a sci-fi feel." Off to the side, Urashihara Meili nodded. Wanmei took a sip from her teacup and looked ahead. "Our people are here to pick us up. You two, stay close and don't run around." Chapter 621. Spider-Girl and Urashihara Meili looked ahead upon seeing this. They saw Teresa walking towards them. Teresa approached and greeted the man, Spider, and Dragon with a smile. "Welcome to the Destiny headquarters, Ms. Wanmei, Urashihara Meili." Wanmei nodded slightly, and Spider-Girl waved her front paws in greeting. "Hi, Teresa-chan." Teresa smiled at Spider-Girl. "Hello, Ri. The three of you, please follow me in. Chen Tianwu and Anna are waiting in the observation room." Wanmei nodded and followed Teresa into the Destiny headquarters. Teresa had asked Wanmei to help examine Chen Tianwu and Anna. Wanmei had studied Honkai for some time and had a certain understanding of it. At first, she had even attempted to combine the breeding overlord with Honkai beasts. Unfortunately, for some unexplainable reason, this experiment ended in failure. Every time an experiment reached the final step, on the verge of success, it would be annihilated by some force. After trying thousands of times, Wanmei had no choice but to accept failure. So, Teresa asked Wanmei to help examine Chen Tianwu and Anna, to see if she could confirm their conditions. Under Teresa's guidance, Wanmei arrived at the observation room. While Mei was examining Chen Tianwu and Anna, Einstein and Tesla noticed something and turned back. Teresa introduced them. "Mei, Einstein, Tesla, let me introduce you. This is Ms. Wanmei from the world of Star. Ms. Wanmei has extensive research on Honkai and possesses considerable expertise in biology. I asked her to come and examine Chen Tianwu and Anna." Mei heard this. "Welcome." Wanmei looked at Spider-Girl and Urashihara Meili at her feet. "Don't run around, you two. I checked the situation first." Spider-Girl heard this and pulled Urashihara Meili aside, finding a corner to sit down. Then Spider-Girl took out a large pile of snacks and placed them on the floor, inviting Urashihara Meili to join them. Dragon and Spider-Girl sat in the corner, chatting quietly as they ate their snacks. Wanmei walked over to the glass in the observation room. This one-way glass prevented Chen Tianwu and Anna from seeing what was happening outside. Wanmei looked at the two and, with a casual wave of her hand, a medical robot appeared beside her. The medical robot was somewhat similar to the small floating robots in the Black Tower space station. Seeing this, Kevin opened the door and let the medical robot fly in. Chen Tianwu and Anna looked over when they saw someone opening the door. Kevin said, "This is a medical examination robot. Don't panic." Chen Tianwu and Anna nodded and calmed down. Then, the medical robot flew towards the two, scanned their bodies with a beam, and left the observation room. The medical robot returned to Wanmei, who removed the memory card from its body and extracted the data. A minute later, two printed reports appeared in Wanmei's hands. Wanmei's pair of plum blossom tubes scanned the two examination reports. After a moment, Wanmei spoke. "They won't become Herschers again. If I'm not mistaken, the Honkai energy in their bodies was purified by Kiana, right?" Mei nodded. "Yes, Kiana used the power of the Athena Valkyrie armor to transform them from Herschers back into humans." Wanmei nodded slightly. That's alright then. After Kiana's Athena Valkyrie armor is purified, these two won't become Herschers anymore. Haven't you observed the test subjects after Kiana's purification? May looked at Einstein. She had only been resurrected a few days ago, so she hadn't conducted any research on this topic. Einstein, noticing May looking at him, shook his head. We haven't done any research on this topic. May nodded. As expected. If you studied it, you probably wouldn't have called me here today. The test subjects purified by Kiana's Athena Valkyrie armor not only purify them, but also leave a firewall within their bodies. I tried injecting Hawkeye energy into Kiana's purified test subjects. Without exception, Hawkeye energy, whether strong or weak, is instantly purified upon entering the test subjects. So these two won't become Herschers again, so feel free to let them out and about. The matter has been resolved. I have experiments to perform later, so I take my leave. With that, Wanmei turned and walked outside the observation room. Seeing this, Spider-Co and Yurishihara Meili hurriedly gathered up the pile of snacks on the ground and followed Wanmei. Later, Wanmei was going to feed them experience points. The feeling of leveling up without even having to do anything else satisfied Spider-Co and Yurishihara Meili. After Wanmei left, Teresa looked at May, Einstein, and Tesla. Now what do you say? Tesla asked. I think it's time to let Shintianwu and Anna out. Einstein said. I think we should have Kiana come back and fetch a death row inmate from the prison to use as a test subject. May nodded. Yes, I think so. Let's do an experiment first to see if it's really as the lady just mentioned. Heard this, Kevin very conscientiously went to fetch the prisoner. He would do the dirty work, while May would only be responsible for conducting the experiments in the lab. Soon, Kevin returned with the prisoner. Where are you putting it? Einstein heard. Wait a minute. I have Shintianwu and Anna come out and throw it in the observation room. Einstein called Shintianwu and Anna out. This was the first time they had left the observation room in a few days. After they came out, Kevin threw the prisoner in. Anna asked curiously, What are you doing? Teresa explained. We're conducting an experiment. The results of this death row prisoner's experiment will determine your fate. If it succeeds, you be free to move around. If it fails, you probably have to stay here. Anna heard this. I see. I hope it works. It wasn't until dusk that Kiana finally strode into the observation room. The invincible Kiana is back. Come and greet her. Teresa rolled her eyes at Kiana. What? Did you get into trouble again? Kiana has been hanging out with Xing all day, and she's been corrupted. Her mind is either focused on having fun or showing off. Judging from Kiana's appearance, she must have made a splash in today's Holy Grail War. Kiana put her hands on her hips. Hee hee. Of course, I made it into the top 100 of the Holy Grail War. So cool, right? I'm awesome, right? Chapter 622. Teresa clapped her hands. Indeed, impressive. Kiana smiled innocently. Hee hee. By the way, Auntie, what did you call me for? Teresa pointed to the condemned prisoner in the observation room. In a moment, we have him infested with Honkai energy, and then you purify him. We're going to conduct an experiment. This experiment will determine whether Chen Tianwu and Anna can move freely in the future. Kiana nodded. Kiana also arrived, and May began injecting Honkai energy into the prisoner. Under the influence of Honkai energy, the prisoner quickly collapsed into a death soldier. Einstein opened the observation room door, and Kiana walked in. She knocked the death soldier down with a flying kick, then immediately followed up with a stomping kick. Then, she used purification to perform a cupping technique to extract the Honkai energy from the death soldier's body. After the Honkai energy within the condemned soldier was extracted, he quickly returned to human form. May began injecting Honkai energy into the condemned prisoner again. As expected, the results were just as Wanmei had predicted. After being purified by Kiana, the condemned prisoner had developed antibodies to Honkai energy. The moment the new Honkai energy entered the prisoner's body, it was destroyed by a mysterious force. Chen Tianwu and Anna breathed a sigh of relief at the results of the experiment. This would allow them to move freely from now on. May looked at Kevin, who nodded and took the condemned prisoner away, returning him to prison. Teresa looked at Anna and Chen Tianwu. Congratulations, you two. You are free now. Anna, all the members of your Valkyrie team, except you, were killed in action. Afterwards, you will enter the Undying Blade and work with Rita. Anna nodded. Yes, as you command. Teresa looked at Chen Tianwu. As for you, World Snake, you certainly can't think of returning. Kevin will disband World Snake soon. For the time being, stay with Kevin and follow his instructions. You were one of his subordinates to begin with. Chen Tianwu nodded without saying anything. After Teresa finished arranging matters with Chen Tianwu and Anna, she said goodbye and left the observation room. She still had many things to attend to. Kiana looked at Mei. Do you still need my help? If not, I go eat on the train. Yi Yun said there's an important announcement to be made soon, and I'm going to ask Mei and Mom to come along. Mei shook her head. It's all right, Kiana. Go eat. Kiana happily ran out of the observation room and went to eat on the train. On the train, there were a lot of people today. Omphalos's group, Belloberg, the Teyvat people, Xianzhou's group, and Pinocchio all gathered at Yi Yun's shop. Even Rimuru and Kobayashi, who usually rarely showed up, gathered at Yi Yun's shop. Today, there were a lot of people, so Yi Yun went into the kitchen to help with the cooking. In Yi Yun's shop, everyone was chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious and joyful. Shu, along with Kli, Bailu, Chi-Chi, and Zhaoyou, a group of little ones, were playing Eagle Catches Chicken in the sofa coffee break area. After the shop's second expansion, the sofa coffee break area had become much larger, more than enough space for playing Eagle Catches Chicken. This time, Bailu was the eagle. Shu faced Bailu, acting as a mother hen protecting her chicks. Bailu bared her teeth and claws, looking fierce and aggressive. Awuh! Awuh! Don't even think about escaping. I catch you all. Charge. Shu smiled. That won't do. I'm here, little Bailu. Don't even think about catching anyone. Kli poked her head out from Shu's waist. That's right. Sister Bailu, don't even think about catching Kli. Kli can run. Shu and the group of little ones were having a blast, and the shop was filled with their laughter. Silver Wolf and Asmodeus were huddled on the sofa, each holding a controller, playing a game called King of Fighters. As they played, they shouted loudly. Asmodeus. Take my dragon and tiger frenzy. Olya, 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 olya. Do-do-do-do. Asmodeus gritted his teeth. Damn Silver Wolf. I show you Yagami's power. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The two fought with such passion and pleasure. Neighbors and Ruan Mei were discussing biology. They had similar interests, and often chatted together. Spider-Co and Yurishihara Miri were chatting nearby. Spider-Co said, Yurishihara-san, do you think we should look for the other students? With our current abilities, we should have no problem getting out of the L-Great Labyrinth. Yurishihara Miri swallowed the apple in her mouth. Sure, I'm fine with that. But where should we look? We can't just search blindly, right? Spider-Co rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, and said, Then what should we do? How about asking Ruan Mei-chan for help? We could just use that robot army to take over that world, and then we could easily find the other students. Yurishihara Miri's forehead was covered in sweat. Let's forget about that. Hoshi, Kurumi, Kiana, and Mei gathered together, chatting about the Holy Grail War. Xing said, The champion will be decided tomorrow. I declare. We sever our sisterhood for a day, and whoever wins tomorrow will be determined by skill. Ing put one foot on the stool. All right, who's afraid of who? Tomorrow. We sever our sisterhood for a day, and resume it the day after tomorrow. Who's in favor? Who's against? Hu Tao said, hearing this. This hall master thinks it's feasible. There can only be one winner in the end. Although we're good sisters, that shouldn't stop us from giving our all. We still have to respect the competition. Kiana stood up. Kiana. I definitely win tomorrow. Mei and Cecilia, seeing Kiana's fighting spirit, applauded and cheered her on. Elsewhere, Himiko and Kafka were discussing their new clothes. Kafka stood in front of the mirror, wearing a bright red coat. Isn't this coat a little too bright? Himiko shook her head. No, this style is like this. It wouldn't look good without bright red, but it suits you perfectly. Kafka smiled. I trust your taste in clothes. Jing Yuan, Zhongli, and Walter were sipping tea. Jing Yuan said, The marshal held a meeting today. We, the immortal boat, will launch a retaliation against destruction. Zhongli put down his teacup and asked slowly. Revenge? Why? Jing Yuan explained. Ever since the last battle with the Lord of Destruction and his group, the Destruction faction has been targeting the immortal boat. They've been harassing our immortal boat frequently, causing us considerable damage. The marshal has decided to launch a campaign against the Destruction faction. Walter heard this. Isn't it a bit too much for you, the immortal boat, to just do it? Chapter 623. Jing Yuan smiled. Of course. Although the Destruction faction has suffered several blows recently, they have the support of the Star God of Destruction, and the Great Lord of Extinction has not been defeated. Most of the losses are low-level combat forces. Therefore, we have invited Mr. Screwgum. He will bring the Star Spirit Fleet to assist, Hua Yin added. Furthermore, according to the Immortal Boat Alliance's calculations, another genius from the Genius Club will appear on the battlefield. After all, the Iron Tomb incident has caused great dissatisfaction among some in the intellectual faction. Zhongli pondered for a moment, and quickly guessed who the genius Hua Yin was referring to was. Master Yin, are you talking about the intellectual bodyguard? Hua Yin nodded. Yes, that's her. She has her reasons for taking action. Zhongli nodded. Indeed. One more question. What if Nanook, the star god of destruction, meets his end? Given your combined strength, you will win, but it will likely be a horrific outcome. The two star gods, Patrol and Destruction, are likely to be of comparable strength. Jing Yuan smiled. Of course I thought about that. The star god of destruction is Puni's best sparring partner. Do you think, with Puni challenging him so often, he had the energy to pay attention to us? Zhongli nodded. Of course not. That way, there's basically nothing to worry about. The only concern is other factions causing trouble. Walter then thought of a question. Well, the Immortal Boat Alliance is enormous, and every move is under surveillance by all the major factions. If you seek reinforcements, the Destruction faction will likely do the same. We must be on guard against other forces. Jing Yuan smiled upon hearing this. That's easy to resolve. If a third party truly helps destroy the faction, we have to activate the Canyon Mirror. At least our Immortal Boat Alliance can enlist the aid of Emperor Gong Siming. As for their fates, I have no idea. If that ever happens, they just pray for their star god to intervene. Walter heard this and thought, well, Jing Yuan is right. Xianzhou is indeed the only force in the universe currently capable of attracting a star god's support. Other star gods generally won't respond to Destiny Walker's requests for assistance. There was once a force that could attract a star god, yes, it was the Nameless Guest. Acavelli is arguably the star god closest to ordinary people, the most humane. Acavelli spent his days fooling around on the train, leading the then Nameless Guest everywhere to cause trouble. Elsewhere, Ningguang, Qin, and Bronya from Beibei village gathered to discuss cooperation. Bronya said, we already achieved mass production of ice deer and giant vegetables. Are you interested in purchasing? Ningguang smiled. Forget giant vegetables. We grow them in all the countries of Teyvat. As for the ice deer, I'm quite interested. Bronya, how many can you sell? Jean agreed. Well, it's the same in Mondstadt. We don't need giant vegetables, but we can buy ice deer. In Mondstadt, ice deer are extremely popular. Ice deer meat is delicious. Simply season it with salt and chili powder, and it becomes an incredibly tasty side dish. However, currently only Deluxe Angel's Gift is available. Other taverns simply can't find a source to stock it. In Liyue, the same is true. Ice deer are extremely rare, and only those of Ningguang and Keqing's rank or higher can order ice deer dishes from Wanmintang. Jidong had once considered raising ice deer, and Barnabas even used star coins to buy a batch of cubs from Yi Yun's shop. Unfortunately, ice deer have very high environmental requirements, and Jidong's environment isn't suitable for them. Within a few days of arriving, all the cubs died. Bronya thought about it and said, there are currently 100,000 ice deer available for sale, each weighing an average of 180 kilograms. 20 star coins, or 200,000 credit points each. Ningguang heard this. So cheap? Bronya said. This price is internal, limited to customers of Yi Yun's shop. For external use, we're selling them on our company website for 100 star coins, or 1 million credits. Ningguang understood Bronya's intention. Bronya was trying to strengthen her relationships with the shop's customers. Given the quality of the ice deer, they wouldn't have any trouble finding a market. She could easily earn more by listing them on the company website, but she preferred to sell them at a lower price to herself and others. Okay, then I ordered 10,000 from Liyue, paying with credits. 300,000 each. 200,000 is too low. If you dare to sell them, I'm embarrassed to buy them. Jean followed. I also ordered 10,000. Senior Dialect will transfer the money to you shortly. Bronya smiled and nodded. No problem. I arranged for shipment right away. The Great Ci Tree King and Fukuros also overheard the conversation between Bronya, Jean, and Ningguang. The Great Ci Tree King walked over. I just heard you talking about ice deer. Bronya, have you started selling them in bulk? Bronya nodded. Yes, would you two sisters like to buy some? Fukuros nodded. Well, I heard from Funina how delicious ice deer are, but I haven't tried them yet. I buy 10,000 too, okay? The Great Ci Tree King smiled. I tried them. Neshida packed some for me once, and they were really good. They were the best meat I ever had. I want to buy 10,000 too. Bronya agreed and immediately contacted Silva to have them shipped. Over there, Fanina and Mockingbird were discussing their concert, planning to host one together again. Robin, what songs are you planning to sing this time? Robin thought for a moment. Let's stick with the same ones. What about you? Fanina said. I'm planning to add some new songs. They've been quite well received. I'm also planning to invite someone to perform. Ian told me that this song is about her. Robin was curious. Oh! Who? Fanina pointed at Alicia, who was mingling with Xing and the others in the distance. Oh, that's her, Alicia. Fanina planned to have Alicia perform on stage during the performance of True to enhance the performance. Robin looked at Alicia. Then let's go over and ask her. Robin and Fanina immediately found Alicia and told her their request. Alicia heard this. Do you want me to perform? When? Fanina said. Would you like to go the day after tomorrow? Alicia's eyes flickered as she watched Fanina and Robin, both holding hands. I have something to do the day after tomorrow, but if you promise me one thing, it's fine. Chapter 624. Fanina asked in confusion. What's going on? Tell me first. Alicia leaned close to Funina's ear and whispered with a smile. Fanina blushed instantly. This won't do. I'm not inviting you. Alicia said with a smile. Oh, what's the big deal? It's simple, isn't it? Fanina shook her head vigorously. No. I don't want that. Alicia tried to persuade her further, but Fanina turned and was about to leave. Alicia saw this and grabbed Fanina. Okay, I was just kidding. I go. Fanina looked at Alicia and nodded. Okay, I pick you up then. Alicia, hands behind her back, smiled and nodded. Okay. Fanina then quickly pulled the Robin away. This Alicia was terrifying. Is this what? What was it called? I can't afford to offend her. Xing looked at the fleeing Fanina and asked her curiously. Alicia, what's going on? What did you say to Fanina that made her run away in such a panic? Alicia made a playful face. Hee. I can't tell you about this for now. Xing's curiosity was piqued by Alicia's suspense. Xing glanced at Alicia. If you don't tell me, can't I ask Fanina? Xing looked around and saw Fanina in a booth by the window in the distance. So, Xing ran over to Fanina to find out what was going on. Alicia looked at Xing with a mysterious smile. She was reassured that Fanina wouldn't tell Xing. After all, it was something too embarrassing to talk about, wasn't it? At least, for Fanina, that was the case. In the kitchen, Ranawa stood beside Xiangling, directing her cooking. Yes. Spicy. Give me more spicy. The more the better. Why only half a spoonful? Fill it up. Yes, that's it. Xiangling looked at the dish in the pot, a bead of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She didn't even need to look at this dish. There would definitely be a lot of leftovers tonight. Why, just look at this dish, spicy diced chicken. They have 5 pounds of dried chilies, but only 3 pounds of chicken. Why should they just stir-fry the chilies? Why a diced chicken? Ranawa looked at the chilies in the pot with great satisfaction. Chilies, the most delicious food in the world. Soon, Yun and the others finished cooking tonight's dinner. The little evil god walked out of the kitchen, carrying a gong and hammering it vigorously. Everyone. Dinner's ready. Everyone on the train gathered to get their food. It was Alicia's first time eating on a train, and she stood on tiptoe behind Xing, curiously peering into the kitchen. I wonder what we have today. After everyone got their food, they began to eat. Xing glanced at Yun, who was eating with Kelly, and asked, Yun, did you call everyone here? Do you have something to announce? At Xing's words, everyone around them looked over. Today's dinner was Yun's idea. He said, we all eat together, and then he had something important to announce. Hearing this, Yun pulled out a tissue and wiped his hands, which were wet from peeling shrimp for Kelly. I do have something to announce. It concerns everyone's future. Jing Yuan heard this. Oh, it concerns our future? Yun nodded. Yes. The Delta Dungeon has been closed. From now on, you will no longer be able to obtain star coins from the Delta Dungeon. Everyone was shocked to hear that the Delta Dungeon had been closed. Xing slammed the table and stood up. What? The Delta Dungeon is gone? No way. That's my source of star coins. Without star coins, how can I survive? Kevin also frowned. This is troublesome. Qin Tianwu, standing by, asked in confusion. My lord, Is this Delta dungeon so important? Kevin nodded. Yes, the vast majority of our star coins come from the Delta dungeon. If this dungeon is closed, it will be very difficult for us to obtain star coins in large quantities in the future. Qin Tianwu, upon hearing this, understood the importance of the matter. He still has a sister to revive. The Lord said a revival card costs 1 million star coins. Wouldn't that make reviving his sister even more difficult? Anna, standing by, saw Qin Tianwu's worried look and offered comfort. Qin Tianwu, don't worry. As long as there are ways to earn star coins, we can get 1 million after we finish eating. Qin Tianwu smiled wryly and nodded. Yeah. Zhongli looked at Yi Yun. What about the second thing? There's probably more to it than that. If it were just closing a Delta instance, there wouldn't be a need to call everyone aboard the train. Yi Yun smiled at this. That's right, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. I already told you the bad news, so now I share the good news. The new dungeon is a fantasy plane, and the star coins it yields are higher than in the Delta dungeon. However, it's also more difficult. If you die there, you have to start all over again. Xing sighed deeply upon hearing this. Huh? That's good, that's good. There are still star coins to earn. Jeezy asked. Fantasy plane? What exactly is it like? Yi Yun, can you tell me? Yi Yun nodded. Yes, the new dungeon is called Covering the Sky, and the power system within it is extremely high. The rare treasures, secret techniques, and other manuals you bring from there can be exchanged for star coins. Of course, you can also bring them out for your own use. To be honest, compared to the star coins, the secret techniques and rare treasures in this plane will be more helpful to you. You can cultivate the secret techniques and manuals you obtain on your own. Once you reach a high level, you easily defeat a star god. Xing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What? Beating a star god with ease? His. I can't even imagine it. Hu Tao was also shocked. Really? Beating a star god? Yi Yun nodded. Don't worry. The power system enshrouding heaven alone is far superior to that of the Star Rail world. Walter asked. Will we be in danger if we go in? This dungeon has such great rewards. Yi Yun shook his head. No, a dungeon is just a dungeon. If you die in it, you just have to start over, just like a game. Walter nodded, relieved. Ling raised her hand. Yi Yun, when will this new dungeon open? Ling couldn't wait to go to the new dungeon. She wanted to train. She wanted to become stronger. And then she could defeat the Hollow. Become the savior. Yi Yun smiled. Don't worry, the dungeon is already open. Let's eat first, and then you can go in and experience it. Enjoy yourselves.